Chapter 271, New Mechanical Suit, Amphiptere. Chapter 271, New Mechanical Suit, Amphiptere. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The energy core was still the Bonfire Reaction Furnace, placed around 5 centimeters below the neck. His machinery affinity and machinery skill both improved after the class advancement, so he enhanced the Bonfire Reaction Furnace. He made a few hidden recesses at the back of the mechanical suit that were connected to the energy core. Energy blocks could be embedded into these recesses. If the energy of the Bonfire Reaction Furnace was finished, these would be the backup energy source. There was also another function, extra power output. It could largely increase the performance of the mechanical suit, comparable to overload. The energy blocks would of course be the low-class energy crystal that he had extracted from the radiation crystals from the Shadowstalker viper nest. Emerald Grass was currently trying to domesticate the Shadowstalker vipers and make the crystals into a renewable resource. It had yet to succeed, but the hundreds of pounds of crystals Han Xiao had were enough. The armor was made with the new alloy that he had fused from advanced materials, Ellie Iron Alloy. It had a better defense than the platinum alloy. The control mode used the newly learned nerves connection. The helmet had a module that could read nerve signals. It was embedded on the inner side of the helmet like a metal plate, and the functions of the suit could be controlled with just a thought. The weapon modules were the ones that he spent the most effort and time on, all of which were largely enhanced. The most important new module was a large mounted part that was almost 6 meters wide when extended fully. This was a mounted mechanical wing that was embedded onto the back, shoulders, and arms. Its original model was the Sky Swallow glider, and the surface of the wings was wide. It had a 70-centimeter radius circular triple-fold propeller on both sides and a pistonless rotary turbo engine that could turn 360 degrees. The electromagnetic hover boots to run up, mini maneuvering equipment to take off, the wings to glide, providing continuous mobility. He gave the new combat suit the ability to fly. Which man did not dream of soaring through the skies? Men's romance is the stars and the seas. You have successfully enhanced light mechanical suit. Viper, do you want to give it a new name? With a flash of insight, a suitable name appeared in Han Xiao's mind. Named successfully, you received customized blueprint, light mechanical suit. Amphiptere, I definitely have great naming skills. Han Xiao was very satisfied. Amphiptere is a flying serpent, so it really conveyed a clear image. Amphiptere. Type, light single-unit mechanical combat suit. Grade, dark green. Basic stats. Armor, 8950/8950. Defense, 164. Power, level 818. Energy, 4300 plus 800/4300 plus 800. Height, 1.87 meters. Weight, 176 pounds. Control method, low-class smart chip plus nerves connection, extra plus 10DX. Power source, mini bonfire reaction furnace. Enhanced, self-charge. Recovers energy at 35 per minute. Energy conversion rate from user, 24 to 32. Energy storage, low-class energy block X4, exchangeable anytime. Energy storage, 800. Stationary mode energy usage, 22 per minute. Combat mode energy usage, 40 per minute. Core power capacity, 787 of 850. Bone structure module, P0 nanotechnology fiber. Biological muscle inner bone. Strengthens muscle when the user moves the body. Hardens muscle under attack. Increases attributes, plus 38 STR, plus 25 DEX, plus 12 def. Power output, 70. Armor plating module, Ellie Iron Alloy plate, green, plus 2550 armor, plus 48 def. Power output, none. Armor plating module, U9 colloidal bulletproof membrane, green, plus 2400 armor, plus 45 def. Power output, none. Exterior module, optical camouflage, reflects light to achieve invisibility to a certain extent. Power output, 20. Exterior module, SUI anti-radar coating. Exterior module, electromagnetic interference coating. Reconnaissance module, Vulture tactical scanner. Smart fire control. Aim assist. Includes tactical hologram screen. Power output, 25. Palm module, thermoelectrical incisor gloves. Purple. Produces a high amount of heat and deals continuous damage. Energy cost, 1/S. Damage level 101. Power output, 60. Backhand module, thermoelectromagnetic incisor blade, green. Compounded magnetic chain split blades with thermal technology. Energy cost, 1/S. Power output, 80. Wrist module, directional field repulsive machine, blue. Releases repulsive energy in an arc of 150 degrees and 20 m. Cooldown 30s. Energy cost, 15 per use. Power output, 70. Arm module, sunworm mini flamethrower, purple. Energy cost 1.5/S. Damage level 104. Power output, 60. Leg module, electrical hover boots, purple. Energy cost, 6.2 per minute. Power output, 55. Advancing module, mini maneuvering equipment *9. Energy cost per unit, 1.4 per minute. Power output per unit, 18. Power output, 162. Survival modules, body status monitor, thermostat, gyroscopic stabilizer, air storage, filtration device. Total power output, 80. Ejection modules, sonic bomb *24. Mini split drill bullet *16. Power output, 60. Chip modules, database analysis, battle trajectory prediction, battle assist. Power output, 30. Chip module, nerves signal recognition. Power output, 20. Subsidiary module, high-speed injection needle. Equipped, painkiller, stimulant, healing agent. Power output, 10. Subsidiary module, mini spider detector *12. Power output, none. Subsidiary module, electromagnetic pulse controller. Applies, excitement. All stats plus 5%. Duration, 15 minutes. Energy cost, 5 per use. Power output, 10. Subsidiary module, poison ivy body part. Creates suction force, allowing the mechanical suit to hold onto objects. Power output, 20. Subsidiary module, mini detection radar. Power output, 30. Mountable module, iron fist, heavy mechanical arm, purple. Power output, 91. Mountable module, bat wings, turbo engine flying device. Power output, 326. Additional ability, strong capability. During combat, distributes energy to biological muscle inner bone. Increases stats, plus 40 STR, plus 20 DEX. Additional ability, Snake Devil Fewebnovel.com. The mechanical suit uses up all energy at once, entering a special status. Duration, 2 to 7 minutes. Cooldown, 7 days. Effect, doubles additional attributes, plus 156 STR, plus 110 DEX. All modules can be used without any energy cost. Additional ability, Absorbent Armor. Made with Ellie Iron Alloy, this alloy can disperse applied forces. Damage reduction plus 22%. Remark, surprise, I can fly. With all the purple modules, Amphiptere's attributes were at the standard of version 2.0. Han Xiao stood with arms akimbo and appreciated his own product. With the attributes of me and Amphiptere, no one on planet Aquamarine poses a threat to me. This mechanical suit can be taken into the galaxy to use. It's some early preparation. Han Xiao thought far ahead. In the eyes of the players, this was godly equipment in the early stage. Even pigs could fly by wearing this mechanical suit. It was overkill for a novice planet. Amphiptere was locked onto his nerve signals, so only he could control it. The class advancement knowledge nerves connection was a foundation for controlling more complex machinery. The speed of thought was much quicker than the usual means of control, and if there was an injury involving a missing body part, nerves connection could be used on these biological body parts as well. Of course, Han Xiao hoped that day would never come. Furthermore, nerves connection had another key use in his eyes. The players entered Galaxy with a VR capsule, and the core principle of the VR capsule was the transfer of the player's mind. Therefore, if the mind of a player was transferred into an NPC clone, what would happen? Would the players be locked in Galaxy just like him? Would they revive after they died? If they could revive, was the body the original player body or a new body? Or would something else happen? From his perspective, he could feel that everything there was real, but he never stopped having doubts. He always paid attention to the forums, anxiously wanting to see if his account in his previous life would appear, and it did not. How did this happen? Is it butterfly effect, the me once changed account? That makes some sense. I did create my account casually back then. Or are there other possibilities? Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. In all honesty, he kind of wanted to communicate face-to-face with his old self. It would definitely be a fresh experience. To figure out the truth, I still have to start from the players. A mind-transferring device like the VR capsule can't be created with just nerves connection. More knowledge is needed. Han Xiao kept the doubts in his heart. What was most important at the moment was to make himself stronger. The stronger he was, the safer it was. He did not want to be killed by someone or some disaster before he figured out the truth, so every new version update would mean danger. Chapter 272, Unknown Potential. Chapter 272, Unknown Potential. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. You have been losing blood very frequently, causing your body to be weak, stunted, and your organs recessed. Optimistically, you have 3 years left to live. In the medical room, Emerald Grass wore a pair of rimless glasses and checked Aurora's body like a doctor, coming up with this pessimistic result. Without waiting for the expressions of the people present to change, Emerald Grass then said, "Of course, that's the case for a normal person. Although your body is weak, your cell activity level is something I have never seen before." As she was speaking, Emerald Grass took out a few microscope photos, then said excitedly, "Usually, the self-healing of a human body is very slow. Undamaged cells slowly split into new cells to repair damage. In comparison, superhumans have stronger self-healing abilities. Energy or other sources of energy can be used to heal. I, for one, can extract life forces from plants to recover from injuries. Whether it is a normal person or superhuman, self-healing requires energy and nutrition. However, your cell is like a drop of extremely concentrated life energy. Could multiply one's self-healing ability by hundreds and even thousands of times. Your hair, blood, and all your body structures are like extremely strong potions, and to give you an idea of how strong your level of cell activity is. For example, let's say the cell of a normal person is a bowl of water, the cell of a superhuman is a flame, and your cell is the sun. It's completely incomparable. There are even self-reaction signs inside your cells. Every cell is like a concentrated mature fixed star, increasing in activity level automatically every second. Yet such a horrifying level of cell activity has no corrosive property at all, only giving life forms a positive impact. Unbelievable. Emerald Grass was very tempted. She looked at Aurora with sparkles in her eyes. The passion in her eyes made Aurora shrink toward Gila. She knew that look. All of the people wearing white coats in the Germinal organization had looked at her this way. "I want to acquire some of your blood as an experiment material. Is it possible that—" "No!" Gila rejected without hesitation. She looked at Emerald Grass hostilely and seemed like she was going to act at any moment. Aurora was her sensitive spot. She would not allow anyone to violate her. Han Xiao crossed his arms and sat on the table to the side. He cut in the conversation and said, "I admire your attitude. Science is all about non-stop improvements and the everlasting ambition of wanting to know the core technology. However, this is a sick person, not your test subject. Also, I guess you can't beat the redhead. Emerald Grass curled her lips, turned away to keep her diagnosis tools, and said casually, she didn't need to be diagnosed at all. Her power has just been suppressed for too long and can't fully take effect. As long as she doesn't die, her power will slowly recover, and so will she. It might even. Never mind. Anyway, she just needs to rest for a while. Then her body will recover, and her scars will disappear. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. He understood what Emerald Grass did not say, and it made him think. Aurora became a liquid in his previous life. There had not been a chance to see the exact effect of her power, so he wondered what it would be like once it got stronger. Since she's the younger sister of Gila, Aurora will definitely not be much weaker. Could it be controlling life forms? Han Xiao guessed randomly. For him to know Aurora's status, he had to get in combat with Aurora, and the bottom line of that would be to slap this pitiful little girl. With his power, the result would not be very optimistic. Of course, Han Xiao would not do that, and Gila would definitely fight him with her life. Gila heaved a long sigh of relieving. She stood behind Aurora, placed her hands on Aurora's shoulder, and pinched lightly, as long as her sister was okay. By the way, she was brainwashed once, and another personality was created. She will become a puppet that only follows orders once it's triggered by the keyword. Do you have a way to solve that? Han Xiao repeated what Cyberlo said. I'm a pharmacist, not a psychiatrist. You should find a professional, Emerald Grass said casually without even turning around. However, from my experience, if it was just a normal brainwash method, as long as it is not triggered and strengthened for a long time, the effect of the brainwashing will gradually fade as time passes till it disappears. Therefore, the guards in Bell of Death Island would mass brainwash the prisoners every once in a while. However, as you know, the people in that place are all very strong, so the brainwash didn't have much effect. Instead, there were always some prisoners that killed a few guards in such occasions. A professional? Han Xiao contemplated while touching his chin. Suddenly, he looked at Gila. Aren't things about the mind Gila's strong point? Upon noticing his sight, Gila waved her hands and frowned. My power is too invasive. I'm scared of making mistakes, and the risk is too high. Then you'd better discover and enhance your power more. Han Xiao felt helpless. In his mind, Gila at her peak could play with the soul of a life form like playing with plasticine without hurting the fragile soul. Leave if there's nothing else. I've asked a few Inhumans to test my drugs. Don't disturb me. They looked at her. Emerald Grass took out a transparent container filled with a weird and dark green liquid that was still bubbling, holding a syringe and flicking the tip of the needle. Emerald Grass was what was known as a pharmacist in technological civilizations. In magical civilizations, pharmacists were called witches. Han Xiao paid a silent tribute for 3 seconds for these players testing the drugs. To sacrifice themselves for technological advancement, how noble. They left the pharmacy room and walked slowly on the street. Suddenly, Gila turned to him and asked seriously, "What are your thoughts about this?" Gila only showed interest for things that involved Aurora and did not have the cold face like she always did. She only asked for an opinion from Han Xiao because she trusted him. Han Xiao had saved Aurora from the Sea of Pain, and they had no friends or family in the world, so only Han Xiao was trustworthy. Han Xiao pinched his chin and said in a low voice, "It's best to rest more. I will build a special wheelchair for her. Also, your sister was imprisoned for so long, so it's better to let her connect with the outside world. Make some new friends. If you are worried, I can introduce a few lawfully good teenagers." Gila nodded solemnly. "I owe you one. You already owe me." Han Xiao picked his ears. Gila was struck speechless. She shook her head and remembered. Her personality was indifferent. She was a cold and proud person in her blood, so she did not like to accept friendliness. She did not like accepting pitiful help that felt like charity. However, once she owed a favor, she would never forget it. She was a doer, and she would not say too many words of appreciation. She only remembered the kindness she received when things seemed hopeless, waiting for the day when she could pay Han Xiao back. After a period of silence, Gila asked the question she had been wanting to ask. "Why did you save my sister?" "Foresight, of course." Han Xiao gave the mighty reason. So, what did you foresee? Gila frowned. Han Xiao Bulsh asterisked head and said, I saw that your sister's power will save my life once in the future. Do you believe that? That would make sense. Gila understood. At this time, a small hand pulled his shirt. Han Xiao looked down and saw Aurora was looking up at him with a serious face. Uncle Zero, I will definitely save you. Aurora took what he said seriously. Han Xiao pinched her face and laughed. Zero is in the past. Just call me Han Xiao. Okay, Uncle Han. You can use a younger name. Understood, Uncle Han. Han Xiao rolled his eyes. I still dislike kids. The next day, Han Xiao built a wheelchair and gave it to Aurora. Real leather armrest and seat with stretch cotton inside, giving you comfort like your mother's embrace. And the best part is, Han Xiao flipped open the anti-dust cloth and said, this wheelchair is powered by a foot pedal, but inside is a mini engine, and there is a gear shift beside the armrest. It can go up to 40 kilometers per hour. I just wanted a normal wheelchair. Gila's eye corner twitched. She had never heard of a wheelchair powered by a foot pedal. Then what is the wheelchair even for? 40 kilometers per hour? Are you hosting a wheelchair race? Are you crazy? What kind of mechanic am I if I didn't make any modifications? Han Xiao picked his nose and glanced at Gila. Gila felt the look known as despise from a professional from Han Xiao's eyes. Aurora, however, quite liked the wheelchair. It was like getting a new toy. At this time, Frenzied Sword and the other three approached. Han Xiao called them over to play with Aurora and gave the four of them a pile of missions. He was just worried about not having suitable missions to give them. He could not have all of them dance and sing like Frenzied Sword. It was better to make them play with a little girl. The four players felt novel for these missions. The rewards were unbelievably high. They thought that this was some sort of hidden mission and did it with joy. Aurora connected with Maple Moon the best, and not long after, Bear Cub was on Aurora's legs with its belly facing up and rolling around, making Aurora laugh. The scene was filled with warmth. Gila's eyes became gentle. She stepped back to the side and watched her sister play with her new friends. For many days, Aurora smiled brighter, and her health improved at an obvious rate. Gila and Aurora settled down. The situation of the expedition war was getting better, and the arena in the sanctuary was also completed. Han Xiao immediately focused on important matters. He had set 2 focus points for the things that he was going to do. One was to make early-stage preparations for leaving the planet, getting resources continuously. Another was to improve the player's main city plan, strengthening his impression for players and indirectly increasing his influence. The plans that he had for the Pro League was a huge business opportunity in his eyes. What these 2 focus points had in common was to gain benefit from the players. Hee hee hee. Creepy laughter echoed in the closed room. It has been so long. Chapter 273 Our Belief is, Create Trouble. Chapter 273 Our Belief is, Create Trouble. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The new battle prohibition law in the sanctuary was created. Like litter prohibition, guards and rangers patrolled around, and those who disobey would be captured and detained for an amount of time. The player's main city had to be safe for the players to feel secure. So Han Xiao told Huang Yu to work throughout the night for a proper set of laws. If the players wanted to PvP, they could only leave the city or go to the arena. The arena was built near the square, very close to the reviving point of the players. Sometimes the players could hold back during PvP. Other times they might kill the other accidentally, and the person might lose some EXP. Even then, it could not prevent the players from their thirst for blood. As it was a long journey to leave the city, the arena became the top choice. The basic structure of the arena consisted of an enormous square, and at the heart of that square was the highest and biggest ring, surrounded by smaller rings. Further outside were spectating seats in the staircase style like a sports stadium. The players could only PvP in the square for free. The rings were all closed, and after some inquiry, they knew that the rings were only for gambling battles where the arena was the dealer, only open to those who paid the fee. Although this function was fresh, it was a paid function, and most of the players were broke, so nobody used this function for the time being, only battling for free in the square. The arena was very lively and crowded, and it soon became the official PvP location. Huang Yu felt this was a huge waste of resources. Nobody wanted to pay. Not only did it make them no profits, they even had to pay for the repairs. He felt that Han Xiao's decision was very problematic. It was much better to just let the Inhumans battle outside the city. He felt building the arena was useless, but he did not dare disobey Han Xiao, so he could only grumble in his heart. The situation surprised Han Xiao a little, but he understood why. The players are still exploring at the moment, and obviously only the players who are confident in themselves will dare participate in a gamble battle. Battling in the ring would attract audiences, and with that will come exposure, so the guilds and pro players will most likely be the ones to pay for the rings. The ring functionalities required the players to explore, so it would take some time. However, he was not someone who would just wait. I shall start the fire to help them understand the use of having gamble battles in the ring. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. Every few days, Han Xiao appeared before the players to teach them his abilities and earn EXP. The abilities that he placed in the ability shop were mostly basic abilities that the players had already learned. Spending experience in his shop could largely increase their ability levels, and it was much more worthwhile than spending the EXP directly on leveling up the abilities. This was the main EXP income that he had from the players. He did not teach any core abilities because he had to maintain the difference between himself and the players after all. However, he did selectively teach some not-so-important abilities that the players would learn sooner or later, like the mechanic abilities electromagnetic energy extraction and meticulous repairs, improving the strength of mechanic class players, acting as the mechanic mentor and attracting more players to choose the mechanic class. Only mechanic players had such a good mentor like him on planet Aquamarine. The players went through the energy training technique incident, so they roughly knew they would naturally learn the strong abilities that Han Xiao taught at higher levels, but most of the players were still willing to learn high-level abilities when they were at a lower level, as increasing their current strength had greater benefits in the long term. As for the Esper and Pugilist class advancement knowledge, Han Xiao did not plan on selling them for the time being. These were like a trump card. He wanted to earn a large profit once the players had greater purchasing power. Every time he appeared in front of the players, he would have a stable income of more than 10 million EXP throughout the day, many times faster than doing missions. The tens of thousands of players in Sanctuary 3 accounted for 5% of the total player in Planet Aquamarine. Many new players entered the game. The market potential was very high, and the players' main city plan had a bright future. That day, Han Xiao appeared at the corner of the square as usual and was completely surrounded by the players. After he farmed some EXP, he saw a large group of guild players with a prefix on the name. They were the players of Sky Territory, and the leader of the group was called Rebels Shall Rule. He was the vice-captain of their core Team 1. Here comes the opportunity. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. After he finished teaching the abilities, he suddenly acted like he was talking to himself and said, "Sigh, I've been quite unlucky recently." Rebels Shall Rule immediately noticed. As an experienced player, usually when an NPC talked to themselves, it meant a new mission could be triggered. "Mr. Black Phantom, what are you troubled with?" Rebels Shall Rule asked. "Maybe we can help you to solve it." Han Xiao looked at him and shook his head. No, there need to be at least 10 people to help me." The people of Sky Territory suddenly felt energized. It was a mission indeed, and it was a team mission. This was a mission given by Black Phantom himself. When did he ever scam them? Large guilds always had a lot of members. Rebels Shall Rule created a 10-man team on the spot. Seeing this, Han Xiao said slowly, "Sigh, one of my robots malfunctioned, and I can't control it anymore. I hope you can bring its chip back to me." He set a mission as he was talking. Finding malfunction chip 1. Mission type: Team Chained Mission. Mission introduction. Due to unknown reasons, a guard robot has malfunctioned and gone out of control. First round requirements: defeat Ranger X204 and bring the chip back to Black Phantom. First round rewards: 25,000 EXP, plus 1 relationship point with Black Phantom. Chained mission: Rebels Shall Rule was surprised. Just the reward for the first round was already decent, so the reward would definitely be richer in the later rounds, and it could even increase Black Phantom's relationship points. The relationship points of Black Phantom would not increase after 10 no matter how much money they gave. As for his relationship points, all the players had the desire but were helpless. He placed quite a few strong machines in his item shop. There were ones that had blue and even purple grade. However, the relationship point requirement to buy these were all more than 10. They could only look at them. These were all Han Xiao's bait. Relationship points were worthless alone, but he made it worth something, and this was how the currency system was created. Sky Territory accepted the mission and left joyfully. The surrounding players saw this and also created teams, but Han Xiao did not bother about them. Now the players wondered, why could the Sky Territory trigger the mission but not them? However, they were used to the random triggering mechanism for Black Phantom's missions, so they did not hang on to it. They only were jealous of those lucky Europeans. Suddenly, a group with familiar ID and guild name entered his sight. Han Xiao only then spoke again and repeated what he had previously said. Hidden mission. The members of the Guild of Gods were surprised. These were the players from the official guild of the renowned esports temple of God Club, Guild of Gods. Han Xiao was very familiar with them. They suited the target he was looking for. After Han Xiao's identity was exposed, the people of Guild of Gods only then knew that the zero they were looking for was Han Xiao, and they had missed Han Xiao time after time. Of course, they had failed the mission. The guild leader, Jupiter, was furious. He could not enjoy meals and could not sleep well. He was so frustrated that he almost had constipation. However, it was too beneficial to stick with Han Xiao, and to not lag behind other guilds. The Guild of Gods had no choice but to come to the sanctuary no matter how frustrated they were. Every guild had teams gathered in the sanctuary. This is quite a good mission. Jupiter was overjoyed. He had met a hidden mission just by walking on the street. Luck was finally with him. With a wave, the Guild of Gods created a team on the spot and accepted the mission. An hour later, in the north city side of the sanctuary, a chase was underway. The 10-man team gasped for breath as they chased behind an extremely fast ranger. Faz, faster. Don't let it run away. Rebels shall rule, gasped for breath. They came to this construction area, following the mission requirement, and chased after this out-of-control ranger. The ranger had very strong firepower. Many people in their team had died, and only then could they damage the ranger till it had very little armor left. But when that happened, the ranger suddenly started running. Damn it! Why is it so agile? The people of Sky Territory had bitter faces. It's more familiar with the environment and the terrain than us. Has it developed consciousness? At this time, in the high-rank room at the center of the sanctuary, Han Xiao half lay on the sofa, holding a laptop in his hands. His fingers were moving across the screen casually, and the image was the vision of that out-of-control ranger. This ranger was actually completely under his control. He limited its strength, only letting it out after he took out a huge amount of its ammunition and weaponry yesterday. It was a downgraded version, aimed to give the people of Sky Territory a tough victory. If it was a complete Generation 2.5 Ranger attacking freely with full firepower, more than half of these players would have died in an instant. Of course, the Sky Territory players did not know this. They thought that they were cooperating very well, and only through that they were able to almost destroy this out-of-control robot. This was exactly what Han Xiao wanted them to think. Out of control? Doesn't exist. We've almost caught up. The distance got closer, so Sky Territory forced themselves to focus and prepare for the final attack. Han Xiao looked at the radar map. Suddenly, he smiled evilly, and he controlled this almost dying ranger to speed up suddenly, distancing itself from Sky Territory after many turns, and dashed toward the Guild of Gods, which was searching for the target. Jupiter and the rest were shocked when the ranger showed up. Then they were overjoyed. That's the target. Quickly, focus fire. After just one round of attacks, the ranger broke into pieces, and parts were scattered on the ground. The Guild of Gods was confused. They had hardly done anything, so why did this robot explode? Putting the doubt behind, Jupiter picked up the mission item from the pile of broken parts. Out of control, Ranger's chip. At this time, Sky Territory arrived late, and they were enraged upon seeing what had happened. Damn you, Guild of Gods! You dare to steal our monster! Rebels shall rule was furious. The target that they had chased through more than a dozen streets had been stolen. Anyone would have been angry. Furthermore, the Guild of Golds and Sky Territory had always disliked each other. The screen turned black. Han Xiao threw the laptop to the side, lighted a cigarette, blew out a smoke ring, and started laughing. The players did not have a demand for gamble battle, so he created a demand for them. This has always been Han Xiao's business belief. I'm a professional in creating trouble. Chapter 274, The Battle. Chapter 274, The Battle. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Turns out you guys accepted this mission, too. Jupiter finally understood why the robot had been like paper. They had stolen the kill. Rather than apologizing, Jupiter gloated. The Guild of Gods would never step back when facing other guilds. Furthermore, it was their old rival, Sky Territory. So what if we stole the kill? Suck it up. The argument turned into a conflict very soon. After a group fight, Sky Territory, which was in a sorry shape, was annihilated. Jupiter, I foo *k. Caret and hashtag @ and * and just you wait. Rebels shall rule private message Jupiter. Jupiter closed the chat window straight away. Are you kidding me? Why even play the game if you don't steal kills? They had the mission item, so the people of Guild of Gods returned to complete the mission immediately, and as long as they completed the mission, Sky Territory could only suck it up no matter how unhappy they were. However, Jupiter and the people came to the high-rank area but were stopped. We have completed what Mr. Han Xiao told us to. Why aren't we allowed to enter? We are ordered to not allow any outsiders in. No matter what they said, the guards did not back off a single step. The people of Guild of Gods had no choice but to leave helplessly. They could only wait for Han Xiao to reappear in order to complete the mission. The team left, and after walking for a while, their sight was suddenly blocked. A group of rough men surrounded them, led by Jade Green Sky. They had brought the people of Sky Territory to demand an explanation. That's pretty immoral of you, Jupiter. Our men got the mission first, and the target was also damaged to the last health by us, but you stole the kill out of nowhere. You've got to give an explanation, Jade Green Sky said with a long face. You're overreacting. If anything, you should blame yourselves for being unlucky. Jupiter had no fear. The sanctuary was a safe zone. No one could attack, and they were unafraid of being surrounded. The eyes of the two clashed midair. The guild leaders of the large guilds in China knew each other privately. Jade Green Sky and Jupiter never got along, and there was a reason for this. Their conflict started in the pro scene. Li Gu was the pillar of the Temple of God Club. Hao Tian was the representative of Sky Territory, and Hao Tian lost to Li Gu more than he won. He lost to Li Gu many times during crucial battles. Therefore, the contradiction was very strong. They disliked each other. This stolen mission became the fuse. Although it was just a small conflict, it might become bigger, more so that they were already rivals. The surrounding players saw this and gathered to spectate. It was livelier than the market, and the middle of the road was completely obstructed. They argued with each other for some time before Jupiter said impatiently, Jade, what do you want? Give the mission item back to us. Keep dreaming. Jupiter rejected it immediately. Why did they have to give it back when they stole the kill? Furthermore, he represented the name of the guild. If he backed off, would others not say that he was scared of Sky Territory? Of course, Jade Green Sky would not suck it up either. Both sides not wanting to back off meant the conflict could not be settled. Therefore, they had to talk with their strength. However, he did not want to have a large-scale public fight. The results of both of them losing would mean to be exceeded by other guilds. Jade Green Sky pondered, and suddenly he remembered the gamble battle function of the arena. Was that not the most suitable place to settle their conflict? Okay, since you're not willing to return it, we shall go to the arena and have a gamble battle. Why do I have to fight you? There's no benefit in winning, and I have to give up my thing if I lose. If you lose, you can only give up on what I already have. Humph, we shall make a bet. 2 money, equipment, item, anything at all, Jade Green Sky said provokingly. I'm officially inviting you to a battle. Accept it if you have the guts. He really wanted this chain mission as Black Phantom's mission rewards were always rich, and it could increase Black Phantom's relationship points. It was a good deal. However, Jupiter was not provoked at all. He pushed the people of Sky Territory aside and left. Anyway, he had the item, and as soon as he completed the mission, he would be the one getting all the benefits. There was no point in taking the risk and fighting a gamble battle. The people of Sky Territory were furious. Rebels shall rule furiously demanded, "Leader, are we just letting them go like this?" freewebnovel.com. Provocation. Force them to accept the challenge, Jade Green Sky said angrily. "I'm not going to tolerate this. Ask the members to all publish posts in the forums. Provoke them as much as you can." As the Sky Territory started their attack of words, scandalous posts about the Guild of Gods appeared rapidly, painting an image that Guild of Gods was unreasonable and immoral, that they were scared to accept the challenge, that they picked on the weak and feared the strong. As only those with a VR capsule could post or comment on the forums, there were few *T-stirrers, but this time Sky Territory had evidence and reasons. They made all the members publish posts and started the trend. The rumors were very condescending, but Guild of Gods did not panic at all. The way Jupiter saw it, he just had to wait for Han Xiao to appear and complete the mission. By then, Sky Territory would not be able to do anything no matter how much noise they made. However, many days passed, and Han Xiao had yet to appear. Jupiter started to get anxious. He asked the guards time after time but could not get any information on Han Xiao's whereabouts. Han Xiao could see the forums, too. He did not appear on purpose, and it was like putting Guild of Gods in a fire. As long as the Guild of Gods did not complete the mission item would only bring them trouble. Before the start of the mission, he had already prepared the plan to force two guilds to have a gamble battle in the arena, attract public attention, and make more players know what the use of gamble battling in the arena was. As long as someone did it first and showed the players the purpose of the gamble battle, people with potential demand would realize their need. Guild of Gods and Sky Territory took it as an accident or coincidence. It was impossible for them to guess it was the NPC Han Xiao who gave out the mission that was causing all this. It was completely outside their expectations. Seeing that the rumors were becoming worse to Guild of Gods, Jupiter started to get stressed. Finally, after another day of Han Xiao being missing, Jupiter could not take it anymore. He officially accepted the gamble battle in the forums on behalf of the Guild of Gods. On behalf of Guild of Gods, I accept the gamble battle with Sky Territory. Our chip is the mission item, Out of Control Ranger's chip, and Sky Territory shall provide an item of the same value. The location will be in the arena. Best of 5, winner stays, loser leaves. Win or lose, both parties shall accept the result with dignity and no longer find trouble with the other party. Jade Green Sky replied very shortly after. Sure. The battle between two large guilds had all the players in the sanctuary excited. The fairness of the gamble battle service in the arena was guaranteed by the sanctuary officials. The betting chips were collected before the battle and were guaranteed to be given to the winner. To enjoy this fairness guarantee, one had to rent a ring. Renting a ring incurred fees, contributing to the arena's turnover. The two large guilds were rich. As they wanted the other players to judge the fairness of the battle, they rented the largest ring in the center. It was very high profile. On the day of the battle, players in the sanctuary gathered in the arena, and it soon became crowded. Who do you think will win? Guild of Gods definitely. Sky Territory is no match for them. Guild of Gods actually has the moral low ground this time. Are you kidding? What's wrong about stealing kills in a game? Don't exaggerate the issue. There's a dealer opening a bet over there. I'm going there to bet on Guild of Gods. There's betting. Let's go together. The scene was very noisy, almost like a live concert. The audience waited for quite some time until the competitors of both sides showed up late to the scene. When the audience saw the IDs of both sides clearly, they were all stunned. The competitors were not just guild members. They were all pro players of both of the clubs. Many players cheered in excitement. Their passion was going through the roof. Originally, most of the audience was just there to check it out, but when the pro players appeared, all the audiences became interested right away. The Pro League had not started yet, so normal players had yet to see how strong pro players were. Thus, they were very thrilled. Temple of God really does have a strong foundation. Everyone that came is a top-tier player or not far behind. Sadly, Li Gu is not here. Heard he went to take part in the expedition. Exactly, in comparison, Long Sky is a little bit behind. Most of them are second-tier players. First-tier players Sleepy Winter and Twinkle Fried Rice went to the war too. Wait a minute, am I hallucinating? God, Hao Tian. Hao Tian stood in the Long Sky team expressionless. The audience looked at him in disbelief and admiration. Everywhere he passed by, the audience lowered their voices. It was like he had an unshakable aura. As a pillar of Long Sky, Hao Tian had been requested to attend by Jade Green Sky. His name and skills were much higher than the first-tier players, so he was the pro player that received the most attention in the scene. The contestants felt the pressure when they saw him. The clubs that both large guilds belonged to requested their pro players to attend the battle without any agreement. Seeing the members of the other party, Jade Green Sky and Jupiter were both covered in cold sweat. They thought at the same time, luckily I got the pro players here. Damn, almost got deceived by that fraud **T. The hexagonal center ring was very wide and spacious. The square in the middle was the battleground, and the triangles on the sides were the waiting areas. The people of both Sky Territory and Guild of Gods waited in the waiting areas in the ring. The audience chatted among themselves and waited with anticipation. Some of the players were thinking of something different. Having a gamble battle in the ring seems to be able to increase exposure. Some spectating guilds thought, if I do a challenge, there will be chances to spar with players of all sorts of styles, and at the same time I can profit from betting, some PvP passionate players thought. The spectating pro players nodded too. Not only will challenge gives exposure, one can hone one's skills too. It's quite a good function. Seeing the impact and popularity of the gamble battle of the arena, many players saw its benefits and entertainment value. The reason Han Xiao had triggered the battle between the two large guilds was indeed to make the other players realize what this function could bring, then use the players' own creativity to improve and expand on this function, fulfilling various demands. The renting fee earned was not the most important. What was more important in Han Xiao's eyes was to raise the players' demand and usage for the arena. That way, the impression of a main city would be stronger. Chapter 275, Society. Chapter 275, Society. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. As the star player of Long Sky, Hao Tian was a god player much stronger than the first-tier players. His PvP skills were amazing, and his level was much higher than average. With these advantages, he was the first to step into the ring. His attacks were ruthless and strong like a storm, defeating 3 Guild of Gods contestants in a row. The combat ability of the pugilist class was shown perfectly. The audience had originally expected a tight battle that would go back and forth, but it turned out to be a one-sided annihilation. The entire battle had lasted for more than 5 minutes. The people were astonished. After they stunned for a few seconds, deafening cheers and yells erupted all around. Impressive, cheered the ordinary spectators. God Hao Tian! God Hao Tian! Yelled the passionate audience members. I love you, Hao Tian! Shrieked Hao Tian's fans. Hao Tian's performance refreshed the audience's knowledge of the upper limit of a player's strength at the current stage, and he immediately gained a lot of new fans. Although this was a private gamble battle, the excitement and passion from the audience almost felt like it was a pro competition. I won. Hao Tian's expression changed slightly. He had not expected to win so easily. It was like walking down a path for a long time, and only when he turned around did he realize how much ahead he was of the people behind him. Turned out that, without noticing, he was so much stronger than normal pro players. In the beginning, Hao Tian had just taken Han Xiao's hidden storyline as a lucky opportunity, and when he made it, he did not really treasure it, only taking it as a short-term opportunity. Hao Tian's pro-instinct habit made him always look far ahead to plan for his growth. Black Phantom was a mechanic and he was a pugilist, so he felt he would not follow Han Xiao all the way. He had to look for a new mentor somewhere else just for his abilities. However, at this moment it finally occurred to him how much he benefited from this, and he began to take Han Xiao more seriously. Black Phantom's EXP reward would still be plenty even at max level. Black Phantom's mission reward really were very rich. It was not a big deal to tolerate weird missions for it. As a pro player, having strong willpower, endurance, and a good pair of lungs was fundamental. Seems like I can walk on this Black Phantom path for much longer than I thought. The match was best of 5. Han Xiao won 3 matches in a row and ended the battle, so other Long Sky contestants did not do anything except stare at Han Xiao like fans. In the Long Sky Club, Han Xiao, who had battled in the pro scene for many years, was everyone's idol. A man of few words, always honing his skills, earning Long Sky one champion after another. He was Long Sky's hero, and his name was tied tightly together with the words Long Sky. Guild of Gods was obliterated, and the pro players whom they had invited were all in shock. We are all pro players. Aren't you showing off too much? At least leave us some face. The contestants knew how strong Han Xiao was long ago. Not to mention his skills, the biggest problem was how ahead he was in terms of level, attributes, and abilities. They immediately thought of the fact that Han Xiao had triggered Black Phantom's hidden storyline and were jealous. I wonder what kind of missions he has been getting from Black Phantom that made him level up this fast. The Temple of God's contestants were jealous and envied. They wanted such treatment too, but Black Phantom did not care about them at all. Everyone's level is relatively low, so the difference seems huge. When the Pro League starts, everyone's level will be much higher, and he won't be able to beat us this easily by then. The difference will shrink sooner or later. A Temple of God's contestant attempted to lift his team's spirits. The pro players were just there to help. Winning or losing was not important to them, but Jupiter was filled with rage. He almost wanted to smash Jade Green Sky's arrogant face. With the official guarantee, the mission item was given to Sky Territory. The audience left the scene and continued to discuss Han Xiao's amazing performance. Conflicts between guilds were always a more popular topic, and Guild of Gods would only lose face temporarily for losing the gamble battle. Their position was still one of the top. Many people in the guild complained. If our boss Li Gu was here, Han Xiao would have thrashed. Long Sky just got lucky. What are they even happy about? When things were settled, Han Xiao appeared the next day. Sky Territory completed the mission immediately, and seeing this, Jupiter was filled with regret. If he had known that Han Xiao would appear that day, if he had just endured for one more day, none of this would have happened. Of course, that was just what Jupiter thought. As long as the conflict did not become a gamble battle, Han Xiao would not have appeared in front of them. He was very patient. He had once hidden and endured for half a year before he caught the opportunity to escape that secret germinal base. Han Xiao had actually prepared even dirtier backup plans. If the two large guilds had end up making an agreement privately, resulting in them not having a conflict. Han Xiao's belief was to repeat things till he succeed. At most, he would get even more guilds involved and make the situation even more chaotic. If even that did not work, he would simply distribute a mission that required the guilds to rent the rings. However, that was too obvious, and the great mechanic Han preferred to be discreet. What a horrible loss! Jupiter wanted to cry. At this time, he heard the sound of private message notification. He looked at it, and it was shockingly a call from Li Gu, so he hastily answered it. Boss Li Gu? Freebnovel.com. I saw what happened recently. Do you have the recording of Han Xiao's battle? It was all recorded. Send it to me. Sure, of course. Upon receiving the recording, Li Gu said with satisfaction, with the recording, I can analyze his battle style to prepare for the league. Good job. Hearing that, Jupiter felt much more energetic. It did not matter how much they were at a loss. As long as the pro players benefited from it, it was one of their responsibilities. The battle between the guilds showed people the effect of the ring. Many people were tempted, and guilds and players started to rent rings for challenges or events. The functionalities of the ring started to show. Not only could the players in the arena PvP for free, but they also could join a challenge or some events, so it became more boisterous. Galaxy had more than game functions, it also had socializing functions, and the boisterous arena was obviously a very great place to socialize. Some player even spent all their time in the arena. As a place with a lot of exposure, people who wanted to make a name for themselves had a demand for the ring. Guilds hosted events, pro players took up challenges to interact with normal players, and many others. Like some sports stadiums being rented out for a competition or concert, they were all getting what they needed. According to Han Xiao's experience, not only guilds, even some companies would rent rings to host some small events. like Random Company Name Cup and other competitions that were not officially accepted by the Esports Association, giving prizes to the winners to advertise for themselves. Even some pro players took part in such small competitions for the prizes. How did he know about all that? Don't ask. Anyway, there was a time in Han Xiao's previous life when he was very rich, and he could even splurge on buying instant noodles and cups. Also, the events that companies hosted might not be just PvP competitions. Could also be an art exhibition, sports event, or something else. Mini-games always had their popularity in games. Since Galaxy was extremely realistic, other than not being able to excrete, the players could be as creative as they wanted and play other sports with their superhuman bodies, such as superhuman basketball, pugilist soccer, mechanic rally. These things mentioned were all real in Han Xiao's previous life, and these casual and fun events were very popular among casual players. Because of that, Galaxy started to have a virtual, vibrant society on its own. The players now had only just started Galaxy, so they were still following things more or less strictly and did not have any weird events, and Han Xiao gave them a platform to do so. He guided the players to explore the entertainment possibilities of the game themselves, and there would always be someone who rented the ring that would think of something new to attract attention. The ring was an event and show, attracting players to watch. Normal players could watch the events when they were not participating in free PvP, which would build a habit and culture. Think of it like this: you take a stroll outside every day, and the park that you pass by always hosts all sorts of events. After a while, even if you do not take part, you will eventually be curious and guess what the event will be next time you take a stroll. Therefore, when the arena became a common facility, it would increase the sense of belonging that the players had toward the sanctuary, as interest could be developed and cultivated. Chapter 276, Black Phantom's Machinery Box 1. Chapter 276, Black Phantom's Machinery Box 1. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The benefit that Han Xiao really wanted was to have the players spread the word of how attractive the arena was as a part of a main city, leading to more people coming to the sanctuary for it, bringing in a large number of immigrants and, more importantly, customers. The great mechanic Han had quite a few more ideas, such as opening official bets and creating a PvP ranking system, both of which would attract more players. However, he thought about it and decided not to do that, as neither of those were easy to operate and would only be official if they were made by the game developers. If an NPC like him did it, he felt that there might be some risks and negative impacts. Most importantly, if he could give these rewards officially, he could make these studios and actors lose all their business. Han Xiao would never do that, since one of his businesses in his previous life included that. Although he was benefiting from the players benefited from him as well, so it was a win-win. Therefore, the safest and most comfortable position for Han Xiao was to be neutral, only providing the venue and justice, letting the players explore the rest. It could also be considered guiding the Inhumans to use their extra energy. Once the position of the main city was firm and had a high population in Han Xiao's plan, the next step would be the sinister real estate. As the overseer in charge, other than the places to protect refugees, the rest of the areas in the sanctuary would all be for him to make a profit. Suckers. Ahem. Large customers would, of course, be those large guilds. Business. Seeing the moving people in the square, Han Xiao stroked his chin and sighed. Huang Yu was totally convinced. He used to think the arena was a total waste of resources, but after more than 10 days of observation, he gradually realized the potential benefits. Huang Yu could not understand what Han Xiao's long-term plan was, nor did he know the concept of players, but when he was drawing the accounting reports, he noticed the fees that they charged for the Inhumans largely exceeded what they incurred for repairs. In the long term, the cost would be earned back sooner or later, and whatever else they received would be pure profit, and this was only one of the benefits. The Inhumans were the main manpower for the construction of the sanctuary, but they were weird and difficult to manage. Huang Yu did not want the Inhumans to have too much contact with the refugees, so he drew out areas for the Inhumans to use, yet the Inhumans still looked for refugees very often. Although their motive was to help, it did result in Huang Yu's management measures failing. After the arena was built, Inhumans actively used the arena as the center of their activities. The square and the arena naturally became Inhuman communities, which saved him a lot of management effort, and the entire sanctuary became more organized. This time, Huang Yu was adulating Han Xiao in the office, complimenting on how far-sighted Han Xiao was, how he was wise, and any other cringe-worthy compliment that he could think of. These words came out from Huang Yu's mouth non-stop and jumped into Han Xiao's ears, making Han Xiao feel so disgusted he had goosebumps. After he finally chased Huang Yu away, Han Xiao started to think of the next step for the player's main city plan. Most of the benefits that the arena could bring would only happen in the future, but he was not satisfied with that. To make the sanctuary more attractive as the main city, the arena is just one factor. There is another way to have some recurring events. Other than the festival events from the official game developers, if I want to attract the players to participate in the events, I have to show them actual real benefits. Han Xiao knocked on the table with his fingers and pondered. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration, and an idea came to his mind. The morning in Karst Wasteland was full of sand and fog, giving a feeling of damp and dry at the same time. It was very uncomfortable. However, the areas near the sanctuary were clean and refreshing, so the haze was blocked. The sanctuary already had a rough foundation, and it was equipped with enormous air filtration devices. The sanctuary placed importance in preventing radiation, pollution, and deterioration of the air quality. The players were taking part in building the sanctuary. On the rebar of the protective wall, a group of players was welding. This job was tedious and dangerous, and the players stepped on the rebars wobbly. Be careful, don't fall down. Just as this person said that, another person beside him slipped. The people looked at him as he fell while the sorry scream that person made descended further and further. The protective wall was very tall. It was the most dangerous mission in all of the construction missions, and players died accidentally very often. Told you to be careful. On the other rebar, a player with the ID half a cigarette when lonely said resentfully, **T. Those safer and easier missions with rich reward are all controlled by the large guilds. Us normal players can only do these worse missions. Whenever there were people, there would be conflict. There were many types of sanctuary construction missions, and the easy missions with rich reward were all divided between the large guilds. Most of the solo players could only take the leftovers. The majority of players were just playing casually and were not bothered, but there were also players who did. Filled with contempt, half a cigarette when lonely complained, these large guilds possess the resources, so we've already lost on the starting line. How can we even fight them in the future? Someone beside laughed and said, it's just a game. Why so serious? Playing a game means being the strongest is the best. If not, what's the point of playing? Half a cigarette when lonely rebutted. That's why all of you are so weak. You don't have any dreams. If you're so jealous, why don't you just join a guild? Humph, only the weak stay in groups. The strong play solo, half a cigarette when lonely said. Of course, he was not going to tell them the miserable experience of him getting rejected after applying to join a certain guild. They looked down from above, and suddenly, they realized that on the sanctuary square, players that looked like the size of ants to them were gathered. This was the signature sign of Han Xiao appearing. Suddenly, announcements from other players appeared in the area channel. It seemed like Black Phantom had introduced a new function. The people who were building the protective wall put down what they were doing and went down the wall hastily. Some impatient ones even jumped down directly, died, then revived in the square, saving themselves the time it took to climb down. Half a cigarette when lonely ran to the square, but it was already full of people. Han Xiao stood in a corner of the square. Behind him was a large truck. Like other players, half a cigarette when lonely also extended his neck and looked over curiously. Looking at the crowd, Han Xiao coughed and said loudly, recently, there has been a lot of backlog that I need to get rid of. All of it is packed into boxes. If anyone wants to buy a box, I can sell it for a low price. The players in the square exchanged looks. Packed into boxes, what does that mean? Since it's backlog, is it worth buying? Give me 10, Jade Green Sky said immediately. With the thought of Black Phantom only sells high-quality products in mind, he was willing to be the first one to try. No matter what new function this was, they would know once they use it. 3,000 aquamarine dollars for one box. So expensive. Jade Green Sky was astounded. He braced himself and bought it, spending all the money he had. Although he was the guild leader, it did not mean that he could just bring the guild funds everywhere with him. This was all his own money. After Han Xiao took the money, he took out 10 boxes from the truck. Jade Green Sky opened 9 consecutively, and his face instantly turned black. The boxes were all filled with broken parts and cheap materials. The players on the side shook their heads as they saw this. What backlog? This is all just trash. I wouldn't want any even for free. Only morons would buy such a thing. Jade Green Sky turned around and gave a vicious stare, then opened the last box without any expectations. However, as soon as he opened the box, Jade Green Sky's eyes froze, and he stared into the thing in the box. A retractable knife was lying in the box. In his vision, the name of the knife was shockingly purple. This is a piece of purple equipment. The crowd saw his expression and were curious as well. They stood on tiptoes to look into the box, and all inhaled deeply after they saw what was in it. The exclamation of shock expanded outward like a wave. Up till this moment, the players had yet to see any purple equipment. This was the first one to appear before the players' eyes. Jade Green Sky's chin almost hit the floor. He looked at the 10 boxes before him and suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. Then it occurred to him. Wait a minute, this function. Isn't this opening loot boxes? Chapter 277, Black Phantom's Machinery Box. 2. Chapter 277, Black Phantom's Machinery Box. 2. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Isn't this a loot box? This idea was contagious like a virus, and the players became interested straight away. Some gambling passionate players were already trembling in excitement and could not wait to do a 10 draws of faith, buying 10 loot boxes at once and opening them consecutively. Loot boxes, also known as the sinister path of cashing in or ultimate hand-chopping method, are a classic move for the game developers to earn money. Han Xiao, of course, was very familiar with this. Not only could it awaken the player's inner gambler and suck them into an inescapable hole, but he could also make a profit from it. And he had just the right resources and demand to do it. He could make it into one of the recurring events to attract players. Every planet had their own currency, and after the 3 largest universal civilizations created regulations to improve convenience for the communication between civilizations, they invented the general culture, general currency, and general language. The galactic civilizations' unique currencies could be exchanged into the general currency. However, a planet civilization like Planet Aquamarine, of course, did not receive such treatment. The Aquamarine dollars had almost zero purchasing power and could not be used in the galaxy at all. In fact, it was even too rough to use as toilet papers. Therefore, if he wanted to go into the galaxy, he first had to turn this money into resources and make those resources into machinery. Resources had different values in different civilizations, and it could be considered a currency in the galaxy. Even in the worst case, it definitely had a much higher value than Aquamarine dollars. In version 2.0 Mutation Disaster, the novice planets would come into contact with the galactic civilizations in different ways. The local currencies would then be able to be exchanged into other currencies, and the players would not have to worry about this problem. However, Han Xiao wanted to leave the novice planet in version 1.0, so he had to consider the difference in currency, language, culture, and many other things. All of his assets were in Aquamarine dollars, which was as good as scrap paper outside planet Aquamarine, so he spent all of it to buy materials and build machinery, and building machinery gave him EXP as well, which also aided in his growth. Because of that, he had piled up a lot of useless machinery. Using them as prizes for loot boxes would be a great way of waste utilization. The rarity chance of the loot boxes was completely under his control. Most of them were filled with waste parts and trash. Only a few had very good items. It was impossible to incur a higher cost than profit, which meant it would definitely be profitable. He claimed that he was getting rid of backlog and that there was no guarantee they had good things in them, but although the players knew that there was a chance their money would go to waste, they would still spend the money and bet on their future. Everyone felt lucky before they saw a pile of trash. Fruobnovel.com. Even the players who did not have much money would clench their teeth and buy one to try their luck. If they did not get lucky after some time, they would convince themselves that they would definitely get lucky the next time, and the cycle would repeat itself. Most of the players liked this kind of lucky draw event. There is a small chance of gaining huge profit with a very small cost, similar to the lottery. At the moment, there's no lucky draw anywhere else. There are two types of lucky draws. One is the official game store, and the lucky draw in the game store has yet to happen. This type of lucky draw consists mostly of special VR items like dungeon crystals, genetic healing agents, health and mana potions, EXP potions, cosmetic items, and others. There is no equipment, it is a supplementary type of lucky draw. The other type of lucky draw is between the organizations and characters. This then is the right path to gain benefits directly. For example, some organizations and groups have a contribution point system that can be used to lucky draw strong items or equipment. Some mysterious sellers have gambling games, and some organizations make the players buy off their old inventory. When the organizations and civilizations understand the players more and use them as mercenaries, only then will some characters have lucky draws. This could be considered the organizations trying new ways to motivate inhuman mercenaries with profit. The player's impression of me is most likely around the lines of planet main character, mechanic mentor and businessman, handsome, and important legendary NPC. The players will be more accepting if I'm the one doing the lucky draw event. Furthermore, the first lucky draw event should be able to attract the most attention. 3,000 for one box was not cheap, but the players had some spare cash at their current level. Thus, it should not be a big issue to buy one or two. Furthermore, if they got purple equipment, they would become extremely rich. There was no purple equipment on the market at all, which meant that the seller would be able to set the price. What's scarce is precious, so it would definitely have an outrageous price. All the eyes were focused on the truck full of boxes. The players' eyes were flashing with all sorts of different meanings, and when they saw Han Xiao standing to the side, all of their tiny malicious thoughts extinguished. It was better to be honest and pay the price. No point looking for a horrible death. In the 10 boxes, 9 were trash, and only one had a piece of purple equipment. It was unclear whether Jade Green Sky was lucky or the ratio was this high. The players started to buy the loot boxes. The boxes were opened one after another. Some were content, and some were upset. Other than trash, there were also other things, such as some useful materials and some green or blue equipment. Overall, the response was quite positive. However, there was not a second piece of second purple equipment. Could it be that the purple equipment only appears with 10 consecutive draws? A player said, all fired up and unable to control himself. Not likely. I feel that the rarity chance is a little weird and cannot be looked at with common sense. Firstly, we have to understand one thing, which is whether this action of Black Phantom introducing loot boxes is part of the storyline. Galaxy is extremely realistic, and every character seems to have an individual mind, almost like the real world. A character's actions definitely have its unique reason or motivation. So, is this lucky draw an official function from the game developers? Or is he really cleaning his warehouse? A guy at the side pushed his glasses, and a glint of wisdom flashed in his eyes. If he really is cleaning his warehouse, why didn't he just throw away the backlog but sold it to us instead? Yo, you're quite familiar with this, brother. The people's attention was attracted by this guy's speech, and they looked at him. Then they saw this guy's ID, king of single draw. The surrounding players' mouths twitched. No wonder he made so much sense. He clearly was experienced, given that ID. That makes some sense, so how can we know? Someone asked. The inventory in the heavy truck became lesser and lesser. King of Single Draw's eyes sparkled. He shouted across the crowd and asked, how many more boxes are inside? Han Xiao waved his hand and said, there is a total of 786 boxes. 530 left now. The players were stunned and surprised. They had thought that the boxes were unlimited, but that was not the case. Now, some spectating players could not wait anymore. They held onto their money and joined the queue. King of Single Draw changed his style. With one arm around his chest and one arm holding his chin, like a contemplating detective. That's right. Since it's limited, it's impossible for it to be an official function. Black Phantom really is clearing his backlog. However, he chose to pack it into boxes and sell them instead of just throwing them away. Also, there was even an undamaged rare purple equipment in the backlogs. This wouldn't make sense for it to be waste utilization. Therefore, the only explanation for this would be that this isn't really backlog clearing. Black Phantom is actually giving out benefits by doing this. That's right, we Inhumans helped him to build the sanctuary, so he wanted to reward us. King of Single Draw concluded his thoughts quite loudly, and the players in the square heard and understood instantly. It sounded logical and was quite believable. If it is an official loot box function, the chances would be announced for sure, but if it's part of the storyline, then us players will have to experience it ourselves and conclude the hidden rarity chance. King of Single Draw's eyes kept sparkling. The game developer will make sure you never win anything too strong from a lucky draw for balance purposes. But Black Phantom's rewarding lucky draw is a different case. There might really be something good, which means these machinery boxes might really have some god equipment that will make the entire world tremble. The crowd turned wild upon hearing that. They were extremely excited. Han Xiao was stunned as he listened from the side, and he was very confused. I don't remember hiring an actor. Where did this guy come from? Chapter 278, Black Phantom's Machinery Box, 3. Chapter 278, Black Phantom's Machinery Box, 3. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Some people drew once, some people drew 10 consecutive times, but there was no difference. Han Xiao only controlled the overall cost of the boxes and did not bother when selling them off. It all depended on the player's luck. There was no manipulation behind the scenes. He wanted the players to feel the warmth of being home. If there was a guaranteed prize every 10 consecutive draws, it indeed would attract more people to make consecutive draws, but he was using the limited selling mode. There were only so many boxes every time he sold them, so they would definitely be sold out. Not only would guaranteeing a prize every 10 consecutive draws not give him a higher profit, but it would also increase his costs. If there was a guaranteed prize every 10 consecutive draws in combination with the limited purchases, there might be some rich guilds that would bulk purchase, suppressing the normal players with their resources, and that would not be good. There was only one purple equipment in the first batch of boxes, the one Jade Green Sky got, and only this one had been given out purposely by Han Xiao to grab the player's interest. The rest of the boxes had a few blue pieces of equipment, about a dozen green pieces of equipment, and some useful parts and materials. This rarity chance was acceptable to the players for the most part. The first batch had more than 700 boxes, but only a small group of the players out of tens of thousands of players bought one. The rest were watching on the sides. This batch of backlog is finished. There will be scheduled backlog cleaning in the future, Han Xiao said. Ah, that's it. Players had not gotten enough yet. They were still tempted for more. However, they could not do anything about it no matter how much they wanted more. The players could only watch as Han Xiao drove away. The players who benefited from it were content. Half a cigarette when Lonely was jealous, and he touched his wallet. 3,000 for one box, so expensive. I definitely can't get anything good with my luck. Should I buy it? 3,000 per box. I sold more than 700 boxes this time, so it's roughly a lot of money, Han Xiao calculated as he drove. After deduction of cost, the net profit was tens of thousands. His funds formed a cycle, supporting his expenses in buying materials to build machinery with ease. It was even more stable than selling items and more profitable. He placed suitable high-quality items in the boxes that suited the player levels, not giving anything that was too strong. The players in the sanctuary discussed a lot about the first loot box event. Their interest was sparked. Han Xiao grabbed the opportunity and started the next loot box event a few days later. After 4 times, finally, all the players in the sanctuary got used to this recurring event. At fixed intervals, the players would wait for Han Xiao in the square in advance, rubbing their hands in anticipation. Every batch had hundreds of boxes. It took 20 minutes to be sold out at the start, and by the 4th time it only took 6 minutes. This clearly reflected the players' acceptance and passion for this event. Han Xiao's initial goal of hosting this event was achieved. The message spread out from the Planet Aquamarine panel in the forums. The players had almost never seen a purple equipment before, and they did not know where to get them. At this time, Han Xiao's loot box event appeared out of nowhere, being the only way to acquire purple equipment at the moment. It received well-deserved attention, and the influence was growing. Han Xiao saw how rowdy the forums were. The few players who had won the purple equipment made posts to show off, with a lot of envious and jealous comments below. Here to see the purple equipment boss. Suck. Another round of 10 draws. Don't hold me back. I didn't lose my mind. I will definitely see purple this time. My intuition is never wrong. I thought this game is different from the other lustful sluts. But you betrayed me. The content has made me uncomfortable. Reported. Music lyrics. We are different. No guarantee in 10 consecutive draws. A miracle in a single draw. I've learned something new. Guild of Gods buying purple equipment. Negotiable price. Private message if interested. Sky Territory buying purple equipment. A higher price than Guild of Gods. Private message if interested. Got trash for all 9 draws. Watching post owner show off. Passing by with trash in all 13 draws. Trash in all 18 draws. Damn. I'm going to rob Black Phantom's warehouse tomorrow. You have my admiration. I will take care of your wife and daughter. Rest in peace. Salute. Salute +1. Keep the formation. Salute +2. Salute +2,333. All sorts of comments came from the players. They gave Han Xiao's loot boxes a name. Black Phantom's machinery box. Always leading the trends. Never to be surpassed. A large amount of funds had come into his pocket, so Han Xiao bulk purchased materials and parts without caring about the price at all. He spent most of the time in the workshop and built machinery continuously, turning aquamarine dollars into valuable materials and machinery, at the same time acquiring quite a lot of EXP. Also, he built low-level purple equipment as prizes for the loot boxes. He was way ahead of the players, and the machinery that he did not need was rare equipment to the players. Finally, all the time that he had spent growing himself now was paying off. The sanctuary was on the right path. Huang Yu took care of the cumbersome and small issues, and Han Xiao just had to sign the documents. Gila was accompanying Aurora for her recovery exercises. Frenzied Sword, Maple Moon, Bun Hit Dog, and Hao Tian all received missions to play with Aurora with rather generous rewards. Han Xiao was currently giving them space to grow themselves. At the same time, Han Xiao did not forget to look at the war situation. The 6 nations had the complete upper hand. The Germinal organization was basically at the breaking point, and he estimated that the Germinal organization would soon be defeated, ending the war completely and liberating the entire planet Aquamarine from the shadows of war. The last time that he had browsed intelligence on the dark net, the number of wanderers had reduced by 30% compared to before the war. They had joined organizations for protection. Han Xiao felt weird about this. It was like people gave up their freedom due to fear in exchange for safety. The situation was getting better as time passed, but Han Xiao believed in Murphy's Law. He did not want to pay too much attention to the battlefield before things were settled, in case there might be an accident. However, he had done whatever he needed to do. He had given the 6 nations all the intelligence and killed a few Germinal organization's executive officers. The 6 nations had the upper hand in military power, intelligence, and almost everything. If they could not even win, they might as well eat *T. Thus, Han Xiao was temporarily focused on the players' main city plan. This day, Han Xiao drove another truck of boxes, and the players swarmed in. Every Black Phantom's machinery box. King of Single Draw didn't buy anything. He was patient and he observed like a hunter, recording the results of other players, calculating the rarity chance. Some players were influenced by him. They sat beside him and tried to do the same thing. At this time, a voice full of confidence appeared within the crowd. "Give me 100 boxes." The people were shocked. They followed the voice and looked over as a player with the ID, "So poor I only have money left," walked out swaggering. "So poor I only have money left. Is this a true rich person? 100 boxes, that's 300,000 aquamarine dollars. Good God. He really is a truly rich person. Can we be friends?" Indeed, only the large guilds have done consecutive draws before, and the highest was only 15 boxes at once. 100 is way too much. I have never seen anything like this before. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Such a boastful ID. It was like a pile of large leeks walking in front of him. Chapter 279 Luck is the Ultimate Path. Chapter 279 Luck is the ultimate path. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. 100 boxes were stacked neatly like a hill. It was a rare scene, and the players paused from buying and watched curiously. So poor I only have money left took a deep breath and opened the boxes quickly. The surrounding spectators extended their necks, and their expression changed from anticipation to shock and finally to mockery. All 100 boxes had been opened, but the best was only a blue assault rifle. The waste parts stacked like a hill. So poor I only have money left's face turned green. 100 boxes and got blue equipment. Nice. You have my admiration, Chief. Money can't change your fate, bro. New documentary, Galaxy. Fall of a Rich Man. Why do I feel so good? So poor I only have money left grabbed his hair in frustration. As his ID suggested, he was rich indeed, and he was used to spending a lot of money which brought him profit most of the time. He was rich, so he could do anything he wanted. Lucky draw events were his favorite. He did not care about whether he profited or lost money. He just liked the moment of pleasure when he won something. However, he did not win with Han Xiao. Black Phantom's machinery box did not guarantee anything no matter how many one bought at once. Like the lottery, it was completely about luck and probability. So poor I only have money left bought 100 boxes because he thought there was a higher chance of winning something, but he had been very unlucky this time. Although it was good to have a rich customer, Han Xiao did not give him any special treatment. No guarantee meant no guarantee, and he did not want to break the rules because of rich people. His target customers were all the players. He wanted to turn this into a main city specialty and have more people take part in the event, not turn it into an event just for the rich. The number of boxes was limited after all, and not having any guarantee for consecutive purchases was to avoid a single person buying too many boxes. If there was a guarantee for consecutive purchases, the other rich people would also do the same. Every batch of limited boxes would be snatched away by a few rich people, and the chances for the other players to take part would be much lower. It would make the event less attractive. Long-term growth was more important. Anyone would be somewhat affected by the majority, and as soon as this evolved into a mass hobby, demand, and habit, its influence on the entire player base would be different. So poor I only have money left wanted to buy again, but the other players were now unhappy about it. They took the previous 100 boxes opening as a form of entertainment, but the number of boxes was limited. It would have crossed the line if he bought even more. Seeing that the crowd was unhappy, so poor I only have money left could only scratch his head awkwardly and step aside. On the side, King of Single Draw was full of disdain. He told the people around him, see? Throwing money has no technicality at all. The best method is to calculate the rarity chance through a lot of observation and research. As he was speaking, he smiled confidentially, and light reflected off from both his teeth and glasses. Now, watch my performance. Bringing a group of people, King of Single Draw walked toward Han Xiao. He paid close attention and calculated in his heart. After a few players finished buying, he suddenly yelled very loudly and shocked the crowd, then squeezed into the front line of the queue and bought the next box. He, according to my experience, there's definitely something good in this box. King of Single Draw was full of confidence. He opened the box with looks of anticipation from the crowd. Congratulations, you have received waste part *18. The crowd suddenly turned silent and looked at him weirdly. The atmosphere was very awkward. King of Single Draw's mouth twitched. He coughed and said, "You guys should know that this is a matter of probability. If at first you don't succeed, try and try again. There'll definitely be something good." However, his next single purchases were all trash. His followers looked at him with more and more doubts. Can you even do it? Bullsh *T. Next time. Purple will definitely appear next time. King of Single Draw's eyes were red. Like a gambling addict, he bought one more box. He closed his eyes and mumbled, "God, please give me luck this time." After he repeated that more than a dozen times, he felt his palms heating up, like an unknown force had just descended into him. Famous words of many people flashed through his mind. This time, surely. King of Single Draw opened his eyes suddenly. With a gush of confidence, he yelled and flipped open the box. pile of trash. King of single draw froze in place. Lost. Why? Why is this happening? Are all the trends I've been researching fake? The loot boxes are fake. The world is fake. Everything is fake. In the crowd, half a cigarette when Lonely touched his wallet. It was finally his turn. He hesitated and said, "I'll have one." This was his first time buying Black Phantom's machinery box. He had been spectating hesitantly until then. Although 3,000 aquamarine dollars was not really a lot, he was just a normal player, and his money had all been made through hard work of doing missions here and there, so he treasured his money a lot. However, seeing that many players had won good equipment in this event, he was a bit tempted. Then, he finally decided to just buy one box. Half a cigarette when Lonely had very low expectations. He would be satisfied with just green equipment, and he did not even dare to think about blue or purple equipment. After running to the side, half a cigarette when Lonely held his breath and opened the box. Purple light surged into his eyes. Purple equipment. Half a cigarette when Lonely was stunned, trembling in excitement. The players beside looked over with jealous. Another lucky one. TSK. I want purple equipment too. There was someone who won a purple equipment every time. Although it was rare, the players had seen it happen a few times and were used to it. They stopped paying attention after being jealous for a while. Half a cigarette when Lonely took out the purple high-caliber Berserk Eagle, played with it in his hands, and suddenly felt an impulse. How about, buy another one to try my luck? Half a cigarette when Lonely clenched his teeth, bought another box, and opened it casually. Purple light again. Half a cigarette when Lonely mouth fell open, and his heart was hit with immeasurable surprise. The surround players looked over again, very surprised. He got another purple piece of equipment? That's really lucky. Quick. Breath in the air of luck. 2 draws, 2 wins. Might as well go buy a lottery ticket. So what if he's lucky? I will be as well one day. Brother, you are allowed to show off, but don't cross the line. Some were jealous. Some were amazed. Some were sour. So poor I only have money left was speechless. He had bought 100 boxes at once and could not even compare with someone else casually buying 2 boxes. What kind of world is this? What happened to the rich's privileges? King of single draw clenched and ground his teeth. He was on the edge of losing it, screaming in his heart. The purple equipment should have been mine. How about another one? Half a cigarette when Lonely touched his wallet. He had just a bit more than 3,000 left. On impulse, he decided and bought one more, like a gambler tasting the sweetness of winning, falling into the abyss of cashing in. Will I win this time? Half a cigarette when Lonely suddenly regretted it a little. To win 2 times in a row was already extremely lucky. 3 in a row had way too low a probability. Furthermore, there were, at most, only 3 pieces of purple equipment in every batch of Black Phantom's machinery box. If he won again, did that not mean he had won every purple equipment of this batch? He anxiously opened the 3rd box, and the familiar purple light surged again. Half a cigarette when Lonely was completely stunned. All the surrounding players were completely stunned. 3 single draw wins in a row. What kind of luck is this? No, this can't be called luck anymore. This is a damn blessing. The people looked at half a cigarette when Lonely with shock. Chapter 280 Galaxy Times. Other possibilities of the main storyline. Chapter 280 Galaxy Times. Other possibilities of the main storyline. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios freewebnovel.co. Miracle 3 single draws in a row. My knees hurt. Baby. Come out and look at God. Han Xiao was shocked too. He had only placed 3 purple items in this batch, and they had all been bought by the same person. His luck was unbelievably good. Han Xiao almost wanted to skin half a cigarette when Lonely and see if he was Bennett in disguise. Manipulation behind the scenes? Non-existent. Half a cigarette when Lonely was completely stunned. This time, so poor I only have money left walked over to him with admiration on his face. Do you have any technique or something? Please teach me. I can pay you. So poor I only have money left's eyes sparkled. What technique? I'm just lucky. Half a cigarette when Lonely waved his hand hastily. King of Single Draw's vision turned black. Everything was bullsh *T in front of luck. After he finished selling the boxes, Han Xiao left. Half a cigarette when Lonely immediately got surrounded, the players all looking at him. Some believed that he had a special technique to opening loot boxes, whereas others had malicious motives. However, the main city was a safe zone, so they did not dare do anything. Friend, are you selling the purple equipment? The price can be negotiated. Not for sale, half a cigarette when Lonely answered subconsciously. He turned around, and the person who had spoken to him was a male player. Half a cigarette when Lonely looked at his ID and took a deep inhale. Ancient Dynasty Guild Leader. Morning Snow Twilight Frost. The three biggest names in China's esports were Temple of God, Dynasty, and Fried Eggplants with Fish. Ancient Dynasty was the official guild of the Dynasty Esports Club. Li Guo from Temple of God was ranked second in the China Pro Player official leaderboard, and the player that ranked first was the best player in Dynasty. Ancient Dynasty was different from other guilds. They kept a very low profile, but their position was still superior and no one could ignore them. I see. Morning Snow Twilight Frost scratched his chin and said casually, "Then, do you want to join our guild?" Half a cigarette when Lonely was surprised and agreed immediately. Morning Snow Twilight Frost sent him the invitation on the spot, and after half a cigarette when Lonely agreed, the guild prefix appeared on his interface. Just like that, half a cigarette when Lonely joined the renowned guild, feeling it was all a dream. He claimed to dislike guilds because the guilds that he had requested to join all rejected him, and these small guilds were nothing compared to the Ancient Dynasty. The guild leader himself had invited him to join, so half a cigarette when Lonely felt refreshed and jubilant immediately. The guilds hold onto the resources, but this kind of lucky draw is the chances for us normal players to rise. This is the only way we can only get high-level equipment with little cost. Black Phantom's machinery box is really a blessing. Half a cigarette when Lonely was content. Black Phantom's machinery box's popularity continued to grow. Players published all kinds of posts in the forums. Some posts that calculated the rarity chance for the box mentioned King of Single Draw and So Poor I Only Have Money Left as negative examples, adding salt to their injury, especially So Poor I Only Have Money Left's incident of getting just blue equipment after buying 100 boxes at once. Half a cigarette when Lonely's miracle draws were also mentioned. When he opened a few more boxes later on, his luck remained, and he got 2 more purple equipment, causing more surprise and jealousy. With so many pieces of purple equipment in hand, his strength would definitely not be weak. The people also noticed that he had joined Ancient Dynasty Guild, and the other guilds regretted how they did not grab the opportunity. Han Xiao was quite tempted to bring half a cigarette when Lonely into his team, but he gave the idea up after some considerations. Luck was not something one could depend on. Half a cigarette when Lonely's skills were not up to his recruitment standard, and compared to luck, Han Xiao trusted more in true skills. On the forums, some people compiled lists of all the useful items people received from the boxes, including machinery, useful materials, and parts. The large amount of good loot attracted more players, and the other players across the continents were all jealous of the loot box event in Sanctuary 3. More Southern Continent players came after they heard about this. Even the players that went on the expedition wanted to return right now. They had thought that there would be a lot of missions and opportunities during the war, but who knew the situation would change so fast? After Han Xiao stole the secrets of the Germinal organization, they could barely even struggle, so the players ended up only watching. The Western Continent and Northern Continent players wished they had been born in the Southern Continent, that they could just grow a pair of wings and fly to Sanctuary 3. Unfortunately, due to the war, intercontinent flights were closed temporarily. The Andrea players were the unluckiest bunch. They felt like they had not experienced anything good since creating their characters. The loot box event was a huge success. Han Xiao started one more new event to further strengthen his position. The event this time was publishing a type of prize pool mission as another recurring mission in the main city. The feedback was quite positive as well. The players saw more benefits, at the same time increasing the variety of events in the main city. Han Xiao gave some material to Bun Hit Dog for the next episode of his show. With a more detailed introduction of Han Xiao's past and experience, More detailed than the post in the forums, it once again strengthened the player's impression of him, at the same time promoting Sanctuary 3. The player's reaction was very important to Han Xiao, who spent most of his time to look through the forums, which looked like he was staring into the black to Gila and the rest. Galaxy Times published a new episode. The subtitle is Planet Aquamarine War? The Galaxy Times really used a single planet as their title, yet they are focusing on Planet Aquamarine this time. I don't remember this episode from my previous life. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled, and he clicked into the video. Hello players, the male host, Spring, greeted. This is Galaxy Times, dedicated to sharing first-hand game information. Your gaming career is our top priority. Spring, I have been learning an instrument recently. Really? What instrument did you learn? Autumn. I'll perform for you and you have to guess. The female host took out a guitar and played a familiar rhythm. After she finished, she asked, Spring, can you guess what did I play? You're playing the guitar. The opening joke was as awkward as always. After enduring that part, they finally started talking about serious matters. The hosts first started talking about the things happening in the pro scene, the problems that the players met, then changed the topic to their theme for this episode. Recently, many things have happened in Planet Aquamarine. The war between 6 nations and the Germinal organization broke out, and it affected the entire planet. Players were experiencing this event. Without a doubt, this is definitely one of the main storylines of the planet, and compared to other planets, the main storyline in Planet Aquamarine broke out the earliest. Therefore, it is of significance. In today's episode, we will be analyzing the main storyline war on Planet Aquamarine, concluding the characteristics of main storyline events, and predicting its influence in the future. After hearing this, Han Xiao finally understood why this episode appeared. Under his influence, the war main storyline between the 6 nations and the Germinal organization had broken out a year in advance, and the players were still in the early stages at the moment. Most of the main storyline on the novice planets were still brewing. Therefore, the global war on Planet Aquamarine attracted the most attention. It was a very good material for an episode. The two hosts first introduced the planet background of Planet Aquamarine, then started to analyze the situation. The war has lasted close to 2 months and has now entered its final stage. The Germinal organization is at the edge of defeat. The war also made a very obvious impact on the planet's structure. A big organization for the players, Germinal organization, is now facing their end. The players belonging to the Germinal organization are in a very bad situation, not knowing where to go after the war. There will most likely be a few possibilities: becoming the remnants of the Germinal organization, joining the 6 nations, or maybe becoming wanderers. From this event, it can be concluded that one of the characteristics of the main storyline is that it will have a huge impact, pose a drastic change, have a large scale, and so on. However, although the Planet Aquamarine players participated in the war main storyline, they did not make much of an impact. They were just normal soldiers and had limited effects on the big picture. Of course, we also saw many possibilities from this. The players now have a rather low average level, and it should be different once their level is higher. Therefore, players from other planets, look forward to your own main storyline events. As the participation level of the players was not high, we can conclude that the Planet Aquamarine main storyline might very well be rushed. It's more like a cutscene plotline in the player's perspective. With this thought in mind, our teams arranged the data from the players in the forums and noticed something very interesting. Please look below. These are the 2 possible scenarios of the Planet Aquamarine main storyline that our channel deduced. This time, 2 tables appeared on the screen with different content, describing a revolutionary event before the start of the expedition war. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. One of the tables included the things that he had done, such as escaping from the Germinal organization, exposing intelligence that caused the destruction of Germinal organization bases, and so on. That was all the current storyline. He exposed his identity, and this data was given to the players through different sources as well. His deeds in the table were all marked red. Another table took away the things he had done, and the derived result was completely different. It was assumed that the conflict between the 6 nations and the Germinal organization would start from the bases in various continents, which all the players would be able to take part in. The players would then grow through these opportunities. The war would only happen when the level of the players was much higher, and it would last many times longer than now. This caught Han Xiao's attention, and he continued to watch. Interesting, this is very similar to the storyline of my previous life. Their logic and observations must be really detailed to be able to notice this. There are hidden talents in the players after all. As everyone can see, the male host continued, the derived result of these two tables are completely different. One of them is the current storyline, and another is a derived storyline. However, the derived storyline seems to have more characteristics of how the main storyline should be. So what led to the difference in the results? That's right. These events marked in red are indeed the key turning points behind the war breaking out in advance. And the key to this is someone that the Planet Aquamarine players are all very familiar with. Black Phantom, Zero, Han Xiao. Chapter 281, The Limitations of Being a Main Character. Chapter 281, The Limitations of Being a Main Character. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. The two hosts carefully analyzed the main storyline for the audience and followed it with the episode's main topic, Han Xiao. As the main character on Planet Aquamarine, Han Xiao's character was frequently talked about on the forums, and other planets' players were also able to get to know him from the show. Han Xiao raised his eyebrow at this. It was not the first time that his name had appeared on Galaxy Times. It was a given, considering how much he had worked to raise his popularity among the players. With Han Xiao revealing his own identity and many more plot points behind the scene, Galaxy Times was able to come up with their version of Planet Aquamarine's main storyline. The players mainly agreed with what they said as well, as their explanation was pretty logical. From the player's perspective, Han Xiao had an essential role in the Six Nations and Germinal storyline. Now that the story had already been set in stone, his recent achievements emphasized his importance in the main storyline, allowing more players to become interested in him. I am very famous on Planet Aquamarine, but my popularity is limited with the players from other planets. Getting reported on by Galaxy Times due to my recent actions could be counted as a kind of advertisement, Han Xiao muttered. The female host continued the segment. According to the above, Black Phantom played a main role in the Six Nations and Germinal storyline. Based on the information gathered by the players, we can make bold assumptions that every single main storyline will have a key character like Han Xiao, otherwise known as the planet's main character. We could even say that each planet's main storyline was started by someone like Han Xiao. Han Xiao shook his head a few times when he heard that. In truth, the main character of the Six Nations and Germinal storyline was the Germinal leader. But, that was not important. The male host picked up when the female host stopped. Logically, all NPCs are capable of starting events on their own, and the stronger and more experienced NPCs will be able to add diverse storylines into a planet story. So, this also means that main storyline characters are limited by the map they're based in. In Black Phantom's case, he is currently a hot topic in Planet Aquamarine's main story, but does this mean that he will remain an important NPC in the future? Most likely not. His area of activity is limited to the beginner planet that he's on, and once space travel is unlocked in future versions, once important NPCs such as him will just become fodder. On the other hand, those NPCs that have ties with galactic organizations or entities will have the highest potential to affect future plot development. Another beginner planet, Icewinter Planet, was under the control of the Hell Demons, a powerful galactic entity, and is more likely to have NPCs who will develop into the later stages of Galaxy. Planets such as Planet Aquamarine and Planet Longtune with underdeveloped civilizations have less of a prospect. The show covered all sorts of topics, and some of the audience agreed while others argued against it. Once the hosts were done analyzing the situation on Planet Aquamarine, they moved on to interviewing the pro players. Han Xiao was not interested in this and stopped watching. He had thought that the show was going to keep on praising him, but it turned out that they only turned around to backstab him in the end. However, the hosts did have a point. It was like how LV1 players would get bullied by the bosses in the novice villages, but once the players leveled up, those bosses would become nothing but small fries. Han Xiao was also well aware of the fact that Planet Aquamarine was not an impressive beginner planet. But that did not mean that he was going to just do nothing. Once he thought about his plan, he smirked and said, "We'll see about that." Bang! The alchemy room's door was first twisted before being blown off its hinges and smashing into all the tools and equipment on the table. Emerald Grass, who had her back to the door, was shocked and turned around to see what had happened. All she saw was a figure by the door with blazing red hair who was walking toward her with enmity. "What do you want?" Emerald Grass was alarmed and pointed at the intruder. Vines started to grow out of the surrounding crates and danced in the air like venomous snakes. Gila was surrounded by a dark red energy, and with eyes also blazing with a crimson light, she said in a cold voice, "Give it." Emerald Grass frowned and walked to the side as she revealed a row of test tubes on a table, each filled with some sort of bright red liquid. She shook her head and asked, "Do you mean these potions? These are all developed from your sister's DNA. Do you want to try? They have pretty amazing effects." Gila, without even hesitating, raised her hand and shot out her red energy toward the test tubes. Emerald Grass cursed silently and hurriedly moved her plants to block Gila's attack to protect the potions. Bang! The dark red energy waves cut through the vines like hot knife through butter, and the clean cuts sprayed green juice all over the place. Emerald Grass barely dodged the attacks, and the walls around her were all blasted right through. Lunatic! Emerald Grass gritted her teeth and tried her best to block Gila's attacks. The red energy waves clashed with the plants again and again, causing explosions to reverberate throughout the room and debris to fly all over the place. The guards outside were frightened, and they did not know who to help. "Quick! Inform Lord Black Phantom about this." The guard captain immediately made a decision and turned around. But before he could get very far, a black shadow had appeared at the end of the road and sped over. It was Han Xiao. Han Xiao was always monitoring the alchemy room, and the moment he saw the fight begin, he rushed over. "Stop!" Emerald Grass's forehead was covered in sweat. Her powers were not as strong as Gila's when it came to direct confrontations, and she was afraid that she would sustain injuries the moment she stopped using her powers. "I will stop if she stops." Gila's expression remained unchanged as she had already steeled herself to kill Emerald Grass. Han Xiao frowned, and faint blue light started to gather under his feet. He lightly stepped, causing this energy to spread through the floor, causing a mini earthquake that split open the ground. Buzz! 8 metal gun barrels popped out of the ground, and one could hear sounds of gears locking into place. They quickly turned into mini turrets and were pointed straight at the two combatants. Trap-type mini mobile turret. A new creation. They were placed in all the important areas in the shelter and could only be activated by Han Xiao. "I think you may be forgetting who owns this place," Han Xiao said in a low voice. Gila gritted her teeth but backed off in the end, albeit with a murderous expression still on her face. Emerald Grass finally relaxed and let out a breath as she massaged her temple. She had just been attacked in the mind by Gila's shockwaves and was suffering from some painful headaches. "You didn't keep up your promise of protecting my sister." Gila turned her head and stared right into Han Xiao's eyes. Han Xiao sighed helplessly. "You're overreacting." Emerald Grass held up one of the test tubes. "Humph. I made these using the DNA I got from Aurora's hair strands. I was just recycling. I didn't even hurt your sisters. What are you so mad about?" "You can't," Gila said in a cold voice. To her, Emerald Grass's actions were too similar to Germinal's, and it made her remember some painful memories from the past. Neither wanted to back off, and Han Xiao's head was starting to hurt. Conflict with allies was not easy to resolve. At this moment, Aurora strolled over in her wheelchair, with the bear cub swinging back and forth on her legs. Aurora looked much better than she had done a month ago. Her once shriveled hair had become soft and smooth. Her once bony body had started to take on some weight, and she was emitting a positive and shiny aura. Her power that had been suppressed for so long was finally released, and it allowed her to look like a normal person again within a month. "Sis, why are you fighting with the doctor?" Aurora asked in a worried tone. Emerald Grass stared at Gila and then gave a thorough explanation of what had happened. Aurora was shocked. She blinked a few times, then said, "It's just some hair. I don't really mind if it can help Uncle Han. Before, there was only her sister who treated her well. But now, with Han Xiao caring for her too, she was happy to contribute in any way she could. This way, she would feel better as she was somewhat paying back Han Xiao's favor. Han Xiao did not really have an opinion about this. He knew that Emerald Grass was conducting experiments, but since she only used some hair, he had just turned a blind eye to it. Gila had definitely overreacted a bit this time. Aurora gave a bright smile and said, "Sis, you don't have to worry. I'm not that fragile." Gila remained silent for a while before she turned around and started to walk away. Okay. After this whole fiasco, Han Xiao let the guards take care of the cleanup. Emerald Grass walked up to him and had an odd smile on her face. "I didn't know there were this many turrets near the alchemy room. You're keeping a watch over me, aren't you?" Han Xiao gave her a glance. "Hee. Don't worry. I'm not a fool. After all, I'm a tool that you obtained. Tools aren't supposed to have a say in anything." Emerald Grass twirled around with her hair as she said that with a faint smile. "Oh." Han Xiao turned and left after only saying a word. Emerald Grass's expression froze. "That's it? What kind of reaction was that?" He was not angry, nor was he trying to give himself an excuse. He did not even try to threaten her or anything. Am I that unimportant? The curtains of the night were drawing to a close. After a whole day of manufacturing tools, Han Xiao moved the materials into his secret base. On the way back, he saw a figure standing on the balcony of the building next door. The gentle moonlight shone on the right side of Gila's body, and he could see her staring blankly into the night sky. It seemed like she had been standing there for a while. After thinking for a moment, Han Xiao lightly leapt onto the balcony. Gila heard the movement and asked emotionlessly without turning her head, "What are you doing up here?" "Just looking around." "Why are still up this late in the night?" "Humph." Gila did not reply. Han Xiao then took a seat to the side and shook his head. "You were a bit too extreme today. I don't think you were that hot-headed in the past." Gila frowned. "What's that got to do with you?" "What's it got to do with me?" Han Xiao touched his chin and muttered, "I don't think you said that back when I saved you and your sister. Did you?" Gila's face froze. After remaining silent for a while longer, she finally let out a sigh and said slowly, "I'm just a bit lost." freewebnov.com. Chapter 282, The Fall of the Germinal Organization. Chapter 282, The Fall of the Germinal Organization. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Feeling lost? Han Xiao put a cigarette in his mouth and took out his lighter. "Well, that's easy to solve. Just take your sister back to the Germinal Organization, and I guarantee that you'll never feel bored again." Gila glared at him and stayed quiet for a second. She then said to herself, "I wasn't able to protect my sister, and I made her endure so much suffering. It's all my fault. To protect her, I kept on training myself. Even though the battle carved a bloody past in my history, I will never regret what I did. The more lives I killed with my own hand, the safer I felt. It is the only way I could prove to myself that I was protecting my sister and wash away the remorse I have. Back in the Germinal Organization, we rarely saw each other. I knew that she wanted to go to the outside world, which is why I always prepared stories for her and shared my experience from the world outside. Now that she has a new life, is making many new friends, and has even started to take care of a pet, she won't need my stories anymore." Han Xiao could not light the cigarette in his mouth, so he brought out his gun and shot a few bullets up into the sky and used the hot gun barrel to light the cigarette. He inhaled before replying, "That bear was supposed to be my pet. Saving her from the misery had always been my wish. Now that I have fulfilled it." Gila ignored Han Xiao's comment and continued, "She doesn't need me to protect her anymore." Gila opened up her palm, and a dark red aura flowed through her fingers. Gila stared at her hands and said, "Back in the days, all I wanted to do was spend every minute training my power to crush the Germinal Organization by myself. Now, my sister and I are safe, so strength and power don't matter to me anymore. I can spend all the time in the world with my sister, and this is my ultimate mate wish." freewebnovel.com. Gila then closed her hands and formed a fist, crushing the red light in her hand. She closed her eyes. "But the life I always craved only brings emptiness in my heart. I'm so lost and don't know what to do. I hate this feeling. After living a dangerous life for years, letting your guard down may be uncomfortable. This is the classic symptom that soldiers face as they leave the battlefield. Han Xiao answered. Of course I believe that there's another reason. I think that violence is in your blood, and every single cell in your body craves the taste of blood. Living a peaceful life may be a drug that slowly chips away your motivation for living. Gila had a weird expression and said, Are you trying to get me to do bad things? What else? Do you want me to comfort you? Han Xiao shook his head. I don't need to tell you those cheesy and fluffy lines, and you are not a kind of person that needs consolation. Your sister is your sister, and you are you. You don't need to give up your true personality for your sister, and she also does not want you to change yourself. Stop finding excuses. I can see that battles and violence are what you truly desire, and the hunger for power is what drives you to move forward. The world is much larger than you think. Even though I can beat 10 of you in the eyes of the universe, there are people that are still stronger than me. What makes you say that you can beat 10 of me? Gila disagreed. Han Xiao suddenly released a murderous intent in his eyes. Gila stepped back and unknowingly used her power. She was cautious as the dark red light drifted around her body. Maybe one day I will take away your sister just like what the Germinal organization did. At that point, if you are still not strong enough to fight me. Haha, that's why you need to get stronger, or else you will regret it. Han Xiao withdrew his murderous intent with a straight face, but Gila still could not calm down. For a moment, her instincts told her that Han Xiao was not kidding. He was dead serious. As if she saw the wolf's teeth behind the sheep mask, a chill traveled through her spine. I can create some robots to help you train if you want, or you can learn from Emerald Glass and practice with some other espers. Well, if there's nothing else, I'm going back to sleep. I'm leaving my cigarette here. Han Xiao jumped down from the rooftop and headed back to his place. After Han Xiao's shadow faded away, Gila finally relaxed and let out a long sigh. Staring at the slowly burning cigarette, she picked it up and inhaled. She closed her eyes and released the smoke from her mouth, enjoying the taste from the tobacco. A long time passed before she opened her eyes. Her worries and anxieties suddenly disappeared, and all that was left was a cold, lonely feeling. He really is a monster, Gila said to herself and laughed. But so am I. Han Xiao spent all his time creating machines and training Frenzied Sword and the other three. He harvested the player's experience, and the experience on the interface rose steadily. Every day was exciting and fulfilling, and time quickly passed by. On December 7, 688, in the Galaxy calendar, the frontline finally sent back important news on the war. The Germinal organization had lost all control except the area around the headquarters. The other bases had all been destroyed. Han Xiao received the notice, and Bennett invited him to meet up in Sanctuary 1. The war against the Germinal organization is finally coming to an end. The cards are reshuffled, and the Darknet also needs to start looking at the new era, Bennett said over a phone call. After waiting for quite some time, the end of the war was finally in sight. The Six Nations were steady, and without any difficulty, they pushed the Germinal organization to the brink of destruction. Han Xiao arranged all the work in Sanctuary 3 and headed to Sanctuary 1. After a while, a helicopter landed on the roof of Sanctuary 1. Bennett, who was waiting on the roof, laughed. This is the first time you've arrived before anyone else. This isn't like you. Han Xiao turned back to the chopper and said, Take off now. Waste all the fuel in this thing before we come back. Bennett was dumbfounded and quickly grabbed Han Xiao off the plane. He then said, The board meeting will take place after the war has officially ended. It will probably happen in the next few days. How many days? I'm still uncertain. The situation now is a bit complicated. Bennett lowered his voice. It's hard for the situation to move forward. Han Xiao's eyes flickered. After they headed to the meeting room, Han Xiao asked, So, what's wrong? Bennett took out the intel and explained, In summary, we already cut off all the routes from the headquarters to the outside world. The Six Nations have completely trapped the Germinal organization. However, the troops of the Six Nations are still far away from the area around the headquarters, and they have no intention of attacking. Well, since they already destroyed all the other bases, isn't it simple to just bombard the headquarters and end the war? Han Xiao replied, Well, it is possible. After losing all the side bases, the Germinal organization should not have enough anti-missile supplies and equipment to hold off the Six Nations. Even if their headquarters are hidden underground, it would still collapse under the explosion. But the reason the Six Nations didn't do so was because of another complicated issue. Bennett took out another document. Because of your intel, most of the nuclear warheads have been disabled, and the rest of the nuclear warheads have been carried back to the headquarters. Because of the limited supplies, they could not wipe out the entire army of the Six Nations. However, there are quite a number of nuclear warheads, and there would be devastating consequences to the climate of this planet if they went off. From research conducted by various meteorologists, if the nuclear warheads exploded at the same time, in the next 5 to 15 years, the radiation will drastically worsen the climate of the world, and Andrea will be the highest radioactive place on the entire planet. It will turn into a wasteland where no living beings can survive. Under moral considerations, the Six Nations must migrate the entire population of Andrea to another land. Second, during Germinal Organization's retreat, they caught a lot of wanderers as hostage to prevent the Six Nations from bombarding the headquarters. Bennett sighed. That's why there's division among the Six Nations. Raylan and Theseus suggested ignoring the consequences and the lives of the hostages and directly attacking the headquarters. Then they can finally get rid of their mortal enemy once and for all. Stardragon has yet to respond. Maple wanted to force the Germinal organization to surrender, and Hesla suggested attacking the headquarters with ground troops and trying to save the hostages. As for Ordina, they used various excuses to oppose all kinds of attacks toward the Germinal organization. Han Xiao was surprised. I understand all the concerns of the other nations, but what is Ordina trying to do? They want to back off after all the fighting? Bennett knocked on the table and replied, it is the last year of the term for Ordina's leader. Their political sphere has a lot of parties, so there are a lot of competitors for his position. If they can drag the war until the next year's election, they can use the reason of national security and war to automatically get elected for the next term. Han Xiao did not know what to say. That's a ballsy move. So, which side is the Six Nations leaning toward? They want to try to make the enemy surrender. The Six Nations have their anti-missile defense system all the time, and that if the headquarters fires even one missile, they will attack and bombard the base. However, this is the worst outcome they can have. So, the Six Nations have sent a last message to the base, hoping that they will surrender and release the hostages. Then they will spare the lives of the Germinal organization. Bennett then shook his head. But until now, the Germinal organization still hasn't responded. Chapter 283, Disagreement. Chapter 283, Disagreement. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. The headquarters were as dense as a black mountain range covered in dead silence. The ground was full of equipment left by the soldiers, and the pungent smell of gas and smoke filled the city. In the buildings were the hiding soldiers. The atmosphere was dead and lifeless, and all of the soldiers stared out the windows with eyes that looked lost. Even though they could not see the army of the Six Nations on the horizon, everyone knew that countless missiles were aiming right at them. The headquarters could turn into the sea of fire at any given second. No one knew where their fate would lead them. Everything would depend on the final judgment based on the Germinal organization. Maybe there was a slim chance of surrendering. In the end, not everyone embraced the idea of sacrificing for their country. In the underground command room of the headquarters, the screen displayed the situation right now. The single blue dot represented the lonely headquarters, while the red field, which represented the Six Nations, covered the entire continent. There was nowhere for them to run. The leader, who wore a mask, stood right in front of the screen with his hands behind his back. The senior officials quietly exchanged eye contact, but no one spoke. The room was dead silent. What do you plan to do? A senior official asked after a while. The leader shut his eyes. While everyone was worrying about the next step, the leader replied with a hoarse voice, "Launch all the nuclear missiles." Everyone was stunned by the words. A bald senior official who had a considerable amount of power shouted, "The Six Nations have already locked us down, and there's no way we can bring them down by launching the rocks. This is suicide. So what? Do you want to beg for mercy in front of the Six Nations?" The leader's expression did not change. Don't forget the vision of the germinal organization. There can be no defeat. Death is the only way. All the senior officials had great hatred toward the Six Nations. However, in the face of death, not everyone could stand their ground in their belief. Moreover, from the situation, being suicidal would not achieve anything. There was a chance that the Six Nations would break their promise and kill them after they surrendered, but there was still a slim of hope that they could survive. I disagree, the bald senior official yelled as he stepped forward. The leader turned around and glared at him and the officials behind. Is there anyone who agrees with him? Some officials looked right back at the leader, and some lowered their heads, but all of them replied with silence. Facing the line of life and death, the leader and the officials had a disagreement, as if there was a huge cliff that separated them. What if I insist? The leader said calmly. Launching the nuclear weapons requires 2 keys, the system authorization, and your fingerprint and iris, the bald man replied. You have the authorization, but you only have a key, while the vice leader has the other key, and he is on our side. The leader looked around and asked, So, where is he? Of course he is not here. We won't give you any chance. The leader shook his head. Looks like you made your decisions long ago. Don't be reckless. We still have the chance to bring the uprising again as a nation, so we should not simply sacrifice our lives. The bald official tried to persuade the leader, but he suddenly stopped with his eyes wide open. As he was talking, the leader had taken out 2 keys that were needed to launch the rocket, and one of them was supposed to be with the vice leader. How did you? Oh my God! Put it down now. Why is the key with you? Where's the vice leader? No one could believe what had just happened, and the room turned into chaos. The leader held onto the keys without saying anything. Return the key right now. We won't let you do whatever you want. The bald man tried to suppress the fear on his face. His voice shook slightly as he made a hand sign behind his back. The leader shook his head and looked at the crowd. Meggal, you secretly had conversation with Maple. Dorios, you made some compromise with the Oridina. Newt, Raylan promised to provide protection. The leader mentioned most of the people in the room, and seeing everyone's shocked expression, he slowly said, The consequences of surrendering for you, of course, will be different from the normal soldiers. So, don't act like you are full of righteousness. Do whatever you want. The officials' expressions changed, and they felt the fear of the leader rise in their bones. Even though the leader had always been intimidating, at least, the officials could still guess what the leader was thinking. However, ever since they started losing the war, it had become harder to grasp what the leader was thinking. To be exact, it was right after Zero escaped the encirclement that the leader changed. As if he was a lake without any bottom, suffering loses after loses, the leader had remained calm like a still pond. Nothing could make him rage anymore. The door opened, and a dozen executive officers surrounded the senior officials. These executive officers were all part of their army. After the war started, there were countless injuries and casualties for the executive officers, but the officials had all had the brains to protect their own interest and power. The main ideal of the germinal organization that gathered the people was hatred, not loyalty toward a certain person. The officials did not say anything. The bald official gave the signal, and the executive officers moved forward and prepared their attacks toward the leader. Covered in colorful beams, the leader sighed. Guess I'll send you all to see the vice leader. In a land far away from the headquarters was the base of the Six Nations. Thousands of armored troops awaited their command, and jets were hovering above the ground. The sound of engines cut through the sky, and the shockwave vibrated the tents and equipment on the ground. The missile vehicles were on standby, and multiple satellites and radars closely observed any sign of the missiles in the headquarters and movements in the sky. As soon as they saw anything that was flying into the sky, they could instantly take it down. Then they would resort to violence and use everything they had to turn the headquarters into a wasteland. In the Battle Command Center, all the representing military officials were antsy. There's only 7 hours, 32 minutes, and 11 seconds before the time limit. And they still haven't responded, the representative of Ordina said. I think that we should extend the time for the germinal organization to think carefully and not do something stupid. No one replied. Raylan officer said with a cold expression. We have already contacted 4 of the senior officials in the germinal organization. They were still trying to convince the leader. The other representatives nodded with agreement. They all did something similar. When they are pushed back against the wall, quite a number of the germinal organization's senior officers were willing to surrender in exchange for safety. The obvious bargain that the 6 nations wanted was to make the germinal organization surrender and save the hostages from danger. It's already been more than an hour and 20 minutes since the last contact. They haven't reported back to us since then. Don't worry, we still have time. The officials from different nations were chit-chatting with each other while they waited for the response. Giving a choice for the germinal organization meant that they would have to wait for the result. An officer from Hesla suddenly asked, so in the end, who is the leader of germinal organization? According to the intelligence from Darknet, the leader came from the Golem, the country that had fallen. The former identity of the germinal organization was Mimic, but we searched through all the files and still couldn't find the exact identity of the leader. Bennett had given the information that Hannes found to the 6 nations, thinking that they could find more details given their power. However, the search was still met with a dead end. The leader was like a ghost without a past, and the files that stacked as high as mountain did not include his name. The only information that they had was what Hannes had found. Didn't Raylan conquer Golem? Do you have any intel? Stardragon's official asked. Unveils.com. Raylan's official shook his head. We even searched for files on the list of civilians in Golem back when it still existed, and none of them matched with the leader. We also sent some people to visit Golem's original territory, and they didn't find anything. I wonder if the intel from the Darknet is true. Chapter 284. The Finale 1. Chapter 284. The Finale 1. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Who? Heavy breath filled the room like a broken bellow, and the stickiness of blood and spit crawled in his throat. The mask covered in blood fell to the floor. Leaning on the side of a table, the leader barely opened his eyes and saw the destroyed room after the fight while the floor was full of corpses. The leader was the only one left standing in the room while all the executive officers had all fallen under his fists. The senior officials' frightened expression remained on their face as if they had stopped breathing. The leader spat out bloody mucus and took a deep breath. The dense smell of stinky blood irritated his nose, and he could not help but cough his lungs out for another 2 minutes. The intense battle had provoked his hidden injury from the ambush, when he was heavily injured by Han Xiao. He had not had time to recover, and soon, he became unable to quickly resolve it. Every time that he felt the subtle pain, he was reminded of Han Xiao. Until now, the leader could only feel hatred in his heart. At times when the anger faded away, he could feel nothing but emptiness. The leader stood in front of the central control panel and selected the option to launch the nuclear bomb. He took off his gloves, scanned his fingerprints and eyes, and authorized the launch. After the 2 keys were in the keyhole, both of them turned just needed to be turned. Then the nuclear bomb will be launched. On the last step, the hands full of scars held on the keys, but they could not turn them. The leader leaned on the chair and looked up at the ceiling. His eyes were not focused on anything as if he was daydreaming. No one had any idea what he was thinking. Do-do-do. The window popped out on the corner of the screen, and surprisingly, it was a call from Han Xiao. The leader pressed the accept button without any hesitation. The screen then showed Han Xiao's face. Seeing the corpses on the floor, Han Xiao raised his eyebrow. He wanted to call to see the situation on the side of the germinal organization. He also wanted to see the leader one last time, but he already understood the situation after witnessing the scene. He shook his head and said, "Looks like you have made your decision." The leader's eyes leaked his disappointment. "I still can't believe that I lost to you, you insignificant bug. Mistakes after mistakes. My life's work has been ruined by you. Now what do you want? To again gloat about what you have done? I'm here, enjoy yourself. My life, the end of germinal organization, will all be an important part of your history. You are the winner, so you have the power to look down on the loser you defeated. I told you the galaxy is unfathomable. This planet is just a small speck of dust, and no one will spare a thought on what's happened here. Han Xiao shook his head. Even though he was watching the fall of his enemy, Han Xiao was calm and collected. In the end, he was still a gentleman. He slowly said, I just think that, after doing so much in your life, you still haven't had a chance to express your feelings. Do you want me to confess to you, my mortal enemy? The leader's face looked even uglier. He leaned on the chair and relaxed his body. That seems interesting. Han Xiao shrugged and directly cut to what he wanted. What's with Destiny's Child? The leader laughed out loud and stopped after a while, shaking his head. Destiny's Child is nothing but a pity man. He can see the future, change the fate of people, yet he cannot decide his own life and death. He was destined to be used by others. You also have the ability to predict the future, so maybe the fate of Destiny's Child will be yours. Han Xiao did not correct that statement. Talk about yourself. It seems that you are from Gollum. Am I correct? The leader's expression changed and replied, Looks like you have already found out. That's correct. I was once a citizen of Gollum. Back then, I was a young man with passion and rage. After the event of Mimic, I joined the rebel organization. I rioted, protested, demonstrated. All I wanted was to save my country from the rotten government. But suddenly, the war started. Raylan invaded the country, and my country shattered into pieces under internal parasites and external attacks. The leader's tone suddenly got angry. Did you hear that? People called us parasites. What did I do wrong? Was protesting a mistake? No. All we wanted was to take back the rights that we once had and make our country a better place. We were so close to victory, and the path of light was right in front of us. Yet, the war destroyed everything. After the fall of Gollum, all my friends were executed. All of us were viewed as a defect in the society, and eliminating us was the best way. The remaining citizens of Gollum were enslaved and tortured. Only a few were able to escape, and I was one of them. I was no legend. I'm just a normal kid who was lost until I saw the border of Gollum, which was locked by Raylan. Seeing the burning flag of Gollum and the rise of Raylan's flag, I was awoken, and I realized my mission I have to carry out. Gollum was not perfect. There was darkness and weakness, but it was still my country. The only thing I could do was take revenge for my nation. The leader exhaled, and his eyes drift off the screen. His memories slowly showed up in his mind. But in the wave of time, a normal young man was nobody, and his life was as fragile as a bug. To travel through the battlefield, I dragged my exhausted body and transferred from one refugee camp to another. I was treated like a dog, and I lived a life without any respect. However, my blood was boiling, and I kept telling myself that no matter what danger I faced, I must live on. It was hatred that kept my heart pumping, that made my legs move forward. In the end, after I succeed in passing through the battlefield, I did not stop to look for shelter but turned to the wilderness. I knew that without power, I could not seek revenge. That's why I lived in the wilderness and battled with the beasts. I turned myself into unbreakable steel. At this point, the leader pointed to the scars on his face and hand. 176 scars was the price I paid for my power. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. So, you really are just a normal human? Why can't I be a normal man? The leader asked back. After some thought, Han Xiao nodded and hinted that the leader could continue his story. The leader then said, In the wilderness, I kept on thinking, and when I headed back to the battlefield, I heard that the Mimic organization still existed. How ironic, the tool that was created to bring terror upon the world was the only thing that represented the purest of Gollum. Then a plan formed in my mind as I assassinated the leader of Mimic and changed the name to Germinal Organization. I hid and slowly developed the organization, and it was since then I wore the mask. The war created a lot of opportunities. Countless people lost their home and had nowhere to stay. Then I decided on the vision of the Germinal Organization and gave them the hope that we could create a new world. Vision thrives in people who supports an ideology. It wasn't me who used the refugees with no countries to go back to, but it was they who voluntarily gave their lives to me. This is hate, and they did not care as long as they could achieve their goal after they sacrificed their lives. Since my desire matched the public's desire, I got a lot of helpful hands. And the germinal organization that fed on the aftermath of battle quickly grew from a seed into a towering tree. The voice of the leader was filled with hate. After the dream that the leader had nurtured was destroyed by another man, other than angry, his feelings were confused. Then, you showed up. You cut down the tree. Chapter 285. The Finale, 2. Chapter 285. The Finale, 2. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Compared to the pollution you caused in the past, and will cause in the future, I'd feel it's more environmentally friendly to cut down this tree of yours, Han Xiao said mockingly. In his previous life, no player could dig out the origin of the leader. It was truly hard to find the true identity of an ordinary missing person in this age of war. After Han Xiao heard the leader's description, he had a clearer understanding of him. The leader was a firm patriot, one of the few Golem citizens that escaped Raylan's invasion. He hid in the dark, purposely fighting at the edge of death to look for breakthroughs and the power to revenge. One of the superhumans that started ordinary and reached the peak of the planet, ambitious and extreme. Now that he had met a dead end, he decided that he would rather die than compromise. It was clear that the hatred was already deeply buried in his bones. The experience of a planet main character is indeed really interesting and legendary. Every main character has a history that can be dug out, Han Xiao thought with mixed feelings. When he was still very weak, the leader had been like a mountain, and he had needed to act with caution and become stronger. Finally, he had gained the power to face him head-on and defeated the Germinal Organization. The Germinal Organization was the main antagonist of Planet Aquamarine in version 1.0. Han Xiao had also participated in this storyline during his previous life as a player. Now that he had a different identity, his impact was much higher, and it was a totally different experience. Although Han Xiao looked very calm, it did not mean that he did not enjoy the victory. There was still a sense of accomplishment in his heart. The leader shook his head and said, "I never thought that an escaped test subject would become my greatest enemy. When you stole the secrets and broke through my ambush, I already knew that the Germinal Organization would undoubtedly lose. I never give up, but there was nothing I could do. It was barely even a struggle before death, because he had predicted this long ago. No matter how bad the situation was for them, he was not surprised. Seeing the organization that he had built slowly slide into the abyss, he was actually still calm. To me, defeat means death. The 6 nations want to see me surrender so that they can take all the knowledge that the Germinal Organization has gained throughout the years. I won't let them get anything." Han Xiao raised his brows. "About that, I heard you captured quite a few hostages. If you activate the explosion, all of them will definitely die, and the nuclear blast will affect the climate, worsening the environment of the entire planet, endangering everyone's future in this planet. Are you sure you want to do this?" The leader kept silent. The sound of breathing was the only thing coming out from the speakers. Han Xiao was not in a hurry. He watched the screen calmly. After a while, the leader spoke in a low voice. "You're going to persuade me to surrender?" Han Xiao shrugged and said, "I'm not planning to, because you don't seem like someone that can be persuaded. But the guys opposite me want me to." He was in a meeting room of Sanctuary 1 at the moment, holding his laptop and sitting on the sofa. Bennett sat opposite him and listened to the entire conversation. He kept using hand signs to tell Han Xiao to persuade the leader. Both sides suffering was the last thing Bennett wanted to see. Han Xiao felt that Bennett was daydreaming. To have him, the very person that caused their defeat, do the persuasion, was that not completely adding fuel to the fire? Even if the leader had planned to surrender originally, he might change his mind instantly after seeing Han Xiao's face. Luckily, the leader had always been very firm, or he would have been quite worried. Wait a minute, that logic felt somewhat weird. Bennett kept giving him signs. Han Xiao had no choice but to give it a try, or Bennett would nag him like a mother again. "I'd rather bring everyone with me," the leader said maliciously. "This world shall know pain." Han Xiao's mouth opened wide. A classic reference stuck in his throat. "Pain is that you won." Pain is a character in a Japanese manga/anime series. One of his signature lines is, "This world shall know pain." The leader sneered. "I hate this world. Why should I care for it? Even if the Six Nations won, don't even dream of not paying anything. The Six Nations are killers, too, only reaching their position today after destroying countless nations. They stood on the ruins and praised their actions. The winner is always on the side of justice, and these blood debts will all be buried in history. No one will know, no one will find out, and no one will fight for justice of the old era. These governments that have luckily survived have enjoyed themselves for too long, and it's time for them to pay a little interest." The leader did not care about what the world would become after he died. He would rather betray others than to be betrayed. Even a normal person might feel this way, not to mention the malicious, ambitious leader. Han Xiao did not comment. The results of a nuclear attack would have a minimal effect on him, as he would sooner or later leave planet Aquamarine. Furthermore, the next version was mutation disaster. A larger disaster was coming, and in comparison, this climate disaster would be nothing. The Germinal organization had survived in his previous life, and there had been a potential risk of them coming back again. Now the Germinal organization had been annihilated at once, but it brought a lasting negative impact. As for which one was better, Han Xiao did not really know, but the latter would definitely clear his fall of the Germinal mission. To other people of planet Aquamarine that did not know this, the result of the latter was horrifying. The climate was deeply connected to their lives, and no one would wish for an environment deterioration. Sitting opposite, Bennett was anxious. He wished he could just fly to the Germinal organization headquarters and kill the leader before he could press the button. Han Xiao looked at the clock and said slowly, "There's still quite some time till the deadline that the Six Nations gave. Aren't you going to wait any longer?" "I prefer to decide my time of death myself." The leader's eyes became firm. He reached out his hand, held onto the nuclear launch keys, and started turning slowly. A suffocating pressure came out of the screen, and the leader's movement seemed to be lasting forever. Bennett's hands clawed at the sofa's armrests and tore the leather open. Every degree he turned, 1 second was taken away from the countdown clock of countless lives. The second hand gradually pointed toward the final result. Han Xiao looked at the leader's face calmly and suddenly asked, "I never got your name." "My name." The leader lifted the corner of his lips and gave a ferocious smile. "Not important. You're right, so goodbye then." Han Xiao sighed and waved his hand. The keys turned 180 degrees. The sound of a quake came out of the screen. That was the sound of missiles rising into the sky. The leader retracted his hands and sat on the chair like a statue. At that moment, his tone did not have any hatred, regret, or sadness of almost facing his death. There was not any intense emotion. Like old neighbors passing each other, he nodded at Han Xiao. "Goodbye." Warning. Warning. Fast-moving objects are rising from the Germinal organization headquarters. All of the waiting military officers in the Six Nations Combat Conference stood up in shock. This was the worst-case scenario. Although the people present were mentally prepared, when this moment arrived, they still found it hard to accept. A nuclear blast killing hostages, resulting in pollution, burning the Germinal organization headquarters to the ground, countless classified technology lost forever. Could not be considered a win for any party. "Activate anti-navigation," the assistant said, shivering. All the officers had no choice. Without hesitation, their responses were the same. "Activate immediately." In the Germinal organization headquarters, the ground and the buildings were trembling slightly. The hiding Germinal organization soldiers looked up to the sky through the windows and saw the missiles rise one after another. An atmosphere of silence and death spread among the people. Everyone knew the leader's decision and what was going to happen next. Tears, despair, madness, twitching, trembling, screaming, growling, indifference. The countless emotions and responses right before death. In the sky far away, a dense number of black objects approached rapidly. Some clashed with the rising missiles, and some landed in the headquarters. Hum. The first sound was a high-pitched explosion undetectable to the human ear. Most of the people in the Six Nations camp far away covered their ears, but blood was still flowing out. A fire pillar, tens of kilometers in diameter, shot up the sky. The group of bases disintegrated in an instant. Black dust was spat out from the blinding firelight, gradually rising and turning into a condensed black mushroom. In the Six Nation camp far away, the people who looked out could only see white. The light had temporarily blinded most of the people, and even the superhumans had to close their eyes. No one could stay natural in the face of this kind of power. Everyone felt small and insignificant, like they had become sand that was going to be blown away by the next wind. Unable to control their own fate, they started to shiver uncontrollably. Even in further areas, the fire could be seen to soar through the clouds above the germinal organization on the horizon, and the clouds formed a circle in the sky. Right after, the firelight shone a second time, emitting a yellow spherical shockwave mixed with dust and ash. Everywhere it passed, the ground cracked, and the buildings shattered into pieces. Countless bent pieces of metal easily flew for miles like feathers, falling onto the wilderness like rain. The shockwave finally arrived at the camp. Like the breath of the god of wind, tents were blown away, spinning like dandelion seeds. Heavy vehicles rolled like balls. For the people there, a few broken bones was just a light injury. The onlooking players were shocked and excited. They recorded the moment and did not want to miss out anything. With the expanding shockwave came the second explosion, and the frequency could be caught by human ear this time, almost breaking people's eardrums. Boom! The sound was like the sky was falling apart, deafening. The camps behind started to stand their ground and commanded the troops to retreat quickly. The continuous firelight was the only thing left on the wilderness. The image was like a punishment from the gods, and the tumbling mushroom cloud kept changing its shape like the smile of a devil. The leader, with his unfulfilled belief and the organization that he had created, turned into a bright firework that lit up the entire sky. The germinal organization had ended. The nuclear explosion that burned the headquarters to the ground marked the end of the Planet Aquamarine War. The highest-ranked officials of the Six Nations hosted an emergency meeting. The enemy had been defeated, but the upcoming impact was not optimistic. In accordance to the scale of the explosion, the Climate Bureau created a calculus model. The first batch of radiation dust will enter the atmospheric cycle in the next 3 to 6 hours. Within the next month, the land of Andrea will enter a nuclear winter that will last for at least half a year. During that time, the land will not be suitable for any life form. Flora and fauna will die in droves, and the land will become a complete death zone. The radiation will reach the sea area near Andrea, which might cause the marine food chain to collapse. Some sea creatures might also go through unknown mutations. High-density radiation and pollution will enter the sea cycle, then spread to the entire world through the form of rain. This process will take about 300 to 500 days to complete. By then, the entire planet's climate will start to deteriorate. As the affected area is much larger, the deterioration is not as severe as it will be in Andrea, but it still will heavily damage the atmosphere and have a negative impact in every way. This impact might last as long as more than 10 years. In this time, the entire planet's technology is estimated to be unable to advance and might even recede. The high-ranked officials of the Six Nation all had serious expressions. This was not just about a nation, it was about the entire world, the entire race. An anti-war official slammed the table and said wrathfully, Look what you did. Our troops suffered huge losses. Not only do we not get any benefits after winning, it even led to this result. We never should have started the expedition and the war in the first place. We should have let the germinal organization hide in Andrea and stopped after we destroyed their sub-bases. Back then, when the expedition was decided, some politicians had been anti-war, because once the war started, the resources and authority would heavily slant to the military. Of course, some high-ranked officials would not be happy about it. However, majority ruled and their voice was ignored. Now that they had justified excuses, they decided to stand up for themselves after what had already happened. We are already at this point. Don't say any more useless things. The bitter fruit of war had to be borne by the entire world. It affected a lot of innocents. In order to get rid of this enemy, they had paid such a big price. Some high-ranked officials started to ask themselves if this was all worth it. The answer was yes. At least in the eyes of the high-ranked officials, such a strong enemy posed more of a threat than what they called a planet-scale climate disaster. After they got rid of that, only then could they feel safe and have the condition to grow steadily. The high-ranked officials of the nations all thought that everyone had to face the climate disaster threat, everyone had to deal with it, so they were still on the same starting line, and it was fair for everyone. At least the result could still be saved. Should we lock down the news and not share it with the civilians? Too many people already know about it. There's no need for that. Announce it officially. The people will definitely protest and blame us for causing this. Not important, the war has ended. What we need to face now is the disaster that will come after that. Let everyone know we're on the same boat, and they should let go of the past and not dwell on what was wrong or who was right. We have to work together to get through this. Then what about? The high-ranked officials of the nations discussed one suggestion after another. With a furious expression, Bennett walked back and forth in the room, mumbling to himself. Han Xiao sat on the sofa with his legs crossed. He looked up the blue sky outside the window and shook his head. The leader had turned to ash with the headquarters. The Germinal organization could be considered as the first big boss that he had faced, and this big main storyline on planet Aquamarine had been destroyed by him. He started to like this feeling a little. No matter how legendary the leader's past was, he had been Han Xiao's enemy. Han Xiao very rarely showed mercy to his enemies. Victory meant victory, and there was no need for the winner to fake regret and remorse. With a deep breath, Han Xiao got excited. He opened the interface and browsed the notifications that had shown up. You have received Planet Legendary Points, Germinal Organization Slayer. Grade a main storyline mission. Fall of the Germinal, completed. Grade, unbelievable. You have received mission reward for unbelievable grade. Calculating reward. Calculating reward. Please wait patiently. Chapter 286, Dungeon Creation. Chapter 286, Dungeon Creation. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. In the past, the highest mission grading that he had received was excellent, and unbelievable was better than excellent. For normal players, the normal mission process should be like this. Infiltrate one sub-base after another to uncover the location of the other bases through the stolen information. As the Germinal organization became more cautious, the player would face stronger enemies, and the mission would become increasingly cumbersome. Every time the player got the intelligence about the next base, they would face the choice of destroying the base themselves or borrowing power from the Six Nations. The former would reward higher process. Han Xiao had skipped the most cumbersome part of collecting intelligence and instantly given out all the Germinal organization bases' locations. The difference in efficiency was like the difference between using a sickle and a tractor. Fall of the Germinal was a grade A main storyline mission, and even Han Xiao had spent more than 1 year to complete it with his prior knowledge. Han Xiao was satisfied with the result that he had almost completed the final target of the entire large main storyline by himself. He was anticipating the reward. Planet Legendary Points, Planet Aquamarine, Germinal Organization Slayer. The Germinal Organization, planet-sized large organization, the enemy of the Six Nations for many years, its power is like a majestic mountain. You are just a tiny traitor, but you gradually uprooted the Germinal organization and buried it. The Germinal organization became your stepping stone, and your actions will be passed on and admired by countless people. Your name will be written in the books of history on this planet. New legendary points. This was a reward that he had expected. His single mission EXP reward quota increased by another 5%, and his daily quota increased by 100%. Very soon, the other reward showed on the interface. Fall of the Germinal. Personal destruction percentage. 48.72%. Grade. Unbelievable. You have received 4,870,000 EXP, plus 2 potential points, plus 4 free attribute points, plus 800 relationship points with all 6 nations. His personal destruction percentage was close to half, which meant that in the operation of destroying the Germinal organization, Han Xiao almost did as much as the entire military forces of the 6 nations. After all, Six Nations' many operations had been carried out with the support of the intelligence he provided. One could say that his intelligence had controlled the entire war. Using the hostility of the Six Nations toward Germinal organization, he just had to give the Six Nations a knife and they would attack. Even if the Six Nations knew that Han Xiao intended to use them, they were willing to be used. The end result was that both Han Xiao and the Six Nations achieved their own goal. You have received reward for unbelievable grade. Bonus 120% EXP. 5,830,000. Random reward *1. Special item *5. In accordance with my mission evaluation, the hidden percentage for receiving something good as the random reward should be quite high. The random reward could be an item, ability, or something else. It only had a chance of appearing when the mission grade evaluation was very high. Leaving the random reward aside, he first looked at what were the 5 special items. You have received Character Summon Card, Germinal Organization Leader. You have received Character Summon Card, Destiny's Child. You have received Character Summon Card, Aurora. You have received Character Summon Card, Gila. You have received Medal of Honor, Germinal Organization Slayer A. Han Xiao was stunned. This was the first time that he had received this many character summon cards at once. The use of the character summon card was to give the user the ability of the character summon temporarily. It was a consumption item, and if used well, it could change the situation in an instant. He had only received 2 before. The leader, Destiny's Child, Aurora, and Gila. All of the abilities of these 4 people are quite good, and all of them can be used more than 4 times, very durable. Character Summon Card, Germinal Organization Leader, Armor Penetrating Consecutive Attacks. For 8 seconds, all attack will be considered armor-penetrating critical hits, reducing the defense of targets hit by 24%. Duration, 5 minutes. Usages, 0 of 12. Character Summon Card, Destiny's Child, Foresight. Predict an opportunity in the future. Can indicate to be a mission, an item, action of a certain person, etc. Usages, 0 of 5. Character Summon Card, Aurora, Life Return. Restore back to full status instantly. Usages, 0 of 6. Character Summon Card, Gila, Whisper of the Dead. Deals psychic damage 3 times to the enemy. The damage is based on the user's INT or MYS. Can be indicated. Decrease all statuses of the target by 15%. Duration 3 hours. Usages, 0 of 8. Only the effect of Destiny's Child was not very clear. The rest were all simple, straightforward, and practical. Predict an opportunity. This is quite ambiguous. Could it be predicting opportunities of completing a mission or getting a certain item? Han Xiao had a flash of insight. He was thinking of leaving planet Aquamarine, but all the methods that he could think of were not very reliable. He could just try the effect of the Destiny's Child card. Without any further hesitation, Han Xiao used it, with thoughts of going into the galaxy in his mind. His vision suddenly blurred, and like fog, it was all white. Unaware of how much time had passed, a tint of black appeared in the middle of his vision. Then it became an eerie image. The background seemed to be a wasteland, and a flame fell from the sky, creating a circular crater, giving out black smoke and electrical sparkle. Some unknown information flashed in his mind. The location is, the time is, the image suddenly stopped, as if everything was just an illusion. Han Xiao regained his focus. The information was in his mind, and his expression changed a little. It really did predict an opportunity to head out into the galaxy. This opportunity was originally already one method I had thought of but didn't know when it would happen. This card broke through the fog of fate and predicted a location and time estimate. The effect of this card was very surprising, and he now had more confidence in leaving planet Aquamarine. He looked at the last item, Medal of Honor, Germinal Organization Slayer A. When completing a high-difficulty main storyline mission with a high evaluation grade, one would receive this type of medal. Its effect provided a 3% boost to all attributes, and after collecting 3, it could be exchanged into a special achievement medal, providing a 12% boost to all attributes. He had farmed it in his previous life before. Knowing its effect was very good, he equipped it on the spot. After he arranged the special items, he started to select random the reward. Randomizing. Your reward time this time is an item. Please select one from the 3 items below. Race change card. Change into a random race freewebnovel.com. Mission completion card *3. Consider one mission to be completed and receive the reward based on the lowest grade. Esper ability potential enhancing fluid. Increase the potential of Esper ability. This is good. Han Xiao's eyes glimmered. Esper ability potential enhancing fluid was extremely rare. Espers were willing to use everything they had to buy this thing because there were only 2 ways to increase one's Esper ability potential. One was through rare experiments and drugs in-game, and the other was Esper ability potential enhancing fluid. The other 2 items were not suitable for Han Xiao, so he chose the Esper ability potential enhancing fluid and left in on the interface without collecting it. Esper ability potential enhancing fluid. It has a very huge potential value regardless of whether I sell it to players or others. I need to keep stock up on the good items like this. It will definitely be of great use in the future. The reward this time was colossal. He had earned 10 million EXP in one shot, and although it did not look a lot, that was because Han Xiao's standard was too high. If a player received 10 million EXP in one shot, it would be an outrageous amount in version 1.0. There were also potential points, free attribute points, and rather useful items. Han Xiao was quite satisfied. The most valuable ones were those items. However, Han Xiao kept feeling like there should be more rewards. Thus, thinking that, he opened the NPC panel. Suddenly, he noticed a new option under the quota. Dungeon creation. 6 nations and germinal organization. What's this? Han Xiao was confused. This new function did not even have any notification. He tried to use this function, and the notification showed up. Please select a part of the main storyline to create a dungeon crystal. Create a dungeon crystal. Han Xiao's expression changed into surprise. After some testing, he became familiar with the use of this function. To put it simply, it could turn parts of his experience in the germinal organization main storyline into a dungeon. Then he could create the dungeon crystal and use that as a reward for the missions that he gave out. It increased the variety of rewards for his missions. Han Xiao guessed that the reason this new function appeared should be because he had completed a high-difficulty large main storyline with a very high grade, which meant that he had done something legendary. Due to that, he could turn the things that he had done into dungeons. Some missions from some NPCs might reward dungeon crystals, such as Dion, whom he had met before. Now he could do so as well, and because of the interface, he could control the creation of dungeon crystals. He realized that the dungeon crystals could only be rewarded as part of a mission reward. It could not be turned into an item and sold in his shop, which fitted the method of players acquiring dungeon crystals. Compared to other rewards, this function was the biggest reward, strengthening his functions as an NPC and becoming more attractive to the players. Han Xiao was astonished. Dungeons can only be created from legendary experiences, such as largely changing the main storyline of a planet or even larger areas. There might be many more functions to the NPC panel, I just have to acquire them. With the NPC panel, it meant that there were more benefits to taking part in the main storyline. If he could possess the dungeon creation right to many huge events, the players would be unbelievably interested in him. This was the biggest pleasant surprise. Chapter 287 Stable Period in Planet Aquamarine. Chapter 287. Stable Period in Planet Aquamarine. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. After Han Xiao finished arranging the rewards, Bennett, who was walking back and forth, sat down too. A war of this scale will not happen again anytime soon, but when the 6 nations recover, they might start to clear out other organizations to strengthen their dominance. Now that the germinal organization has been defeated, Darknet is one of the biggest organizations left, so they will come for us sooner or later. Han Xiao put away his excitement and put on a pondering face. Before having authority, anyone would think themselves a good person. The 6 nations still need to deal with the upcoming disasters brought by the nuclear blast, and they won't have time for other things for a short period. Talking about the disaster, Your sanctuary plan can now be put to use. I'd rather it never be. Bennett sighed. After the war, more wanderers will look for protection. So I plan to speed the plan up, build sanctuaries in Western Continent and Northern Continent as well. The refugees of Andria need to be migrated, so I will send people to fetch them. The 6 nations are very willing to throw this matter to us. There were 2 large main storylines on planet Aquamarine. One of them was the Germinal organization, which he already destroyed, and this was the main storyline of conflict. The other was the construction of sanctuaries. Compared to the Germinal organization war, the sanctuary main storyline would not be so intense. The whole of planet Aquamarine would become stable period next. There would most likely not be any more large conflicts in version 1.0. Han Xiao's strength was at the peak of the planet, and he was responsible for the end of the Germinal organization. Therefore, he basically did not have any enemies and could steadily grow. The Germinal organization main storyline was supposed to be a large event that would happen throughout the version 1.0, but now it had ended in the early stages. Players that preferred the chaos, of course, would not like this piece, but this was a good thing for Han Xiao since he had just received the dungeon creation right for the Germinal organization main storyline. He could divide the war into dungeons and fulfill the players' everlasting desire for battle. More players would be attracted to him, and his position would continue to grow. The Germinal organization is dead, and I have no enemies in planet Aquamarine anymore. I can now prepare for the galaxy peacefully. The opportunity to leave planet Aquamarine is around the Pro League, in about 1 year. This period will be very peaceful, so I need to get more EXP while I can, as there will not be many players in the galaxy for me to interact with. The enemy was gone, and Han Xiao suddenly felt like he was finally relieved. Version 1.0 would last for about 3.5 years. He could totally wait for more than a year. The 6 nations were enjoying the victory at the moment, not knowing that a disaster would soon arrive. The nuclear blast might strengthen the power of the mutation disaster, and if so, Han Xiao could only mourn for them. In the next few days, Han Xiao joined the Darknet high-rank meetings to discuss the future. Most of the time, he was just watching and hardly gave any suggestions, but everyone in the meeting took him very seriously. As the strongest person in the Darknet, the mastermind behind the fall of Germinal organization, Han Xiao's name and position were above all others. With his achievements, Han Xiao would receive the same treatment anywhere he went. In the player forums, the ending of this large main storyline attracted a lot of attention. It was the first time for the players to take part in something of such a large scale, so they were very excited. There were some players who saw the nuclear explosion with their own eyes and uploaded the recording. And the cause of all this, Han Xiao had his share of the attention, too. The players made guesses on Han Xiao's experiences and increased Han Xiao's fame once again. With the end of the war, Germinal organization players lost their organization and had a chance to choose again. They left Andria together with the refugees and could choose which continent to go to. Without any prior agreement, almost 70% of the ex-Germinal organization players chose to go to the southern continent. Black Phantom, we are coming. The ex-Germinal organization player almost cried tears of joy. After having a tough time for so long, they finally saw the light. Who could understand how bitter they felt when they saw the other players show off the benefits from Han Xiao? Why not all ex-Germinal organization players? Of the other 30%, most of them had participated in the Germinal organization headquarters mission, so their relationship points with Han Xiao were less than -10. Piece of *T Germinal organization. Give me back my future. The plane landed in Sanctuary 3. Just as Han Xiao alighted from the plane, Huang Yu approached him like he had something to say. What is it? Han Xiao noticed Huang Yu's hesitation. Huang Yu cleared his throat and said, Your Excellency, your family member is here to visit you. My family? Han Xiao was stunned for a while. Then he realized it was the Alamera family. With some thinking, after the war ended, he was someone outside Alamera but a member of Alamera, and he was also the person with the highest position in the entire planet. Of course, Alamera would be curious of his standpoint, and they wanted to rely on him by using this relationship that they had. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and said, Tell him to come and see me. 10 minutes later, Xiao Quan followed Huang Yu into the guest hall. He was the messenger sent by Alamera to visit Han Xiao and one of Xiao Jin's foster children. Technically, he was Han Xiao's body's brother. They were so-called family. Xiao Quan was excellent compared to the other foster kids, and he had been chosen as the messenger this time because he knew how to read the situation. When Han Xiao's true identity was exposed, many brothers and sisters in the family could not believe it. Some had even been furious upon realizing that Han Xiao became their elder. However, Xiao Quan did not dare to have that kind of emotion. He was very aware of the current situation. They could not look at Han Xiao the way they used to, and seeing how furious his siblings were, Xiao Quan only felt they did not know what death was. Black Phantom alone was far superior to the entire Alamera, and he did not dare show any disrespect. Xiao Quan used his eloquence to chat with Huang Yu, wanting to get hints from Huang Yu about Han Xiao's standpoint but was completely unable to. As Huang Yu did not care much about him, Xiao Quan became even more nervous. "We're here, go in." The door of the guest hall opened, and Xiao Quan saw Han Xiao sitting on the sofa with crossed legs right away, staring at him faintly. Xiao Quan could not help but hold his breath. "Xia Han Xiao, it's been a long time." Xiao Quan braced himself and greeted him, wanting to ease the atmosphere. "Call me Han Xiao," Han Xiao said coldly. That was not a good sign. Xiao Quan was terrified but had to follow. "Only you." Han Xiao raised his brows and said, "What does Alamera want me for?" Xiao Quan found the words carefully and said, "Han Xiao, Father has always been thinking of you. He has been wanting to see you and hopes you can return. As for all the unhappiness before, he can explain." Han Xiao kept silent and stared at Xiao Quan unwaveringly. Xiao Quan felt the pressure from Han Xiao's eyes and looked down, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. "He wants me to go over there?" Han Xiao stood up and walked up to Xiao Quan with wide strides as if he was going to strike. Xiao Quan was completely suppressed by the aura. Thinking of the things that Han Xiao had done, a sense of horror filled his heart. He stepped back and bumped into the chair, lost his balance, and fell to the ground. He hastily wanted to stand up, but a shadow suddenly shrouded him. Han Xiao looked down on him with his hands in his pocket. Han Xiao's eyes were like needles that made Xiao Quan tremble. He half-kneeled on the ground, looked up horrified, and did not dare to move. "You guys can't seem to understand the situation. If Xiao Jin wants to see me, he'd better get over here himself," Han Xiao said coldly as he suddenly reached out his hands toward Xiao Quan. "I'm done for. He wants to kill me." Xiao Quan's face was completely terrified. His brain went blank. Suddenly, he felt a force on his shoulder from a hand, pulling him up. Xiao Quan was pulled up, and Han Xiao patted his shoulder lightly like he was brushing off dust for him. "Tell them what I said the exact way I said it." Huang Yu, who waited by the side, opened the door, pointed with his arms, and said expressionlessly, "This way, please." Xiao Quan regained his focus. He did not dare stay any longer and left like he was running away. Han Xiao sat back on the sofa and pondered. "Alamera visited because they want my help using the family relationship, but I just have the right thing I need them to do. If I can get Alamera to move to Sanctuary 3, the NPC resources here will be even greater." On the other side, after Xiao Quan left, he reported the situation to Xiao Jin while shivering. He wants you to come here yourself." Xiao Jin's expression kept changing, and he let out a long sigh. "Prepare to pay the price." Back then Han Xiao wore a mask. They did not know his real identity. There had still been space to negotiate. Now that his real identity was exposed, it meant that every problem between them was placed on the table and had to be solved, and Alamera was the weaker one, so they had to keep stepping back. Xiao Jin looked at Xiao Hai, who was beside him, and said in a low voice, "Prepare to apologize and make up yourself." Xiao Jin then slammed the door on the way out, leaving Xiao Hai alone in the room with a terrified face. Chapter 288. The New Round of Business 1. Chapter 288. The New Round of Business 1. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. After getting rid of the Alamera messenger, Han Xiao went to look for Frenzied Sword and the others. He was going to test the dungeon creation function. Han Xiao went to the building next door, and none of them were home. Han Xiao scratched his head. He took out his laptop, ran a program and searched through the images of all the hidden surveillance cameras in the sanctuary to find a match for these 4 faces. Not long after, the locations of these 4 were found. Maple Moon was learning new fusion recipes with emerald grass. Green smoke was billowing out of the drugs. A few honest players stood to the side, probably there to test the drug. Han Xiao was in the arena doing a challenge. As a pro player, he had very high expectations for himself, and he never stopped honing his skills. Frenzied Sword was getting beaten rapidly by Gila like a sandbag. Gila had taken Han Xiao's advance and found an inhuman to train and develop her power. Aurora sat in her wheelchair and watched while hugging Bear Cub, and Bunhit Dog was recording excitedly. Bunhit Dog was closer to Frenzied Sword. He felt very happy, seeing that Frenzied Sword was getting beaten brutally. True friendship. Han Xiao headed to Gila's house and called the others on the way. Just as he entered the yard, a black shadow flew away above his head. It was Frenzied Sword, and without thinking, Han Xiao pulled him down from the sky. Gila stopped her training, her floating red hair dropping down and going back to curly hair that extended to her waist, and the red light in her eyes faded away. Han Xiao looked at Frenzied Sword, who looked miserable, then nodded in his heart. The Gila now resembled who she was in his previous life much more. Bear Cub struggled to stand on Aurora's lap, fell onto the ground, and then ran to Han Xiao. The cub climbed up his leg, hugging on Han Xiao's neck and swung like a backpack. Bear Cub was very well taken care of, and its weight had almost doubled. Han Xiao raised his hand and slapped Bear Cub away, then looked at the combat information on the interface. Bear Cub was LV-18, for levels higher than when he had brought it back. Sharp Claw Ice Bear species, rather good growth potential. Gila felt complicated. She was full of hatred toward Germinal organization, but she had never thought that such a big organization would ever be destroyed completely. Her hatred and grudges disappeared with that ground-shaking explosion. She remembered when she had first met Han Xiao, who knew that weak, pale-faced test subject would have such legendary achievements after just 1 year. Seeing her expression was abnormal. Han Xiao took out his laptop, opened a few photos, and passed it to Gila. The photos were the ruins of the Germinal Organization headquarters after the nuclear explosion, captured by 6 Nations drones. It was black and scorched earth. After an explosion like this, they're most likely all dead. Even if there is anyone left, it will only be those of insignificance, so don't have to worry about Germinal Organization coming back unless they are tired of being alive. Han Xiao paused before saying, "You were once a member of the Germinal Organization, so you are on 6 Nations wanted list too. But you are on my side now, so 6 Nations won't be against you anymore." Gila frowned. "I never agreed to be your subordinate." Aurora raised her hand and said, "I want to be." Gila reached out her hands bitterly and messed Aurora's hair. Aurora's golden hair had grown longer, reaching her ears. They chatted for a while till Han Xiao and Maple Moon arrived. Usually, Han Xiao would only summon them if something good was going to happen, so they were looking forward to it. Han Xiao used the dungeon creation function. After some contemplation, he selected the Dark Crow Valley operation. To create dungeon crystals, this was suitable for the standard of the players at the moment. LV-30 Dungeon Crystal. Dark Crow Valley Operation. Introduction. Dark Crow Valley is one of the Germinal Organization's bases in the southern continent, destroyed by Star Dragon and Hesla. This will be your test. Dungeon type: backward time travel dungeon. Player completion count: 0. Highest dungeon completion rate: none. Record holders: none. Dungeon crystal? The 4 of them exchanged looks. The average level of the player at the moment was 30, so they were starting to come into contact with dungeons. There had already been 11 fixed dungeons found on planet Aquamarine, which meant that these dungeon crystals could be earned multiple times from a character by repeating the mission. They mostly came from the various organizations, and they were all small 5-man dungeon. New dungeons meant new opportunities. The 4 of them completed the mission and received the reward. A white rhombus crystal appeared in their hands, and they could enter the dungeon by shattering it. This is a 5-man dungeon, so we need 1 more person, Frenzied Sword immediately said. Let's see if we can at least complete it with normal grade. Because of Han Xiao, they always stuck together, so they were very familiar with each other. Han Xiao nodded. Okay. I'll ask rebels shall rule from Team 1 of Sky Territory. Nobody had any objections. The 4 of them came to the square, and after waiting for a while, rebels shall rule ran there full of joy. God Han Xiao was his idol, so he was very happy that he could just be with his idol. The 5 of them formed a team. Let's enter the dungeon and take a look. Frenzied sword shattered the crystal. Fog gushed out, covered the 5 of them, and disappeared from the crowded square. Their vision blurred, and when it recovered, the surroundings had become a forest. It was night, and it was difficult to even see their own hands. Backward time travel dungeon let the players participate in an event that had happened before by duplicating that event. The notification showed on their interfaces. You are soldiers of the Dark Crow Valley base. Hesla and Star Dragon troops are going to invade. Your mission is to protect the Dark Crow Valley base as best you can. Dungeon start countdown. 10 minutes. Dungeon goal. Survive until the end of the event. Reward. 15,000 EXP. Optional mission I. Kill 5 Star Dragon or Hesla agents. Reward. 30,000 EXP. Optional mission 2. Protect the real intel in the base from leaking. Reward. 45,000 EXP. Optional mission 3. Pan Kwang and Ji Jie survive. Reward. 70,000 EXP. Optional mission 4. Defeat Star Dragon and Hesla Alliance. Reward. 110,000 EXP. Dungeon failure conditions. Annihilation. Such high rewards. Rebels shall rule was shocked. As a very important member of the guild, he had seen a lot and knew a lot. The LV30 dungeons that the players had seen at the moment usually only had 2 to 3 missions, and the total reward was 70,000 to 80,000 EXP. Yet, there were 5 missions in this dungeon with so many rewards. Rebels shall rule then thought about it, and his face turned serious. However, the higher the reward, the more difficult it will be. The other 4 exchanged looks in confusion. Is that so? Frubnell.com. Never felt any part of the missions from Black Phantom were difficult. We are different, Bunhitdog said with a heavy heart. He did not have the heart to correct rebels shall rule. Frenzied Sword looked at the notification and said with surprise, the dungeon will only start in 10 minutes. But we can already move freely. What does this mean? This the first time that they had met a dungeon with a countdown, so they were a little lost. Actually, the countdown would only appear in more difficult dungeons. The players would enter the event sometime before it happened so that they could do some preparation. The time for the start of the mission was the night when Hesla agents were going to steal the intelligence, so the players had the opportunity to prevent that. If they successfully did and changed the beginning of the story, the difficulty of the entire dungeon would drop from hell to difficult. However, the interface did not notify them about this. The players had to explore this themselves. In the future, when Han Xiao opened this dungeon, after the players in the sanctuary got tortured by it a few hundred times, only then would they find the correct way to start the dungeon. Of course, at the moment, the 5 of them were unaware of the importance of those 10 minutes. They started the dungeon as usual. However, this was their first time in this dungeon. This type of dungeon was different from those that were just about killing monsters. It was more realistic and more difficult. The 5 of them had fun in agony, going around and around like headless chickens. They could only follow the job given by the base and patrol. One day passed this way. During their patrol on the second night, Bunhitdog suddenly received a headshot. Your teammate, Bunhitdog, has died. What? The rest 4 of them were horrified. They looked in all directions immediately, but the forest was dense. The night was dark, and they had no idea where the enemy was. Bang! This time it was Han Xiao who took a headshot. The rest of the 3 felt like the enemy was everywhere, and they were understandably anxious. Han Xiao's voice appeared in the team channel. He said very seriously, the interface said I received a lethal attack. The person that killed me was Black Phantom. They were dazed. It turned out this was a dungeon with Han Xiao in it, and as the enemy, they were very discouraged. Han Xiao's dungeon creation function was to cut out an event that would be generated into a mission. The characters in the dungeon were all mirror images, replaying events exactly as they had happened. It had nothing to do with the original person, and they had a certain amount of dungeon enhancement. After 3 consecutive shots, all 3 of them died. Their visions blurred again, and they were back in the square. They had spent 1 day in the dungeon, but only 10 minutes had passed in the outside world. The flow of time in the dungeon was different. Dungeon Dark Crow Valley operation failed. Dungeon cooldown 3 hours. The 5 of them all smiled bitterly. This was way too difficult. They did not even know how they died. On the other side, Han Xiao saw the return of the 5 of them from his surveillance image, confirmed the dungeon crystal to be effective, and started pondering. Dungeon crystals can only be distributed through mission rewards and can't be sold for money. Its use to me is to gather more players and give them more benefit, so the players will be more willing to do things for me. Also, the players will know about my experience through the dungeon, which will in turn increase my position. These are all rather indirect benefits. I can't sell the dungeon crystals, so there's no direct benefit. Han Xiao suddenly paused. He slapped his head and laughed. I'm thinking about this the wrong way. There's no need to sell them. Chapter 289. The New Round of Business. 2. Chapter 289. The New Round of Business. 2. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. The next day, Han Xiao officially started to distribute dungeon missions. The players in the sanctuary were pleasantly surprised. Never thought Black Phantom would have dungeon missions as well. Why didn't they appear before? The Germinal organization main storyline only ended recently. Maybe it's to let those of us who didn't participate in it take part through the form of a dungeon, and Han Xiao is the one to give access to those dungeons. That's pretty good if that's the case. The players in the sanctuary had not taken part in the war main storyline. There were definitely some regrets. Now that Han Xiao had released a dungeon that was related to the completed main storyline, it was undoubtedly a chance to fulfill those regrets. The players swarmed in, but Han Xiao did not give it out for free this time. He set a mission with 1 dungeon crystal as the reward. It required something called contribution points. After accepting this mission, purchasing anything from Han Xiao would increase the contribution points. Since dungeon crystals could not be sold or generate direct benefits, he just had to change his method. He could randomly set the mission requirement, so he made the dungeon crystal into something like a bonus reward to encourage the players to buy things from him, which would, in turn, increase his sales. The players that were already planning to spend would be even more willing to spend after seeing they could complete the dungeon mission on the way. The players who wanted to complete the dungeon mission would come and buy from him, then realize that the things he sold were all bargains, and they would fall into the trap, forming a cycle. This was a promotion method. The effect was very clear. The first time Han Xiao tried it, his sales for that day increased by 30%. The results were very great. The most obvious impact was that Han Xiao's surrounding area became more crowded than subways, such that he could hardly move. After getting the dungeon crystal, the players called their friends and created teams to enter the dungeon. Their experience of the process was basically, enter joyfully, die, then come out stunned and confused. The winning goal was to survive till the end. At the start, everyone died before they could reach the end. 2 days later, someone finally completed the dungeon, but the completion rate was pathetic. They completed 0 optional missions and completed the dungeon with the lowest completion rate. The 4 optional missions were the ones with the highest rewards. They spent money at Han Xiao's to receive the dungeon crystal, but they only got the lowest dungeon reward. It was a loss, and the players were frustrated. The difference in difficulty between the optional missions and the completion goal was huge. Is this dungeon even playable? Black Phantom killed me for the 8th time. My heart is exhausted. The players could not help but complain, share the dungeon's intelligence and recording, and hope someone could come up with something. After dying so many times, I can conclude. If you listen to the base's order, you'll die. How do we even complete the optional missions? Is this really an LV30 dungeon? A high-skill player arranged the intelligence and analyzed the dungeon storyline from the 5 optional missions. The outline of the path should be like this. First night into the dungeon, Hesla agents cause the leak of the base's fake intelligence. The second night, Black Phantom starts to act by sniping patrols, infiltrates the base with unknown methods, then steals the real intelligence. This night is the key to completing Mission 2. Then the base enters alert, discovering Black Phantom's location. The pursuit then starts, resulting in failure. Right after that, a large number of Hesla troops arrive, and the head-on battle starts. There's a chance to complete Mission 1 here. Then everyone gets surrounded and defends the base, and in the end, the base explodes. Staying alive till this point will be considered completing the dungeon. Tables and recordings were listed there, showing the things to take note of in every step of the dungeon storyline. Then it went on to the next topic. Obviously, in this case, there is no chance to complete the rest of the 2 optional missions. From my daring guess, there might be 2 paths to this dungeon. One of them is the one we experienced, and the other is the hidden storyline that will relate to the last 2 optional missions and has yet to be triggered by anyone. Freewenvil.com. In order to defeat the enemy and make them retreat, I feel it has to be approached from the intelligence. After investigating, I noticed a new opportunity. There are 10 minutes to prepare before the dungeon officially starts. This is actually the time before the Hesla agents start to act. If this can be prevented and the intelligence doesn't leak, the dungeon storyline might be different. However, this is a very tough battle. No one had succeeded yet. Lastly, a reminder to all players: do not have any contact with Black Phantom. Once you meet him, it's most likely death. The players were very passionate about dungeons. There were all sorts of analysis posts in the forums. Han Xiao did not know what the dungeon was actually like. Although he had chosen the event, the mission had been generated automatically, but he just had to see the shared videos on the forums to know what the players experienced. The players are actually on Dark Crow Valley base's side. Is it because the dungeon will be too easy if they are on my side? Han Xiao was speechless. Suddenly, he had a flash of insight. That's a good thing, too. High difficulty dungeons have richer reward, and only then will the players be passionate about it for a longer time. This is based on me, so no one knows about the key points to this part of the storyline more than me. I could use this advantage and make some very specifically targeted machinery and sell to the players to help them complete the mission. The more the players benefited from the dungeon, the more he would benefit. His intention was not to have the dungeon discourage all the players. Also, he would make money once again from selling targeted machinery to help the players. This is a business opportunity. Han Xiao was a doer. He produced a large batch of targeted machinery the next day. There were a specially made helmet that protected against ranged sniping and a device that increased the movement speed in the forest. As soon as these were released, the tortured players immediately liked them, and the products were sold out instantly. When there is demand, there will be market potential. Han Xiao was very clear about that principle. He grabbed onto all business opportunities and created a new business chain. Han Xiao was too lazy to even count the money he earned. He only knew it was a lot of money. As aquamarine dollars was not a general currency in the galaxy, he kept splurging and converting his money into machinery, material, and rare resources. Yet not only did he not have less money because of that, his money continuously increased. When Han Xiao had still been a player, he had spent every cent with caution. Now, he had more money than he could spend. Even the Fabian Company's warehouses were bought out by him and needed to be restocked. It's so troubling to have so much money. Han Xiao was troubled for real. He was not planning to bring a ton of aquamarine dollars into the galaxy and use it as toilet paper. With new machinery, it was finally easier for the players to complete the dungeon. The new machinery that he built became standard equipment for the dungeon in the mind of the players. Compared to the rich reward in the dungeon, the cost was acceptable, so the players felt it was worth it. At least one person had to have the equipment in a 5-man team. It was almost a necessity. The money stacked up, and Han Xiao earned another bucket of gold. The difficulty level of the dungeon also decreased from NetEase to 10-cent 1. Although 10-cent always received a lot of complaints, they were still quite kind compared to NetEase. The difference between the two could be illustrated by 10-cent. You can't enjoy the game if you have no money. NetEase. You can't enjoy the game. The long-term benefits of becoming an NPC in charge of a dungeon are great. I will not have to worry about attracting players as long as I'm present. This is a version 1.0 main storyline, so dungeons below LV60 can last me for a very long time. I will temporarily only create Dark Crow Valley Dungeon, and once the average level increases, I will make new dungeons. This way, the player's needs can always be satisfied, and it can last for a long term. Also, with more dungeons being distributed, the players will know more about my experience, which is very helpful in making a deeper impression in the hearts of the players. I have to let the players know that other than being handsome, I have countless more strengths. Han Xiao took the players very seriously as it was unavoidable to interact with players if he wanted to grow quickly, and the players were a group of lawless people. Thus, he did not want to stand against them. Although he was very far ahead of the players, once the players grew stronger, they would still be able to cause some trouble when they appeared in groups. The great mechanic Han had to admit this. He was never too full of himself. Dark Crow Valley Operation Dungeon created a wave in the sanctuary. The sanctuary's functions were already getting richer with time, and the appearance of the dungeon caused it to improve drastically. In the hearts of the players, the position of the main city was already having its fundamentals. Chapter 290 Sucker. Chapter 290 Sucker. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Hundreds of resource boxes were stacked neatly in the warehouse. Inside were the countless parts and materials that Han Xiao had hoarded. This was his secret base below Sanctuary 3. During the construction of the sanctuary, Han Xiao had secretly expanded the base. It was now his hidden stronghold, and every route had authorization identification equipped with guarding machine guns. There were also surveillance cameras in every entrance and countless spider detectors lurking in the dark. The security was very tight. Han Xiao had a total of 3 warehouses, one for materials and parts, another for machinery backlog that he built for EXP and to sell to players, and the last was the important warehouse, storing the equipment he was using, including the new mechanical suit Amphiptere. All the items in his warehouses were part of his preparation for his interstellar travel. The recent dungeon function had earned him a lot of profit once again. Money was pouring in, but he had no idea how much he would have when he left the planet. However, the very positive situation did not make him too excited. He saw some problems too. The money that he earned came from players, and where did the players get their money? Of course, their money came from other NPCs by doing missions. Technically, what the players were doing was gathering the fortune of the NPCs everywhere and giving it all to Han Xiao as a form of expenditure, forming a torrent of money. The money was moving and formed an assembly line. He could be considered the destination of this assembly line. Therefore, if the players wanted to earn money, they had to work for other NPCs, and to increase the average spending and purchasing power of the players, he had to increase the number of NPCs in the sanctuary. There was also another problem. The players would not stay in the main city forever. They would definitely go to other places to do missions and experience the storyline. To have these players return in the future, other than to have the various events, the main city had to be made more accessible. Han Xiao planned to lay out a new transportation network in the sanctuary, building railway tracks and scheduling regular flights. This required a very high budget, and the Darknet could not fund it temporarily. Bennett was currently developing new sanctuaries, and they did not have extra money. These two problems had the same solution. Find a sucker who was willing to pay the money and provide manpower. The phone rang. Huang Yu's voice appeared after it was picked up. The visiting group of the Alamera family has arrived at the sanctuary entrance. Shall we let them in? A meaningful smile appeared on Han Xiao's face as he played with the bullet shells. Yes, of course, we need to let them in. A convoy parked outside the sanctuary entrance. Xiao Jin had personally brought people to visit. The people who came were mostly members of the Xiao faction. With Xiao Jin as the leader, there were a few nephews and children. Other than the Xiao faction, the Home faction and Red Island faction also sent their messengers along, mostly to express their standpoint. They waited at the entrance for quite some time, but Xiao Jin did not show any sign of impatience. He knew very clearly that he was the weak party, and he was here to plead. After a very long time, they were finally let in. He looked around on the way and observed the facilities in the sanctuary. Nodding. Following Huang Yu to the guest hall, He raised his head and immediately saw Han Xiao sitting on the master seat, sizing them up with a mocking expression. Without the mask, this face in the eyes of these Xiao faction people was the missing Han Xiao, but they could not see through Han Xiao at all. It was like he was totally a different person. His eyes were as if he was looking at a group of strangers. Xiao Jin did not dare to call him son. He cleared his throat and said in a low voice, "Black Phantom." Han Xiao looked at them without any expression and did not reply. He simply sat with his back against the chair, played with the bullet in his hand, and stared at them. Xiao Jin understood his intention. He looked at Xiao Hai and the rest of the youngsters behind him and gave them a sign by tilting his head. These Xiao faction youngsters caused a commotion, but after a few seconds of hesitation and procrastination, they unwillingly greeted him. "Stepfather." "Oh, you're here," Han Xiao said coldly. Han Xiao knew that Xiao Jin definitely expected this awkward relationship issue to happen before they came, and these youngsters were definitely mentally prepared. All this hesitation were acted just for him. Xiao Jin wanted him to go back to being Xiao Jin's son and strengthen their relationship. However, this was completely useless to him, since he was not the real Han Xiao. Han Xiao was not moved. "What are you visiting me for?" Seeing the situation, Xiao Jin coughed and said, "I can explain what happened in the past. Your elder brother wants to apologize to you personally." Xiao Hai took a deep breath, put on a very apologetic expression, and quickly revised the script in his heart one more time. He had already come up with his apology on the way there. He would cry and grovel, and he would show his regret and self-hatred for what he had done. Then, there would be a high chance to get Han Xiao's forgiveness. As long as their relationship was restored, Alamera would be able to rely on this strong force. No matter how unwilling Xiao Hai was, he had to brace himself and put on the act. Xiao Hai was about to take a step forward and start to speak. Bang! Everyone was shocked. They followed the sound and looked over. A bullet crater still giving out smoke appeared under Xiao Hai's foot. If he had taken that step forward, the bullet would have hit the back of his foot. Xiao Hai could not take the step and froze in place. The empty bullet shell fell to the floor. A dark blue electromagnetic force covered his finger, and black smoke came out of the tip of his fingernail. The flick of his hand had acted as a firing pin, detonating the base and shooting out a bullet with his bare hands. Even Han Xiao himself felt it was cool and awesome. This power was limited, but it was enough to scare people. "I don't need an apology. Get down to business," Han Xiao said coldly. Xiao Jin's expression changed slightly. It was clear that Han Xiao did not want to talk about emotions and only wanted to talk about their deal, which disrupted his plan. Without a choice, he could only ask Xiao Hai to step back. Xiao Hai clenched his teeth tightly. He had already planned to apologize, but he was not even given a chance to read his script. Han Xiao did not even look at him. Xiao Jin focused his mind and said in a low voice, "The Germinal organization is gone, and the Six Nations will be the only large organization from now on. Due to climate deterioration, many wanderers will choose to leave their colonies and join the Six Nations. Once the Six Nations finish resting and recovering sooner or later, they will clear out us scattered warlords, even if we were once Six Nations partners. Unless you can find someone to protect you." Han Xiao rubbed his chins. Xiao Jin nodded. He wanted to plan for the future to rely on Han Xiao and the Dark Net. Han Xiao changed the topic and said, "It's time to pay back what you owe. Don't you have any idea how you got to where you are today?" Xiao Jin was speechless. He wanted to play the emotion card, but Han Xiao just wanted to talk business, just like back then when he was only known as Black Phantom. Frububble.cm. What do you want to see? Money, manpower, and to move your people into the sanctuary. It's not easy to chase the debt if you're so far away. The expressions of the visitors shifted slightly. This would mean they had to give up what they had built. They looked at Xiao Jin and waited for his decision. Xiao Jin kept silent for a while and decided to compromise. Okay. His eyes were looking at the future. The war had brought chaos, but it had also brought order. There would be fewer and fewer wanderers. Once the Six Nations had the time, the idea of warlords and colonies would disappear. Compared to waiting, it was better to look for a way out and change the business model of the family. Darknet Sanctuary was considered a colony as well, But different from them warlords, the Six Nations allowed the existence of sanctuaries. Xiao Jin pondered and felt this might be an opportunity, so he agreed. After getting the others to leave, Han Xiao and Xiao Jin were the only ones left. They discussed the details of the deal, and Xiao Jin kept compromising. The end result was Alamera would be funding the building of transportation network and slowly migrate their people from all their strongholds into the sanctuary, including the refugees and wanderer under their rule, to increase the population of the sanctuary. Alamera was the succor that Han Xiao was looking for. Han Xiao had absolutely no intention of inheriting the thoughts of the original owner of his body, but this could be a chip to use Alamera. These people were not noble themselves anyway. Heard your Southern Continent division is still troubling Lu Cheng. He's my friend. Xiao Jin sighed. I know what to do. Other than Alamera, Han Xiao also planned to pull in Lu Cheng. He was not going to let Alamera be the only one to grow. The dark net would support his operations. Thinking about that, he remembered that there were still some blueprints that he had yet to receive from Old Man Lu. Chapter 291, 4 Blueprints. Chapter 291, 4 Blueprints. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Ever since what happened in Green Valleyville, Lu Cheng and Alamera had been in a bad relationship with each other. Lu Cheng's Black Pine Colony received numerous attacks and suffered quite some damage. Since Alamera had joined Han Xiao wanted to settle this problem for Lu Cheng, so he called. It's you. Lu Cheng was cautious on the call. He had also received the intelligence that Han Xiao came from Alamera, so this raised his alertness and made him doubt Han Xiao's motive in contacting him before. Don't worry. Alamera won't look for your trouble anymore. Han Xiao was straightforward and expressed his standpoint. Lu Cheng did not understand. What do you mean? I'm not on Alumera's side, at least I was not. Now they have joined me, and I have settled your conflict with them. Han Xiao laughed. Friends should help each other. Okay. Lu Cheng's tone softened a little. Thinking of their relationship before, he felt Han Xiao would not lie to him, and he did not need to. He was just a small warlord, and Han Xiao was now a legend. After the war, the Six Nations will be the only large organization, and there will be fewer wanderers. Warlords will definitely be cleared out in the future. Han Xiao repeated Xiao Jin's words. Basically, what he meant was, the business you're doing now has no future, my brother. You will definitely lose everything in the future, but my business has potential. Don't say I didn't remind you. Now there's an opportunity and I want you. Don't let my kindness go to waste. Lu Cheng was a little tempted. Let me consider. After they finished talking about business matters, Han Xiao asked if Lei Zhenyu was still in Black Pine Colony. And to that, Lu Cheng's answer was he had already left. Han Xiao had some thoughts. Lei Zhenyu was the mechanic that built P0 nanotechnology muscle fiber, and Old Man Lu had entrusted him to help Lu Cheng. Once Lei Zhenyu left, it would be the chance to get the 4 blueprints that Old Man Lu had left behind. Old Man Lu would try to pass the message to Lu Cheng, who would then send someone back to the repair shop back in Star Dragon to retrieve the blueprints. Although their father and son relationship was very rigid, Old Man Lu still had a lot of love as a father. Han Xiao shook his head discreetly. This reminded him of his dad. Oh, he was not talking about Xiao Jin. Old Man Lu's 4 blueprints were very rare items. They had very unique styles and could be considered a set of godly equipment in the early stages of a mechanic. The chance to get those through knowledge fusion was extremely low, so Han Xiao was tempted. He now had 3 fighting styles: ranged kiting style with the Ghost Sniper Rifle and electromagnetic hover boots, all-round style with his Amphiptere mechanical suit, and mechanical pugilist style with compounded magnetic chain split blades and thermoelectrical incisor gloves. These 3 styles made up his current combat style. The other machinery was not counted as part of his usual tactics, such as the Rush style with Gen 2.5 Rangers and batteries or the Pure Machinery style with a large number of firearms, as these were rarely used. Ever since the creation of the Snake series mechanical suits, Han Xiao had rarely gambled for new blueprints. He knew the knowledge fusion combination needed for the blueprints. Other than trying his luck occasionally, he only spent EXP to fuse specific blueprints when he needed them. Old Man Lu's 4 blueprints belonged to a new standalone tactical combat style. It was equal to being free. Of course, Han Xiao would not miss it. The sun slowly moved closer to the horizon, dyeing Star Dragon Western capital in a dusk glow. The people on the streets were in a hurry, as if the night was a monster and they wanted to be back home before it came. Han Xiao walked on the streets slowly. It had been close to a year since he left, and now that he had returned, the feeling that the city gave him was slightly different. For one, there were more people. The remains of the paint from the anti-war protests could still be seen on the corners of the walls, and the large screen on the building far away played the news about their victory in the war and the upcoming climate deterioration. The city was covered in a heavy-hearted air, and the residents were worried and lost about their fate in the future. Han Xiao was wearing the facial simulator and had a different appearance, wearing a wool coat. It was already winter, and these clothes were very low profile and ordinary. Back at the repair shop that he had left long ago, it still had the same structure. Even his workshop remained beside the shop. Han Xiao walked into the shop, and a buzzing sound came from the workstation. Lu Qian was focusing on assembling machinery. She was alone. Old man Lu, who usually sat at the door, was missing. Lu Qian turned around. Seeing that a customer was there, she hastily put down her work and approached him with a smile. "Hello, what do you need?" Lu Qian still had the familiar look, gentle and dedicated, like a spring breeze. Han Xiao sized her up and said without changing his expression, "I would like to customize something small." "Customize what?" Lu Qian blinked. Han Xiao took out a blueprint and passed it to Lu Qian. It was a mini metal statue drawing, not very technical, just needed welding and grinding. Any machinery assembly shop could complete it. Lu Qian looked at it for a while and said while nodding, "No problem. Come to take tomorrow." Han Xiao shook his head. "I'm leaving the city tomorrow. I need it tonight." With a troubled expression, Lu Qian said, "It takes about 2 hours to build this statue, and I'll close the shop when it gets dark." freewebnovel.sim. "Then I can only go to another shop." Han Xiao acted upset and mumbled, "Which repair shop take $30,000 jobs around here?" Lu Qian's eyes sparkled instantly, and she changed her response immediately. "Today's closing time is delayed. You can wait in the shop and receive the product as soon as it's finished." Han Xiao laughed discreetly. He knew Lu Qian too well. This method worked every time. There was only a chance to find Old Man Lu's box if he stayed in the shop. Of course, he could not ask Lu Qian directly as it would raise caution. At this time, a new customer entered. It was a short hair man. He said, "I want to buy some household machinery. Do you have any?" "Yes." Lu Qian pointed toward the metal shelf on the side and said, "Everything on that is for sale." "Sorry, I currently am doing something, so you can look at the products yourself." Han Xiao casually pulled a chair and sat down. Suddenly, he sensed something and looked to the side. He saw that the man who walked in was sizing up the items on the shelf while discreetly sizing him up and observing him. Old Man Lu's identity was special, so he had entrusted Division 13 to take care of Lu Qian before leaving. There was always someone that monitored the place nearby, preventing anyone from harming Lu Qian. This new customer was one of the regular field agents, and he had come to observe Han Xiao. Division 13's man? Han Xiao's senses at LV-70 were very sharp, so he noticed this man's footsteps showed unique signs of having trained in the military. He could guess it easily with just a little bit of thinking. His expression did not change, and he watched quietly. He was not afraid of getting recognized as he had changed his face for the time being. It got dark, and Lu Qian was focused. Han Xiao sat on the other side, and that man was still looking at the shelf and monitoring him. Han Xiao's brows rose. He could not move freely when under surveillance. He shook his leg, and a mini spider detector crawled out his pocket, moving stealthily following the shadows. Han Xiao took out his laptop while blocking the vision of the other man with his body. He looked down and opened the controlling panel for the spider detector, then switched it to manual control. The visual image of the mini spider detector showed on the bottom right of the screen, moving close to the ground. The detector was equipped with a metal detection device, and the pipes hidden under the walls and the ground were all reflected. He remembered Old Man Lu's safe was metal, so he used metal detection. Half an hour later, the spider detector found the target in Lu Qian's room on the second floor. A suitcase-style safe was under the bed. Han Xiao's eyes spun. He stood up immediately and asked, "Is there a toilet here?" Lu Qian looked up and wiped her sweat. "It's upstairs. I can bring you." "No need to, you do your stuff. I can go myself." Han Xiao rejected her and walked upstairs. After a few steps, he suddenly heard that field agent following him up with the excuse of wanting to go to the toilet as well. Han Xiao felt a little troubled. It was not easy to act when he was being monitored by someone. Suddenly, he had an evil idea. Coming to the toilet on the second floor, he suddenly turned around and punched the field agent in his face. The field agent had no time to react at all and could only feel his vision getting blurry and his nose being in extreme pain. Then he fainted. Han Xiao held on to him and laid him down on the ground slowly. He walked into Lu Qian's room, pulled out the safe from under the bed, and keyed in the password he remembered. Gotcha. The cover opened. Han Xiao gave it a scan, and the interface notified him that he had received 4 rare blueprints, so it was confirmed. He was delighted, rolled the blueprints up, and placed them into his bag. Then he took out the substitutes from his back and placed them into the box, restoring it back to its place. The substitutes were also machinery blueprints, but they were just normal blueprints. There would be players in the future who would go through countless hardships to complete this mission. Thus, by putting something inside, the player who completed the mission would at least get something. Han Xiao felt that he had such a kind heart, almost so touching it could move the whole of galaxy. He carried the field agent down. Lu Qian was shocked and asked, "What happened to him?" Han Xiao purposely put on a face of disgust and said, "This guy wanted to use the toilet together with me. It was a disgusting idea, so I knocked him out." Lu Qian's expression became weird. Her eyes looked around on the field agent's body, then mumbled, "So exciting." Han Xiao sat down peacefully. He did not panic after knocking a person from Division 13 out. This was because of his strength. Plus, Lu Qian and he knew each other quite some time ago, so he did not want to disappear for nothing and make Lu Qian scared. He chatted with Lu Qian to fill the silence. C-156 please respond. C-156 please respond. In a large room of a building a few hundred meters away, a team of field agents to protect Lu Qian was on standby. The captain kept repeating the same line into the walkie-talkie, trying to reach the field agent in the repair shop. After not getting a response at all, their faces started to get serious. *T, he's lost contact. There must be an accident in the shop. Let's move now. The captain stood up immediately, changed into a bulletproof vest, brought along an ammunition belt, and burst through the door with the team in tow. Chapter 292 Sonic Sphere. Chapter 292 Sonic Sphere. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. The cool night wind blew in from the window, and the buzzing sound of the workstation filled their ears. It was a little noisy, but Han Xiao was chatting casually with Lu Qian. "Your shop has been here for quite a number of years. How's business?" Lu Qian's hair was tied back, and she wore a safety mask. While looking down and welding the metal, she replied, "With such a bad location, of course, the business isn't good. You seemed busy when I came in." Lu Qian shook her head. "I'm the only one here. With the orders stacking up, of course, there is always something to do. Aren't you going to hire a helper?" Lu Qian paused and sighed. "Hired one before. Left. Probably because the salary was too low." Han Xiao shook his head in disapproval. "Was that the reason?" Lu Qian doubted. She was just an ordinary person and did not know about these large issues. Han Xiao had left without saying goodbye back then and had been uncontactable since, so Lu Qian still held a grudge. The apprentice worker whom they had finally been able to hire had disappeared just like that. Although they did not spend a very long time together, Han Xiao had left a very deep impression on Lu Qian. Old man Lu and she had been the only ones in the shop before, and with one more person joining in, it had felt much livelier. She had felt happy during the time they spent together. However, even after a very long wait, Han Xiao still had not returned, greatly upsetting Lu Qian. "Since business is not good, have you ever thought of moving elsewhere?" Lu Qian shook her head. "This is my home." Rapid and dense footsteps approached. a group of field agents arrived in the dark. At this time, the unconscious field agent slowly woke up. His expression changed, and he immediately wanted to get up with a roll. However, a fist enlarged in front of his eyes. Bang! Han Xiao knocked him out once again right before the eyes of the field agent team. Freeze! Raise your hands! The field agent team raised their guns and aimed at Han Xiao as the captain yelled, "We are Star Dragon Strategic Defense Division. We need to verify your identity. You have to come with us." Swoosh! With a few flashes of light, the muzzles of the field agent team's handguns were sliced open smoothly. The captain's expression changed immediately. Requesting back. Boom! 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 In a blink of an eye, Han Xiao, who had been sitting on the chair just a second ago, was in the middle of the people. The field agent team who had entered ferociously were now all on the floor. With his attributes, knocking down these LV-10 normal field agents in an instant was a piece of cake. Security is too weak. I hope this will make Division 13 strengthen their guards. It would be best if they don't even let the players in. Han Xiao shook his head, took out stacks of cash, placed it on the table, and left. Lu Qian regained focus. She stared at Han Xiao's back and suddenly asked, "Have we met before?" Without turning back, Han Xiao smiled faintly and said, "No, we haven't." After he disappeared into the night, Lu Qian put down the things in her hands. She took off the protective mask, tucked her hair behind her ear, and suddenly smiled, a smile with unspoken meanings. Han Xiao smuggled himself out of the western capital, boarded the helicopter back to the sanctuary, and then took out the blueprints that he had just received. Blueprint: magnetic chain-style hovering shield shuttle. Blueprint: sonic sphere, penetrate. Blueprint: sonic sphere, quake. Blueprint: sonic sphere, scout. These four machines made up a unique combat style, with both offensive and defensive capabilities. The three different types of sonic spheres were the core equipment. They all had different functions that complemented one another. As the name suggested, sonic spheres were related to sonic attacks. Ultrasound and infrasound were equipped in the penetrate style, focused on damage. Noisonic and strong sonic were equipped in the quake style, focused on disabling. The scout style was focused on support, related to sonar detection. It could also enhance the power of the other two types of sonic spheres, as well as create an area where all sonic attacks within the area would be enhanced. Plus, it had MP3 functions. The requirements to learn these four blueprints were LV-45, more than 250 intelligence, basic acoustics LV.5, basic mechanical engineering LV.5, basic energy theory LV.5, basic energy conversion LV.5, basic spatial sensing LV.3, and basic electromagnetism LV.4. Han Xiao had 68 potential points at the moment. He spent 12 to level up what was needed and satisfied the requirements. One day later, Han Xiao returned to the sanctuary and immediately started building the equipment. The core technology of the sonic spheres was acoustics. The most important part was the emitter of the sonic attacks. Pipes to produce sound frequencies needed to be made with electromagnetic plates and micro-adjusted according to different sonic attack types, and to connect these pipes together into a sphere frame required high skills. He spent quite some time before he finally built the end product. The three metal spheres lay on the workstation quietly. They were roughly 2/3 the size of an average human head. They were not entirely spherical, and there were some edges and corners. The exterior was made of cold armor to protect the interior core, and the emitters were hidden in the gaps between the armor. The original control method involved hand signs and whistling. Han Xiao changed that into nerves connection control. By wearing a specially made headset, it would convert the nerve signals and send them into the receivers within the sonic spheres to be identified into commands, and this was effective within 60 meters. Han Xiao commanded in his mind. Frububble.cm. The armor plate of these three sonic spheres split open and exposed black holes. White flames shot out from them, and they flew up, wobbling, hovering in midair. The sonic spheres had flying capabilities and could move freely in the air. It was his mid-range combat equipment. Han Xiao familiarized himself with the controls. He then started to test the power of the sonic spheres. After some observation, Han Xiao found that the range of sonic sphere penetrate was about 20 meters. It was used mainly to damage the target, creating armor penetration sound waves and attacking the target through obstacles. The attack range was in a straight line or an inverted cone. The basic damage of sonic sphere penetrate was 81 to 130. Although that did not look very high, that was not the case. The specialty of sonic attacks was that they are highly penetrative. The damage reduction from armor was very low, and with Han Xiao's attribute enhancements and skill enhancements, one hit from it could deal 350 to 400 damage. If Flaming Will was used as well, it would not be weaker than the Ghost Sniper rifle that had more than 250 damage. Furthermore, the damage output of Sonic Sphere penetrate was more stable than the Ghost Sniper rifle. It could be used as the main combat method. Sonic Sphere Quake had area disabling effects. It could cause debuffs like stunned, shocked, paralyzed, unconscious, and such. Its attack range was a sphere of 10 meters diameter. Sonic Sphere Scout could create a sonic enhancing zone in a diameter of 100 meters, increasing the damage and effects of the other two. Thud. Sonic Sphere Penetrate sped up in an instant, smashed a pit on the metal wall, and made a loud noise. The sonic sphere was very sophisticated. He smashed it against the wall to test its interior durability. This smash made it lose 17 durability, and the total durability of the sonic sphere was 1,600. 1% is lost with just one hit. Seems it won't last long if it's attacked. The three sonic spheres, one for offense, one for control, and one for support, work together. The defense would be taken care of by the magnetic chain-style hovering shield shuttle, with about the same technology as the compounded magnetic chain split blades but for defense. Technically, it was a shield generator. The hovering shuttles would form a shape in the air, then connect with each other with electromagnetic energy. The shape it formed would become an electromagnetic shield. Shielding technology was very common in the galaxy, but there was almost no mature shield technology on planet Aquamarine. In the galactic standard, this kind of single-surface shield was very basic. However, it was rare machinery in version 1.0. He could control at most 4 sonic spheres at one time. Controlling more would mean lower accuracy. To mechanics, receiving strong machinery did not mean that its powers could be fully utilized right away. Many complicated machines required the user to be very familiar with them in order to be able to utilize their full potential. The skills of mechanic players were also based on how they used their best machinery, so-called microcontrol. However, microcontrol was a piece of cake for the experienced great mechanic Han. Including the sonic sphere style, I now have 4 combat methods. The core style would be Amphiptere mechanical suit, in cooperation with the other 3, capable of ranged, mid-ranged, and melee styles. These will be enough for any situation at the moment. I will not need any new combat methods anytime soon. Han Xiao suddenly remembered that he had taken away what belonged to Liu Chang, and he wondered what Liu Cheng's reaction would be after he received the blueprints that he had replaced. Old man Liu might find him to complain. That was good as well. It had been quite some time since he last saw Old Man Liu, and he missed him a little. Chapter 293, Galaxy Pro League Season 1. Commence. Chapter 293, Galaxy Pro League Season 1. Commence. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. A period of stability arrived on planet Aquamarine. Time passed by quick, and 4 months passed in a blink of an eye. Sanctuary 3 was completed with tall guarding walls, filtered air, self-sufficient greenhouse farms, and many more. The aim of the sanctuary was to protect humans in times of disaster or even protect the tinder of mankind. In the last 4 months, Bennett had built more sanctuaries, but none of them could match up to the size of Black Phantom Sanctuary 3. Alamera and Liu Chang had already migrated their people over, built the guarding city surrounding Sanctuary 3, paid the money, and provided the manpower to build the transportation network, which spread all over the sanctuary. Han Xiao's sanctuary could be considered a large city. The rewards of this main storyline mission were calculated and given. Han Xiao had almost finished most of the constructions, so he was given an A+ grade. Sanctuary plan, Sanctuary 3, completed. You have received 6,500,000 EXP. You have received 1 potential point. Grade, A+. Plus 2,500 dark net relationship points. Current relationship. Reverence, 6,000. Leader of dark net. A plus grade reward. Bonus 250% EXP. 16,250,000. Special item *1. You have received Medal of Honor, Sanctuary Owner A. An experience reward was the main reward of this construction-type main storyline, unlike the Germinal Organization main storyline with many special items or any random reward. There was also no new dungeon creation right in the NPC panel, probably because it was just a construction-type main storyline and very little actually happened. Although the war ended, there were still many more areas in Planet Aquamarine that could be explored. The more the players explored Planet Aquamarine, the more the 6 nations would fear the Inhumans that were becoming stronger as time passed by. However, in conclusion, the situation of Planet Aquamarine was stable. During this time, the main storylines and the main characters in other novice planets had surfaced and started to shine, whereas the heat on Planet Aquamarine had cooled down. Han Xiao was making preparation in peace in the sanctuary. As a main storyline main character, the times he was mentioned gradually became fewer. Most players only remembered him when they bought loot boxes. Just like Galaxy Times said, when a main storyline ended, the corresponding main character would also fade away. Han Xiao was not worried about the reducing attention. The things that he did were already deeply printed into the players' hearts, so he had already built his base. Even if he was covered by the other popular topics, once he made any more news, the players would still be immediately reminded of him. In 4 months' time, he had collected a large amount of EXP, and the EXP on his interface had a long string of zeros. Due to the interaction he had with the players, his position of mechanic mentor was firm, so many new players in the game would also buy things from him. This was a long-term benefit. His business was prospering. Han Xiao had a very comfortable life during this peaceful time, but he did not forget where he came from. He still spent time every day in the workshop, building equipment and training himself, improving and familiarizing himself with his combat methods, making sure he was always at his best and never rusty. He had used the Destiny's Child character summon card and accurately predicted the chance to head toward the galaxy. There was still quite some time left. According to his memory, Pro League Season 1 would start during this time. This was a player festival. Han Xiao had paid a lot of attention to the competition in his previous life, and he was tempted to ride along. If his sanctuary could be the hosting area for the Pro League, it would bring a large number of customers in. The pugilist and Esper class advancement knowledge that he had prepared, the enhancing drugs, the high-level equipment, and many more would make him a lot of profit. Han Xiao had cultivated Frenzied Sword, Maple Moon, Bun Hit Dog, and Hao Tian with a lot of effort, hoping that they could get a good result in the Pro League, as it would bring him honor too, since everyone knew that these 4 people were the lucky ones that had earned Black Phantom's help. Galaxy Calendar Year 689, March 1st. On this day, an announcement marked in red was placed at the top of the forums. Its popularity grew at an unbelievable pace, which meant the number of people viewing and commenting was quickly increasing every second. Within half an hour, it became the most popular post in the entire forum. S1 Galaxy Pro League, officially established, is finally here. Han Xiao was motivated. When the public launch just started, the rumors of the World Esports Association wanting to host Galaxy Pro League was already being passed around. And after 1.5 months passed in the real world, finally, the official message was announced. This morning, the World Esports Association announced the official opening of the first Galaxy Pro League. This will be the authorized and the highest level competition, a player festival, and the biggest stage for the players to prove themselves. Showcase your skills and the world will cheer for you. There are 37 countries participating in the first season of Galaxy Pro League: China, Japan, Korea, Russia. According to the planet differences in-game, it is divided into 13 divisions. They are Planet Aquamarine Division, Planet Brighton Division, Planet Longtoon Division, Planet Lani Division, Planet Aquamarine Division. The matches will be carried out in the following modes: Singles, Challenge, Groups. Singles, single-player competition. 1 versus 1. Challenge. Team competition. 1 versus 1. Winner stays on stage while the next player of the loser enters. Last one standing wins. Groups. Team competition. Group battle in complex environments. Annihilate the enemy or complete special missions to win. Competition Stage 1. Division qualifiers. All players are eligible to register. Teams registering must have 9 members, including 6 players, 2 substitutes, and 1 coach. 1 match elimination, determining top 38 teams and top 62 singles in each division. Division's Secondary League. 18 teams and 128 single contestants will enter, points-based. Winners and runners-up of each division will enter into the division stage, making up 40 teams and 64 players. Pre-season. Warm-up for contestants. No points calculated. Stage 2. Regular divisions. Points-based. Teams will compete in challenge and groups. Top 8 teams and 16 players enter the finals. If any player belonging to a team enters top 16 of the singles, that team will receive bonus points. Also, the first team and single player will receive the International Showcase Match invitation. International Showcase Match. All-Stars match. Top teams from divisions battle with each other for a showcase. No points calculated. Stage 3 Division Finals. Best of 5. Winners of each division will receive the division trophy. The champions, runners-up, and second runners-up will enter the internationals. Stage 4. Internationals. Points-based. Top 3 of each division compete. Top 8 teams and top 16 singles enter the international finals. Final stage, international finals. Best of 5. Competing for the world champion. Division singles and challenge venues are as follow. Planet Winterfrost, Fisher Canyon. Planet Brighton, Floating Island College. Planet Aquamarine, Black Phantom Sanctuary 3. Registration for qualifiers and secondary league will start tomorrow. We hope all contestants can receive their wanted position. S1 Galaxy Pro League. Officially established. Every player's passion was heated no matter which planet they were on. It was a worldwide festival. Seeing that Sanctuary 3 was the venue for Planet Aquamarine, Han Xiao heaved a sigh of relief, followed by a rush excitement. He could almost see a tsunami of customers overwhelm him. The arena was way too suitable for singles and challenge, and he had opened it to the players. With such a suitable location already built, the chance of it becoming the hosting venue was very high. Such a large festival like Pro League being held in his territory was a huge business opportunity. The competition mode for the first season is the same as how I remembered. Because it is the first season, there are only 3 competition modes. It will be more varied later. Just as I expected, it is still qualifiers, regulars, division finals, followed by international finals. The top 3 of both the division finals and international finals will receive huge prizes. All the various clubs are the main contestants of the first season. The normal players can only achieve something in the singles. It is actually easier to become a star in the singles. The clubs will sign some good players after they showcase their skills, and they will become pro players next season, Han Xiao thought. He had experienced it himself. As a renowned mechanic master, he had received invitations from clubs as well, but he had rejected all of them. He did not like the hardship in team training. Playing the game comfortably was more suitable for him. Han Xiao touched his chin and pondered. I remember China's result in the first season was normal. Was it North America or a European team that won the champion? France? Maybe Canada? He was staying in a high building in the middle of the sanctuary at this time. He looked down and saw the atmosphere of the players changed. It became filled with excitement, anticipation, and nervousness. And so it begins. Han Xiao was a little excited as well. The commencement of the Pro League spread like a storm. Every player knew about it. The teams and pro players of all the countries were motivated. After all their preparations, finally, the worldwide competition that they were waiting for had arrived. Chapter 294, Competition Festival 1. Chapter 294, Competition Festival 1. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The registration for group stages is open. The club has already chosen the rest of the players and rushed us back to practice our tactics. Old Hao, this is the list of the other 3 members and 2 substitutes. There were 3 people in the chat room: Hao Tian, Sleepy Winter, and Twinkle Fried Rice. They were all pro players of the Long Sky Club. The 4 biggest names of China esports: Temple of God, Long Sky, Dynasty, and Fried Eggplants with Fish. The players would always be reminded of these clubs' achievements when they saw those names. The big names all had their pillars, like Li Gu of Temple of God and 3 chariots of Fried Eggplants with Fish. Hao Tian and Sleepy Winter were both senior members of Long Sky. They were known as Long Sky Twin Stars. A few young players with potential had appeared in the youth camp in recent years, in which Twinkle Fried Rice was the most favored genius player that might become the successor. Hao Tian, Sleepy Winter, and Twinkle Fried Rice were the core players of the Long Sky team. The competition requirement this time was 8 players, including substitutes, where Hao Tian was the leader without a doubt. Sleepy Winter and Twinkle Fried Rice were definitely members. The other 5 had been chosen in the internal competition. The winners formed Core Team 1 with the 3 core players. The second-tier players formed Team 2. That was how large clubs worked. Hao Tian went through the list and said, "These players are all seniors and familiar faces. They will be able to find their competition mode with just a bit of practice. The contestants are fine, no need for changes." He was a god player who had contributed to the club for years, so his word sometimes had more authority than even the coach and the manager. Sleepy Winter nodded and said, "The first season is very important. Let's win it. I have looked at the competition details. There are 5 stages, so it will last quite a long time. We have enough time to prepare and continue leveling up. Now is the time where the leading players are reaching almost LV50. When the division finals arrive, the rest of the teams should almost be all at max level. The qualifiers are just the first stage. As it accepts registration from all players, the fight will be the most intense. There will be thousands of teams in one division fighting for only 38 places. Imagine how intense the competition will be. Because of the number of participants in the qualifiers, it will be in the form of single-match elimination. If we are unlucky and lose to a strong opponent, we will be out of the rest of the competition straight away. We have to be careful from the start. All of the enemies can be roughly divided into 4 types: normal new players just joining for fun, high-skilled normal players, strong players from clubs, and the teams from the biggest names. Our biggest opponent will be the other 3 biggest clubs. I estimate that 3/4 of the top 40 teams entering the regulars will be from clubs. The group battle is ever-changing. Don't underestimate any team, Hao Tian said in a low voice. Old Hao, did you register for the singles? Sleepy Winter asked. Yeah, I shall not go then. Sleepy Winter shrugged his shoulders. He was very clear of Hao Tian's skills. There was a very high chance he would get a place in the singles and earn bonus points for the team in the regulars. Most clubs sent their strongest player to the singles. As another member of the Long Sky Twin Stars, since Hao Tian had joined the singles, he would focus on the team division of labor. At the same time, Frenzied Sword also registered for singles. Different from a big name like Long Sky, the Jiang City Club that he was in was a small team. All the members in the club were just enough for the number of team members required. All of them were Tier 2 players, and only Frenzied Sword had made a name for himself. However, he was not the leader. The leader was Lone Crane, a signature player cultivated by Jiang City itself. Yet, he did not have any achievements. Jiang City was a dying team. When they saw the potential in Frenzied Sword and signed him as a strong help, the team only became a little more alive after he joined. However, Lone Crane did not like Frenzied Sword. He felt that Frenzied Sword threatened his position. The management regulations in the small clubs was not as developed as the big names, so it was common to put seniority first when determining positions. Before making any result, pro players were all arrogant, thinking everyone else was just trash. Frenzied Sword was lucky enough to meet this situation and was often excluded by the team. His singles registration was obstructed by Lone Crane many times. Lone Crane's reason was, the team needs to retain its power. You are our ace. If you expose too much in the singles, The others will develop tactics against us. The registration only passed after being approved by the superiors. Frenzied Sword did not favor these fools. It was a crazy dream to want to achieve anything with such a team. He had put all his hopes into the singles. As long as he made a name for himself in the singles, his position would be stable. My win ratio against God Han Xiao is now 4-6. He's a top God player. Since I can win 40% of the time, there should be a high chance of entering the top 64 in the singles. Frenzied Sword was confident in himself. He had received tons of EXP from Han Xiao's missions. His level was ahead of most other players and his ability levels were high too. Plus, all his equipment was limited edition from Black Phantom's shop. Mechanical Pugilist depended a lot in equipment. Most of his equipment was blue grade, his weapon was even a purple, and its machinery type also exceeded normal players' knowledge. It was luxurious. The so-called limited editions were actually tailor-made machinery that Han Xiao had built for him. Han Xiao was cultivating the 4 of them, so he had to look after them. In fact, Frenzied Sword, Maple Moon, Han Xiao and Bun Hit Dog were regarded as his apprentices. Frenzied Sword knew very well that the reason he was so strong was all because of Black Phantom's hidden storyline. Every time he thought of it, he would feel extremely glad that he had met Han Xiao during the closed beta. I have to get a good place, Frenzied Sword encouraged himself. The registration for the qualifiers went on intensively. Various clubs made frequent movements, news articles appeared in the forums every single day, and players discussed the developments actively. It was boisterous. This was a festival. The players all looked forward to their idol's performance in the pro scene, anticipating the battle of the highest skill level. The players could already travel between the continents. Countless players gathered in Sanctuary 3. Sanctuary 3 was the host venue for singles. Other than the registered players, many players came to watch it live. The number of players in the city increased non-stop. The number of participants for the singles was the highest as most players knew that they had no chances against the professional club's teams, and it was not easy to form a team. In comparison, singles was much easier. Any one person could register. As recorded officially, every division had more than 100,000 players registered for the singles. One could see how intense the qualifiers would be. The participating players were mostly older players that had joined the game in the earlier times. The new players afterward were only at level 20 or so. Them joining would only be free points for the others. Some people complained that the league started too early, but their voices were buried in the sea of people very soon after. 8 months had passed in-game since the public launch. According to the competition schedule, the divisions would last for about half a year, and the internationals would only start after about a year of preparation and rest. This long break was mainly to give the qualifying teams more time to improve their cooperation, which showed how important the internationals were. Also, it was a form of hunger marketing to improve the influence of the competition. The competition would last about 2 years of in-game time. The duration of the entire version 1.0 was 3.5 years. The players that could not make it for the qualifiers could only be considered unlucky. Time waits for no man. Maple Moon did not register for the qualifiers. She was a casual player, so she hardly paid attention to competitions and was completely ignorant of the competition mode. Thus, she decided to be a spectator peacefully. Of course, Han Xiao would not force her to join the competition. Furthermore, a mechanic that focused on building abilities like Maple Moon had very ordinary strength in version 1.0. Not everyone had the skills of the great mechanic Han. Bun Hit Dog, however, contacted his streamer friends and formed a streamer team to join the competition excitedly. With Han Xiao's experience and prediction, this streamer team would definitely just be free points. If they could join the regulars, he would swallow 10 energy crystals on the spot. So, only 3 people under me will be joining the competition: Han Xiao, Frenzied Sword, and Bun Hit Dog. The last one can be ignored. Han Xiao stood before the window, looked down on the crowded square and thought, hope the 2 of them can get good results. The registration stage was the brewing period of the competition. It was also the best period for him to earn a huge profit. 100,000 singles contestants were willing to spend money and EXP for just a slight improvement. A pleased smile appeared on Han Xiao's face. After heading toward to the galaxy, I won't be able to interact with a large number of players in a short time. The EXP I earn now will all be taken into the galaxy, the more, the better. Chapter 295, Competition Festival 2. Chapter 295, Competition Festival 2. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. The first season of Pro League was heated up. Galaxy Times also released the latest episode to analyze the overall movements of the competition, which received a lot of attention, breaking the record of highest viewers. Han Xiao opened the video. This episode was clearly different from the others. The comments were much denser than before, and the length also doubled, showing clear signs of it having a lot of content. After making the regular opening cold joke, the hosts entered into the main topic. The first season of Galaxy Pro League has commenced. Registration has opened for the qualifiers. Players, are you ready for this festival? The comment barrage filled with, "Always ready," flew past the screen. Starting from this episode, we will continuously bring comprehensive competition analysis for everyone, the male host said. The content of this episode includes interpretation of the competition mode, competition schedule analysis, and introduction of the various strong teams in the divisions. We also invited the leaders of the 4 biggest clubs in China as guests in the studio. Okay, let's first enter a short commercial break. Don't leave, the wonderful content will soon be back. A not at all short commercial started playing for the next 5 minutes. When even the comments started discussing which baby diapers were better, the hosts finally reappeared. Han Xiao was speechless. No wonder this episode is so long. Welcome back. So, the Pro League is divided into 13 divisions, corresponding to the 13 novice planets, selecting the strongest teams of the various planets. And the clubs from some strong esports countries have already selected their bases, which means that they selected their division in advance. The duo introduced the situation of the various divisions and what were the strong countries. Every strong team they mentioned, a barrage of slogan comments of that team would fly past. Every strong team had fans all over the world. When talking about the Planet Aquamarine division, the reaction was the most intense. It was the China version of Galaxy Times after all. Planet Aquamarine is the main division of the China clubs. We have invited the guests to analyze the situations of the Planet Aquamarine division. Let's give a warm welcome to Li Gu from Temple of God, Second Prince from Dynasty, Hao Tian from Long Sky, and Sun Eggplant from Fried Eggplants with Fish. The comments exploded. Everyone knew that these 4 clubs were enemies, yet they were gathered in one place. It was an extremely rare occasion. These 4 were all leaders of the biggest clubs. They had a lot of fans and they were enemies too, so the comments were filled with arguments in no time. Boss Li Gu is so handsome. Temple of God is all trash. Fangirls, back off. Don't stop me. I want to carry the child of Li Gu. We can't lose, brothers. Hao Tian. I want to give birth to your child too. Why did Second Mace come out? Where's the boss of Dynasty? I want to see the top player in China. That's crossing the line. How can you call him Second Mace? Call him Second Sun. Sun Eggplant is the best. The 4 professional god players, all with unique characteristics, appeared in the image. Li Gu had the warm expression on his face as always, being the most handsome of the group. Hao Tian sat beside him, expressionless like a stone. Freebnol.com. Second Prince was one of the renowned players of the Dynasty Club, arrogant, combing his hair with his head held up high, fully expressing the definition of too big for one's boots. Among the 4 of them, this guy had the most haters. The rank 1 god player in China belonged to Dynasty, mysterious and barely participated in any shows. In contrast, Second Prince loved to speak badly of the god player in his own team, not hiding his ambition of wanting to take over at all. However, he regularly got thrashed by the god player in his own team, becoming a laughingstock, yet he never changed. All things aside, he was never a burden in the competition, so most of the haters were just joking. The last one, Sun Eggplant, was the last member of 3 chariots of fried eggplants with fish. He was a middle-aged man wearing sunglasses, looking undisciplined and shaking his crossed legs continuously, one hand behind the chair, sitting like a boss. He even had a toothpick between his lips. If there was not the rule of no smoking in front of cameras, it would definitely not be a toothpick. Li Gu smiled and said, "Thank you for your invitation. Come to think of it, this is the 4th time I've showed up in Galaxy Times. Thanks to everyone for being a guest in Galaxy Times," the male host said. "Please, our 4 God-tier players, let's start with the analysis for the Planet Aquamarine competition situation." They started the analysis. Li Gu and Second Prince spoke the most. Han Xiao almost didn't talk, and Sun Eggplant occasionally piped up. The Planet Aquamarine division was the main venue for China. There was a total of tens of clubs. Other than the 4 biggest names, there were other large clubs like Thunderstorm, Fanatics, and Nine Gates. There were quite a number of strong pro players. They discussed the topic at length. In their eyes, the 4 biggest clubs were still the ones that had the most chances to win. 13 novice planets, 37 participating countries. Small countries did not have the ability to choose their bases. There were some foreign club events in Planet Aquamarine, not many of them, but they were strong nonetheless. It was not to be underestimated. Although the so-called base planet was just self-named, and any country could come to play, this was a naturally formed sense of the territory from the players. Han Xiao remembered some clubs would send strong players to other divisions, creating a team disguised as ordinary players to beat the local clubs, which would make the local players lose face. Electrolux, whom he had once met, was this kind. "Qualifiers will be the most intense stage," Li Gu said. "The participating players average at LV40, not max level yet. With the elimination mode, luck will play a certain part, but the longer one stays, the more battles one will face. Even we can't say that we are confident of every single match. The impact of the luck factor will be minimized. The last top 38 teams will definitely be strong teams with real skills," Second Prince sneered. "Hee, that's because your Temple of God is too noob. Our dynasty has absolute confidence. Anyone who meets us just has to wait for their death." Li Gu smiled on the outside but cursed on the inside. He did not bother about the fool and turned to look at Han Xiao. He smiled and said, "Old Hao, can you fulfill your dream and become the international champion this time? Success depends on effort." Han Xiao's words were few but had a clear meaning. Second Prince grunted and said arrogantly, "Save it, you guys. The champion will be Dynasty." Sun Eggplant looked at him sideways and said, "Moron." Second Prince turned his head and stared at him furiously. "What you staring at? Looking for a beating?" Sun Eggplant rolled his sleeve like he was going to fight him any time. Second Prince stood back and murmured, "Savage?" The 4 of them interacted and the comment barrage fired. This episode of the show analyzed the competition in detail. In the end, the 4 of them promoted their preparations of their teams, expressing their fighting spirit and their strong determination for the champion position. Han Xiao shook his head. Although they all look undisciplined, they were all god players. Through the show, his old memories of Season 1 Pro League were refreshed. The qualifiers' registration ended very quickly. The official start was 3 days later, so all the contestants prepared themselves as much as they could. This time, hundreds of thousands of players gathered in the sanctuary, crowded around the arena, and filled the square completely. Han Xiao looked down at the square. 3 more days to the start. Han Xiao turned and walked downstairs. "It's time." Chapter 296, Sensation. Chapter 296, Sensation. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. The sanctuary was overcrowded with people. Not only were there contestants, but there were also spectators. It was more than 10 times more boisterous than usual. The players' line of shops extended from the square to almost the gate of the city. The divisions were big events for all players. The players not at the venue could watch the live stream on the forums. 3 days to the opening, there was one day that coincidentally was the fixed Black Phantom loot box sales day. Part of the reason a large number of players came to the sanctuary was also because of Han Xiao. The location that he usually appeared at was already surrounded. A male player stood outside the crowd and looked around on his tiptoes. "He should be here anytime soon," the player mumbled softly. His ID was Jingzhe, an LV-20 mechanic, one of the unnoticeable spectators, as good as transparent in the crowded sanctuary. He knew about Han Xiao's functionalities from the forums, so he wanted to buy some low-level equipment. This kind of new players appeared every once in a while, bringing Han Xiao long-term profits. After waiting for a while, Han Xiao drove the truck and arrived at the scene with a 270 degrees tail drift. He jumped down from the car, and the waiting players swarmed over instantly to grab the boxes. The number of boxes was limited. It was almost impossible to purchase them without putting up a fight to buy them as soon as possible. Jingzhe was pushed around by the crowd. After the boxes were sold out, only then did the crowd leave. Jingzhe heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing that Han Xiao was still there, he quickly trotted over and conveyed his intention of wanting to learn abilities. And as he wished, he saw the shop list. So much machinery, and it seems like I can learn abilities here as well. The functions of this NPC are so rich. I heard he was the main character before. Jingzhe was a new player that only started after the end of the Germinal Organization main storyline. He barely knew about Han Xiao's past at all. The items made his heart beat a lot quicker. And after he scrolled down to the bottom, his eyes opened wide in surprise. This is the class advancement knowledge for Pugilist and Esper, Energy Burst, and Tier 2 Gene Chain Endurance Enhancement. Both selling for 30,000 EXP. Jingzhe's mouth was wide open with surprise. Was Black Phantom not the mechanic mentor? Why was he selling the class advancement knowledge for the other two classes? Anyway, he could not use them. Jingzhe took a screenshot, posted it on the forums causally, and continued to look at the other items in the shop. What he did not expect was, this post created a storm on the forums. Every player who knew what this meant was shocked. Jingzhe did not know how rare class advancement knowledge was yet, but the older players knew it very well. Class advancement knowledge could only be exchanged after they farmed their relationship points with the Six Nations to reverence, which almost no one could at the moment. Yet, Han Xiao had just started selling them out of nowhere. Only one word could describe how the old players felt about Han Xiao. Horrifying. After being silent for a few months, Han Xiao's name dominated the forums once again. Jingzhe was stunned. He had never thought that his casual post would trigger such a reaction. However, what was more shocking only came afterward. Countless players came from everywhere upon hearing the news and swarmed toward Han Xiao. After they confirmed the news to be true, the entire Square's players became frenzied. Black Phantom is the player's blessing as always. Suddenly, there was a commotion at the exteriors of the crowd, and they split open a path automatically. Renowned pro players walked in one after another, Li Gu, Hao Tian, Sun Eggplant, and so on. They gathered in one place and snatched the spotlight. With the Pro League just around the corner, the appearance of class advancement knowledge was certainly a very timely help. No one wanted to be behind the others, so they all rushed here. Dozens of famous pro players surrounded Han Xiao. Some of the surrounding players had not had the chance to meet their idols before, so they could not hide their excitement and screams. Jingzhe was completely stunned. A post that he had casually published turned out to attract a group of god-level pro players. He was used to being a nobody and had never had such an experience. He was shivering in excitement. These pro players led the way to buy class advancement knowledge. The EXP on Han Xiao's interface rocketed by millions every minute. Han Xiao was overjoyed. It was worth hoarding the class advancement knowledge till now. It's profiteering. Han Xiao was delighted. He had long expected the class advancement knowledge to be a hit. In version 1.0, the prerequisites for acquiring class advancement knowledges were very difficult. The players went through a lot of hardship to get them, yet he sold them without any prior requirements. It would definitely shock all the players. The class advancement knowledge for these two classes came from the Germinal Organization Central Computer. Now that the Germinal Organization had been eradicated, the class advancement knowledge in his hands became the only source of it throughout planet Aquamarine. Tens of thousands of players gathered in the sanctuary, excluding mechanics, players with insufficient purchasing power, and players with insufficient potential points. Even if there were only a tenth of the players that bought it, he would still make a crazy profit. 30,000 was not high for the players at this time. Han Xiao sold it at this price because he wanted to sell more quantity and also because the contestants would spend most of their EXP before the competition to strengthen themselves as much as they could. If he set the price too high, he would miss the opportunity on those who did not have any EXP left. He sold it for a few hours straight and only stopped as the sun started to set. He looked at the interface. The EXP that he had received was an outrageous amount of 300 million. Han Xiao had more than 500 million EXP in his pocket through all sorts of events during the 4 months, and it had grown by more than half in just a day. The player's demand for class advancement knowledge is ridiculous. It will be high in the first few days and will start to gradually decrease as time passes, but even then, it will still earn a healthy profit just like the other abilities. Han Xiao opened the forums. The Planet Aquamarine panel was filled with posts about class advancement knowledge. Many analyzed why he would suddenly sell the class advancement for the other 2 classes despite being a mechanic. This even affected the panels of other planets. The other division players were shocked and felt pressured. It was competitive between the divisions, and Planet Aquamarine players getting class advancement knowledge so easily was bad news for other planets. Players from all the planets were discussing it. Han Xiao was very famous in Planet Aquamarine, and he also sometimes appeared in Galaxy Times. However, most of his popularity was limited to Planet Aquamarine. This was the first time that his name had spread to the other players. The players from the other players started to know his name. Planet Aquamarine Legendary NPC, Black Phantom, Han Xiao, Loot Box. Actually, every planet had their own storyline main characters that appeared actively as they took part in the main storyline missions. Despite also being the main storyline main character, Han Xiao was very different. He did not provide main storyline missions one round after another, yet the functions that he offered were horrifyingly rich. The Planet Aquamarine players received countless benefits from him. He was the storyline main character, the mechanic mentor, the salesman for rare items, the distributor for regular prize pool missions, the loot box seller. His identity was so complex that the players had never seen any NPC that even came close. His position in the hearts of Planet Aquamarine's players was unique and irreplaceable. It was like they had gone through the change of time side by side. When the players thought of him, they felt a sense of familiarity and trust. Chapter 297. Hao Tian's First Battle. Chapter 297. Hao Tian's First Battle. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. At the edge of players, Li Gu was frowning. Most of the players were surprised about Han Xiao selling class advancement knowledge, but not Li Gu, who was not happy at all. He already had another type of class advancement knowledge, which the Guild of Gods had poured their resources to help him get. It was Li Ji's trump card. He was going to use it to shine in the competition. Fruobnovel.com. However, Han Xiao's actions largely decreased the effectiveness of this trump card of his, indirectly reducing the difference between him and the other players. Something that everyone owned would not be considered rare anymore. Li Gu stared at Han Xiao with unknown meanings. A few god-level players at the sides chatted in a group, and as usual, Second Prince was bragging. With the god player, me, bringing Dynasty into the finals will be a piece of cake. An old man like Old Wang would beg me to carry him. If it wasn't for King Admiral 1, you Dynasty would not be one of the biggest clubs, Sun Eggplant said with contempt. Second Prince was furious. They argued for some time, and Li Gu walked over with a smile and said, "It's good to be confident. I hope everyone will be honing their skills. I need some help in the international competition to earn honor for China." They raised the corner of their lips. They disliked the attitude of Li Gu always considering himself as the leader. Hao Tian said directly, "I don't like you to always representing others. Speak for yourself." Li Ji's smile vanished. He looked at Hao Tian and said coldly, "Then I will see you in the competition. Don't let me win too easily." They stared at each other with sparks flying. Suddenly, a laid-back voice appeared from the side. "Found you, moron. Follow me back to the team for practice." The others turned around to look. A player with an unshaven beard walked over. He looked scruffy and slovenly, but the ID above his head was King Admiral. This was indeed the low-key, mysterious pro player at the top of the leaderboard in China, Dynasty's core. He had an eminent nickname, Emperor. Don't call me moron. Second Prince was not happy. Okay, moron. King Admiral nodded. Ah, Shoal. Second Prince lost his cool easily when he saw the god player in his own team. He said furiously, don't be so arrogant. One day, I will ride on your back and show you who's better. You. The others were loathing. As if he had yet to wake up, King Admiral dragged Second Prince away by his collar without greeting the others. He did things his own way and did not get along with the others, but in Li Ji's eyes, this was arrogance. Looking at King Admiral's back, Li Ji's eyes sparkled, and he grunted in his mind. He yearned for King Admiral's top seat. His career could only advance further if he became the top player. There's no room for error in this pro league. They exchanged looks and saw the resolve in each other's eyes. After 3 continuous days of sales, the EXP that Han Xiao received had reached an outrageous 1 billion, including the previous 500 million. He had a total of 1,500,000,000 EXP. The amount of EXP storage determines how long I don't have to worry for EXP in space. The next stage of my growth will be between the stars. The opportunities for growth can only be caught with enough EXP. After LV70, the expenditure for EXP will be higher and higher. Plus, I'm a very experienced consuming mechanic. After entering space, there will not be many chances to meet a large number of players, and there's still the blank period between the version updates. Han Xiao was thinking about future directions. Although the EXP that he had looked like a large amount, it would be finished one day after he entered the galaxy. Since that was definite, he had to hoard as much EXP as he could. Bang! A firework rose into the sky from the square outside the window. This signified the official start of the Pro League. The sound of cheers soared through the skies and created a sound wave, spreading out like a tsunami. Looking down at the arena had now been reconstructed into the structure of a stadium. In the heart of it was a large ring surrounded by 9 smaller rings. At the edge of the center was a large screen, and under the screen were the seats for the announcers and judges. At the exteriors were the audience seats, which were completely filled at this time without any vacancies, with yelling and cheering lighting up the atmosphere of the festival. So it begins. Han Xiao lay on the sofa, changed into a comfortable position, and opened the forums to watch the live stream. There were tens of millions of others who were watching the stream like him. The beautiful female host, Red Phoenix, wore a professional smile on her face and gave the opening speech standing in the highest ring. Her pleasing to the ear voice echoed in the arena from the speakers. Galaxy Pro League Season 1, Planet Aquamarine Division's qualifiers officially commence. We have 2,759 teams and 104,652 players registered. The teams will compete in the wild areas. The arena is the venue for singles. These rings will be where the contestants compete. 1-round elimination, the pairs will be chosen at random. The loser will be eliminated, and the winner will enter the next round till the best 38 teams and 64 players are selected. The qualifiers will last for 1 month of in-game time. Yes, this will be a long season, but the entire process will be streamed. The audiences watching the stream can choose the player they want to watch freely, and our official stream will randomly choose the battles that are highlight-worthy. Red Phoenix finished talking about the competition rules and the speech to light up the atmosphere, then pointed toward the entrance to the arena. Next, let's start the opening battle for singles. Let's give a warm welcome to the 2 contestants. From the dark tunnel, Han Xiao and the contestant with the ID star chess walked out. The moment the 2 of them appeared, the atmosphere of the arena reached its climax. To guarantee the atmosphere of the opening battle, the players had been chosen between the registered pro players. Han Xiao and Star Chess had thus been selected. The 2 walked up to the main ring. Red Phoenix stood between them and introduced them. I believe everyone is familiar with the contestant on my right. An old warrior battling in the esports ring for 9 years, earning top 5 multiple times in the China Pro Player Leaderboard, possessing an honorable and amazing battle history, with a steady and firm battle style yet not lacking aggressiveness. He is the core player of Long Sky Club, Han Xiao. On my left is a player you might not be so familiar with. He's a senior in the esports industry, once belonging to the Temple of God. His position was the core of his club, just like Li Gunao, but he retired 5 years ago. Now, he returns with his past honor and winning resolve. He recontracted with the Temple of God Club, Star Chess. Cheering exploded between the audiences. Both sides had supporters, but the fan group of Star Chess was comparatively smaller. He had been retired for 5 years. Therefore, his popularity had mostly faded. Star Chess looked up at his fans. They were all familiar faces. He did not expect there to still be a group of such supportive fans even after his 5 years of retirement. He was quite touched. He nodded toward his fans as a greeting. The fans cheered even louder with all their strength as they saw this. After Red Phoenix introduced both sides, she first approached Star Chess and said with a smile, "Welcome back to the pro scene. How are you feeling now?" "Nostalgic," Star Chess said with a lot of emotion. "I'm reminded of the days I used to battle in the pro scene. Will always remember the achievements you led Temple of God to and that tint of pride." Red Phoenix complimented him before asking, "This is the first season of competition hosted in Galaxy. Can you tell me how much have you familiarized yourself with this game?" "I'm in a very good condition," Star Chess smiled and said, "confident to spar with any opponent." Red Phoenix asked a few more questions. Star Chess answered them with ease. He was experienced at dealing with hosts. Red Phoenix's eyes sparkled. She received the request from her superior to create some interesting chatter, so she asked, "I heard you invested your savings into a business after retirement. Your company filed for bankruptcy last year. Is this part of the reason you are returning to the pro scene?" Star Chess's expression remained unchanged and said, "Of course not. The pro scene is where I made my name. Returning is just because I never forgot where I came from. I'm looking forward to battling the younger generation. Hope that I can dig out some players with good potential and teach the young players nowadays some experiences. It will help them in their battles at the international competitions." As he was speaking, he smiled toward Hao Tian with a sense of superiority as a senior. Hao Tian was considered as his junior. The young players whom Star Chess mentioned, of course, included Hao Tian. Chapter 298, The Battle. Chapter 298, The Battle. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Okay. Thank you for the response. Red Phoenix smiled back and turned to Hao Tian. "The legendary Hao Tian, are you confident that you will win today's match?" "You'll see." Hao Tian did not pay attention to the reporter, as if his face was saying, "I am focusing now. Please do not disturb me." He had always been a quiet man and never liked being interviewed before the battle. He felt that using the time before battle to prepare his mental state was the professional thing to do. Moreover, his opponent was Star Chess. Hao Tian had no comments about him. In the professional circle, everyone knew that Star Chess had started his business after retirement, but he had returned for the competition after his business went bad. It was obvious that he wanted to use his popularity to milk some cash. Since they were on different paths, there was nothing worth talking about. The audience all laughed. They knew the personality of Hao Tian, and they all loved to watch his cold, calm demeanor. Red Phoenix's face froze as she did not know how to respond. However, she was one of the most experienced hosts in the professional league, so she suppressed her awkwardness and backed away from Han Tian. "Okay, looks like both of them are confident that they will win. Let's start the 30-second countdown, and once it reaches 0, the competition will officially begin." The screen showed a 30-second timer, and the audience in the arena all quieted down, tens of thousands of pairs of eyes focusing on the two men on the ring. The nervous atmosphere froze the ring and the stadium. Within the countdown, the judges started the pre-game analysis. It seems that both of them are from the pugilist class, and both of them are LV46. They are at the same level, so we can expect to see a high-level pugilist battle. This is the fight between two generations, and I also feel that this battle has a sense of ceremony. There's no doubt that Hao Tian is in his peak condition, judging from the uncountable wins. Plus, I'm worried if Star Chess has maintained his game after being away from the scene for 5 years. The other judge then replied, "There's no need to worry about that. All professionals know how to adjust their own status before the game, and Star Chess is already a veteran, which means he has more experience than Hao Tian. I have a feeling that this will be an intense and cutthroat battle. Han Xiao sat up and straightened his back and looked at the dense atmosphere on the ring. After training Han Xiao for so long, it was time to see the result. 3, 2, 1, bang! As soon as the countdown finished, Han Xiao stomped his feet into the ground and charged toward the opponent with surge of energy covering his body, as if he was a siege tank. Bang! 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 The two pugilists exchange fists and kick with each other. The sound of punches landing on the two's bodies was deep and loud. The audience could see that the status bars of both sides, such as the health bar, energy bar, and stamina bar, were dropping. The veterans would not fight like a rookie player, who fought as if they were video gamers smashing all the buttons. Even in a lower-level battle between pugilists, it was essential to understand the timing of the use of skill and how to distribute energy to continue to activate buffs. They also needed to learn dodging techniques, reset timing, damage calculation, and cooldowns of skills. In the fight of elites, detail determined the victor. The battle between the two men on the ring was filled with subtle techniques from both fighters. Some spectators understood, while others did not, but in the end, it did not matter if one was able to identify the techniques. The audience all certainly felt a special atmosphere in a professional battle. And it could be described in one word: steady. The rate of decrease in their status bars was slower than the battle between average players. It meant that both players used a lot of small techniques that dodged a large amount of attacks from the enemy. This was the clear distinction between professional players and normal players. The words of the judges were coming out faster than bullets from a machine gun. The commentator was also a skilled man, and he quickly analyzed the situation for the audience. It is still a stalemate on the ring. They are testing the water and only using normal attacks with some small skills. Both of their health bars are above 80%, and now we'll have to see who can grab the chance to deal a combo attack. There were countless styles of players in battle, but using combos was always one of the most popular techniques among the players, especially the pugilists. If they could break through the defense and get a brief opening, the skillful players could take away a huge portion of health bar from the enemy, and it was even possible to one-shot the enemy with one combo. Just like the girl and the floating island, once one got knocked into the air, it was unavoidable that one would lose a huge amount of his health. Moreover, as professional players, Han Xiao and Star Chess had mastered the art of combos, and there was rarely any chance of error. Now, they needed to see how they could start the first combo. Wait! Star Chess is going in. After they exchanged blows, Star Chess suddenly lunged and stomped his front foot on the ground. An invisible wave shook the ring as it traveled across. Knock-up skill. Ground stomp. Any target within 2 meters would get knock-up if hit by the shockwave. This was a rare skill, and Han Xiao did not react in time. His feet left the ground and he was around 30 centimeters in midair. This is bad. Seems like it is a rare skill. Han Xiao got hit, but he wasn't knocked very high, so there's no opening for combo. Star Chess charged forward and landed the first punch of the combo. The lower the height of knock-up, the harder it was to start a combo. But Star Chess successfully found the opening, and a torrent of skills and attacks bombarded Han Xiao. The random and colorful energy splashed on his body, landing 7 combo hits in an instant. Han Xiao's health dropped by a large portion. The judge shook his head and commented, Star Chess could still grab the slim opening for a combo. Indeed, the older, the wiser. Let's see how Han Xiao will react to this situation. Everyone knew that before the competition, Black Phantom sold out a class advancement knowledge called Energy Burst. It will use up a large amount of energy in exchange for a status of rage buff and knock back all the enemies. This skill can stop the combo of the enemy, but it will use a lot of energy. From the attributes of this level of players, they can only use this skill once in a competition. Both of them have definitely learned the skill, so let's see if Han Xiao will use it first. While floating in the midair, Han Xiao curled his body into a ball to reduce the damage taken. The dropping health bar, however, did not affect his mental state. He was still focused and waiting for his chance. Suddenly, he found a mistake in the combo, and he opened up from his defensive stance and caught Star Chess's fist with one hand while swinging his body open the head of the opponent, trying to get behind Star Chess. He used Return of Cloud. Oh no, even though this skill is a mid-air escape skill, the successful rate is very strict. You need at least 10 points higher in dexterity than your opponent to have a few more percentage increase in successful rate. But they are at the same level, so their attributes should be the same. If the skill does not go through and fails, he won't be able to move, and the next combo from Star Chess will finish him off. Seems like Han Xiao will. The judge suddenly stopped his tongue as he saw that Han Xiao escaped the combo with the skill and land right behind Star Chess. Then, without any delay, Han Xiao's elbow landed on the back of Star Chess' head, stunning him. Making use of the opportunity, Han Xiao grabbed Star Chess by the shoulder and swept the floor with a kick and made Star Chess float in midair without any defense. Then it was time for Han Xiao to perform his mesmerizing combo. The situation suddenly changed, and the audience was left in shock. How did the skill succeed? The judge had no time to freeze and shouted with his eyes wide open. Now it's time for Han Xiao to counterattack. Why is Star Chess health bar going down so fast? Just now, half of Star Chess combo took away 25% of Han Xiao's health. But after only a few punches, Star Chess had already lost 40% of his health points. freewebnovel.com. Part of it was because Star Chess was stunned and could not define, but the main reason was that the damage from Han Xiao was too high. Star Chess could not believe his eyes as the damage numbers popped up on the interface. Han Xiao should have the same dexterity as me. There was no way that Return of Cloud could have succeeded. The flowing energy again highlighted the serious expression of Han Xiao. He was indeed on the same level as Star Chess. However, his skill level was much higher than not only Star Chess but also the entire professional players in the scene. Han Xiao's reward of experience had all been used to increase the level of skill, and that was why Return of Cloud worked and his damage was unexpectedly high. Chapter 299, A Simpleton. Chapter 299, A Simpleton. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Compared to character level, skills could directly increase one's combat prowess. Han Xiao sent out skills one after another and chased his opponent to the edge of the arena platform. Hong! Suddenly, Star Chess released a burst of energy from his body, causing a shockwave of flame to break Han Xiao's series of attacks. Star Chess has used energy burst, exclaimed the commentator. There were 3 ways to win in these fights. One could either directly defeat one's opponent, have one's opponent surrender, or force them off the platform. Star Chess was already forced to the edge and had no choice but to activate his energy burst. However, the next moment Han Xiao also used his energy burst, and as if a raging wild bull, he rushed at Star Chess and threw a heavy punch that broke through Star Chess' defense and landed right on his chest. Boom! The muffled sound of the impact rang out. Star Chess lost his footing, fell off the platform, and crashed onto the ground, causing clouds of dust to rise up. The winner is Han Xiao, announced the commentator in a booming voice. He won! The spectators screamed in excitement, and Han Xiao's fans all stood up and cheered for him. The screams from tens of thousands of people flooded the arena like a tsunami. Star Chess was led off the center with eyes full of regret. Although this opening fight was held more for the sake of showmanship, and neither of the pro player would be disqualified regardless of the result, it was still a great chance to gain popularity. Winning under the eyes of tens of thousands of people was the best way to prove one's reputation. But now that he had lost, most of the spotlight was on Han Xiao, unlike he had planned. But it was what it was. Since he had lost fair and square, although Star Chess was unhappy, he still suppressed his emotions. Red Phoenix bent her waist and walked onto the center of the platform with a smile. Thanks to both of the pro players for bringing to us such a high-level fight. Master Star Chess, you unfortunately lost. Do you have anything you would like to say? Star Chess collecting himself and forced out a smile. It was an enjoyable fight. I got to witness how strong the young man is. He has a lot of potential. People like him will be able to take on my generation's torch and fight for glory on the international stage. This was obviously just a formality. By using formal language and constantly mentioning the young and older players, Star Chess was secretly emphasizing the fact that he was a veteran. Thank you for your thoughts. Red Phoenix turned to Han Xiao and said, Master Han Xiao, do you have anything you would like to say? Hao Tian stretched his hand for the microphone. Red Phoenix was glad as she thought that Hao Tian was finally going to say something and quickly passed him her microphone. Hao Tian stared at Star Chess for a while expressionlessly. "Are you only here to earn some pocket change or something?" He then dropped the mic and left without another word. He evidently did not care about keeping up small talk with Star Chess at all. Star Chess's expression turned ugly, and veins were almost popping out of his head. He gritted his teeth. How could he say something in front of so many spectators? Star Chess was furious. The audience in the arena was instantly sent into an uproar, and Red Phoenix hurriedly tried to smooth things out. "Kid's got character. I like it," Han Xiao said as he smirked. He remembered Hao Tian from the past. This fellow did not bother with the **T that came with being a pro, and he hated being under the spotlight. He focused on training himself all the time and was very professional and righteous. In other words, a combination of a gaming nerd and a simpleton. Han Xiao's requirement when looking for players to cultivate was basically just how popular and how much potential the player had in his past life. It was not that he looked down on noobs or anything, but pros simply offered him a better return as they could utilize his resources to a better effect. With the current resources at his disposal, Han Xiao could easily cultivate a player to a point where they were invincible among the current players. However, he did not do this as it was not beneficial in the long run. All the benefits that Han Xiao had been providing Frenzied Sword and the others with were more or less logical compared to the current player's level. Although the current players had weak attributes, this did not mean that they were bad at controlling their characters. With that in mind, Han Xiao could still learn a lot from the players. Despite how overpowered he currently was on planet Aquamarine, the new techniques that he had learned from the players would prove useful in future fights. Countering various abilities, performing countermeasures in emergencies, movement control, overall macro, and so on were all part of professional tournaments. Players all developed in their own ways, and watching all the different powers clash against each other was one of the interesting aspects of these fights. For example, although Hao Tian did not have Star Chess's ground stomp, he was able to use other trump cards. Being able to utilize this variety of skills to their full capacity and even combine them in fights was what differentiated pros from regular players. Moreover, being able to develop oneself properly also counted as a strength. Take boxing as an example. If person A worked hard every day to train himself while person B slacks off all day long, naturally, A would have a physical advantage over B in a fight. Or maybe A had better connections and could find a teacher to teach him new moves, while B could only train by himself. There was no rule that said A had to stop and wait for B to catch up. Fruebubble.cm. This logic could also be applied to players. Be it farming monsters, complete missions, or looting for better equipment, no matter how prepared one was, in an actual fight it would all come down to one's performance. Maybe due to his lack of practice, B would get pummeled by A the whole fight. But just before B was about to lose, he might catch on to a mistake A made and turn the round with a one-hit KO. Something like this was extremely common in tournaments. Competitions would often produce with unexpected results, and this was what made it all so interesting. The chance for Han Xiao to venture off into the stars would not come for another 4 or 5 months. As this was right in the middle of the tournament season, Han Xiao planned to take this time to look for more potential lackeys. For him, players were currently the most valuable resource on the entire planet. After the ceremony, the arena started off the regular matches. All 10 battle platforms had one referee, and all had ongoing matches at the same time. There were about 10,000 players who had registered for the tournament, and they were all currently going through the first elimination round. Each match was fairly straightforward and only took around 10 minutes on average. Only when the elimination stage entered the final rounds would the tournament slow down, giving time for the players to be introduced one by one. As Frenzied Sword and Bun Hit Dog's matches were held on a different day, Han Xiao got bored and went to the forums after switching between several fights. There were a lot of players who were excitedly discussing about the opening fight. Hao Tian's performance invited a lot of praise, and Long Sky Club also released their official message, congratulating Hao Tian for seizing victory in the opening fight. A few days later, players were eliminated one after another, and the audience's excitement was higher than ever. Han Xiao was also rejoicing from this. Aside from selling merchandise, creating more tools, and training with Gila, he spent most of his free time watching the fights. He mainly paid attention to the team battles where two teams would try to fight each other to the last man on a random map. Each team was allowed to send in 6 players: Pugilist, Esper, and Mechanic. These 3 classes had drastically different combat styles and allowed for a large variety of team combinations and skill chaining. Moreover, taking into account of terrain differences, team battles were much more entertaining to watch than the individual battles. The more common teams were composed of a main tank, melee attacker, ranged attacker, and someone in charge of crowd control. The specific numbers for each role would differ depending on the team's tactics. Pugilist was naturally the most popular class for the main tanks. Espers, on the other hand, were more of a jack-of-all-trades. Due to their varying abilities, Espers could take on both melee and ranged roles in a fight. Mechanics played the role of the main attacker and dealt outburst damage under their teammates' protection. Chapter 300 Frenzied Swords First Fight. Chapter 300 Frenzied Swords First Fight. Translator: Atlas Studios. Editor: Atlas Studios. Out of the 3 main class change trees for the Mechanic class, Cannon Master was the most popular among the players. It served as a reliable ranged attacker. Mechanics and mechanical pugilists, due to the early stage of the game, were still quite awkward in a fight. There were close to 0 contestants with those 2 classes. Mechanics were definitely out of the question, especially when they were a player and did not have access to a vast number of resources that Han Xiao had. Without paying to win, the mechanics' combat strength was nothing impressive. Mechanical pugilists at this point in the game were like a weaker version of the normal pugilists. Moreover, they even had to repair their tools every time the durability ran out. A pugilist would serve the role of a meat shield much better. Han Xiao did not agree with this meta. Mechanical pugilists were actually already pretty strong in version 1.0. As long as they did not have awful gear, they could easily be both a tank and an attacker. They would also adapt to different environments much easier due to the variety of their equipment. However, the mechanical pugilist class did have a higher skill cap than pugilists, as they also had to control their machinery. The combination of need for good equipment and harder controls meant that there were barely any who chose to play as a mechanical pugilist. Although the mechanics were quite useful in group matches, they performed poorly in individual battles. Players of the other 2 classes would often consider themselves lucky if they came up against a mechanic. After nearly 1,000 elimination rounds, mechanics had already been defeated 64 times, while they had only won 11 times. Many of the players on the forums had already come to the consensus that mechanics were not suitable for PvP. After watching several fights himself, Han Xiao understood that, as the mechanic was a class that would take longer to develop, and also due to the class's demand for skillful controls, it was not a class that suited the PvP scene this early on in the game. Moreover, most the equipment that the mechanics made was not high level enough to actually make much of a difference in a fight, especially not when other classes also had access to basic equipment. The mechanic class was heavily reliant on the player's equipment, and as new versions of the game were released, players would gain access to better equipment and also reveal the strength of the class. Today was Frenzied Sword's first time fighting in the tournament. The opponent that he drew against was an Esper. Han Xiao was watching this fight live. Frenzied Sword was a mechanical pugilist and had received a bunch of benefits from Han Xiao, well, gear that he did not need anymore. Frenzied Sword was wearing the magnetically controlled retractable armor and also had the heavy mechanical arm attached to his arm. He had also brought with him lots of other spare parts and gadgets, which all hung on his body. He was fully clad in metal, and he gave off a cold glint under the sun, looking like a heavily armored knight. The opponent was an ice-type Esper. With the wave of his hand, he instantly covered the platform with a thin layer of ice, reducing Frenzied Sword's movement speed while increasing his own. The Esper was a kiting player, and he then took out an enhanced assault rifle and started firing at Frenzied Sword, causing a shower of sparks to burst on Frenzied Sword's armor. Ice abilities combined with ranged weapons is indeed a good combo to kite with. Han Xiao nodded. Firearms and other equipment were available to players of all classes, but without the mechanic's machinery affinity, they could only dish out the base damage with those weapons. Frenzied Sword moved across the ice as he tried to avoid the spray of bullets. He had very good armor on, so the assault rifle was not much of a threat to him. However, the Esper player planned to keep on kiting and slowly whittle down Frenzied Sword's HP. Bullets landed one after another on the heavy armor, but they suddenly stopped. The Esper had run out of ammo. Just as he was trying to reload, Frenzied Sword took this opportunity and leapt forward with the help of the booster on his legs. His legs exploded off the ground and scattered the ice surface that he was standing on. Frenzied Sword flew through the air and rapidly closed in on the Esper. The Esper player hurriedly threw away his assault rifle and took off a grenade launcher from his back, immediately firing a shot at Frenzied Sword in midair. Boom! An explosion occurred where Frenzied Sword was, causing a bright flash of light, followed by a cloud of dust that rolled across the platform. A sound of gears locking into place suddenly came from within the smoke, and a thin metal cable shot out and latched to the Esper player before it rapidly pulled him back to Frenzied Sword. Bang! The two clashed into each other and rolled around on the ground due to the impact. Melee combat was Frenzied Sword's strong suit, and he quickly took care of the Esper after a few exchanging blows. Smoke to reduce visibility and increase the hit chance of the hook. Han Xiao nodded. He had focused on every single detail in the battle. Frenzied Sword was able to use the mechanical pugilist's abilities and equipment to a pretty good level, and he could be counted as one of the rarer mechanic players. Currently, no single player had reached the point where they were completely invincible. All classes had weaknesses that could be taken advantage of. In the case of the Ice-type Esper, mechanical pugilists could use their equipment to close in the distance, pugilists could use energy burst or other movement skills, while other Espers also had their own tactics to use. As he was not popular yet, Frenzied Sword's victory did not garner much attention. Moreover, it was only an elimination round. However, Han Xiao thought that Frenzied Sword had shown a stellar performance in that fight. He just did not know if this Frenzied Sword was as good as the one in the past. Players from around the planet went all out in the fights, and soon 20 days had passed. 80 to 90% of the players had been eliminated, and the ones left behind were the cream of the crop. Frenzied Sword had passed hurdle after hurdle and had not lost a single match up to this point, so more people were starting to pay attention to him. There was an extremely small number of mechanics who had made it that far into tournament. So, naturally, as a mechanical pugilist, Frenzied Sword piqued the interest of many curious players. Most of his earlier matches were replayed by players. Is this how mechanical pugilists fight? He seems to bring along a lot of equipment. It looks kind of complicated. That combo he did with multiple weapons and gadgets looked really cool, but it seems pretty hard to pull off. What's so great about this? He just has a lot of good gear. Take away all that equipment and let's see if he can still beat a pugilist. Bruh. Why would a mechanical pugilist fight with their bare body for no reason? The forums were filled with different opinions, but overall, Frenzied Sword had finally made a name for himself. In a tournament filled with pugilists and espers, his mechanical pugilist class was a breath of fresh air. However, Frenzied Sword's rising popularity was nothing compared to the current talk of the town, Han Xiao. As a pro player from Long Sky, Han Xiao had blasted through all his opponents since the first round, and he seemed to be getting stronger and stronger after each fight. His battle team was also taking win after win in the team matches section. Han Xiao seemed like a potential candidate who could carry the future of the Chinese esports scene. Aside from the 3 core members, none of the other Long Sky players were anything to scoff at. They had great team fights and were able to effectively complement Han Xiao's aggressive playstyle. On the other hand, the pro players from the other gaming guilds seemed to be hiding their strength, so they were not blasting through all opposition like Long Sky. Long Sky players demonstrated an overwhelming momentum in both solo and team matches, and they were the player favorite on Planet Aquamarine. Many video streaming channels were also focused on highlighting these players. Bonhit Dog's Suicide Hosts team had been eliminated in a single round. Han Xiao randomly watched their match, and his eyes almost burst out of their sockets. All 6 members were cannon masters. It was a pure ranged DPS team composition. Yet they were unluckily placed in a dense forest that did not favor ranged classes at all. To make it worse, their opponent was a powerhouse team made up of foreign pro players. They were butchered. Although Han Xiao knew that they did not have much of a chance in this tournament to begin with, he was still speechless at how bad their luck was. It seems like Hao Tian has the best chance of getting a good score. Frenzied Sword's performing well in his solo matches, but his team's performance is rather subpar, and they're barely surviving in the tournament. We've reached the end of today's episode. Thank you for traversing the boundless landscapes of fantasy with us. If today's story has sparked joy within you, please remember to hit the like button, share our journey with others, and subscribe to Lord of the Stories for an ever-expanding collection of mystical escapades. Until we meet again to turn the page to a new adventure, hold the tales dear in your heart and let the embers of magic warmly glow in your spirit. Farewell, intrepid explorers of the narrative unknown.